Hey everyone, impromptu emergency patch. That's what we're talking about here on the night shift today. And yeah, the game changed a lot, Jake, and let's put it mildly. But ZB here with Jake, and Jake, we're just kind of going to go into it. There's so much here that you can't go all in one bite, but you know, we'll get there in the end.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, our goal is just to kind of showcase a lot of the new things in the patch today and just check them out. I mean, even for us ourselves, a lot of this is unexplored. I've been playing a ton of Deadlock last couple of days. The game feels really fresh and different on a lot of new heroes or a lot of old heroes, especially, right? I feel like they got some of the biggest changes. So we got a ton to get through, ZP. I say we just start jumping into the patch notes, start with the globals.
Yeah, let's take a look at what has changed globally for the game. And yeah, I mean, this is normally, by the way, would be huge in and of itself if it wasn't also brought in with all the hero changes. But, you know, the start with the basic things here can now jump during a slide. I think this is a deal with the tech that, you know, if you watch Goober stream a lot, you would get a lot of using a downward crouch to like cancel jump and use movement tech there. Now it's just going, okay, we're going to remove the spamming.
Yeah, you needed to use a mouse wheel bind to do this before, and honestly, that's just clunky. So I think it's good. It's sort of the way it feels like it should have always worked, is jumping during slides. So I don't think this is going to be a change that's too heavily felt, especially if you're using the tech. You just don't need to anymore. But if you weren't, then hey, it is going to make that a little bit more accessible. The dash jump, the air control is a little bit nice. I still think I'm not like fully used to it yet, but I wonder if this doesn't let you do some kind of interesting corners in the air with the extra air control. But again, small enough duration where I don't think this is going to be like game breaking by any means for any characters in particular, other than in general being a buff to high stam character.
And then, you know, maybe, you know, 2 days from now, we'll get the Leaf video where he just goes, yeah, now I've min-maxed this to where somehow I've gone across the map like 20 seconds quicker. It's like, how in the world? But going to the more global changes here in terms of bases, the shrine change to me is actually pretty interesting because it makes it more likely that even when you're not super far ahead, that you might want to make the shot call of like, hey, go and get one shrine and get out. Because getting the first shrine now is significantly easier than it was pre-patch.
Yeah, I think getting the first shrine is going to be really valuable too, as we can, you know, see down the patch note about middle lane troopers getting upgraded when either the shrines die. So I mean, you get one shrine down 5,000 HP. It feels like especially with like the extra troopers from taking a base guardian lane. It feels like this might be more doable to come in and grab a shrine, because getting 2 waves of priority for the rest of the game with the super troopers is a huge deal, right? Like that's really meaningful to you. Being able to just in general have more vision on the map with your troopers and makes the enemy's life harder progressively for the rest of the game. So it feels like getting that first shrine is going to be a big deal. I also like the 10,000 HP on the second shrine because it means even in the very late game, there's going to be enough tankiness to actually fight that second shrine if the enemy's really going for like an all-in commit. But in general, I feel like these changes have incentivized pushing more than was in the previous patch. Like you get a bigger reward for taking one shrine. Getting the extra trooper wave from the base guardians, I think, is like deceptively a big deal for you know, assisting and continuing a push snowballing even if the enemy's clearing some wave.
Yeah, and I think the basic idea behind it too on some level has to be is like, okay, let's get the game length down a little bit, particularly at lower MMRs where people are just bad at pushing. So anything you can put in there to actually make pushing a little bit more effective, it was probably the intent coming through here. Also, the base guardian change is pretty interesting too, and the idea that late game, especially if for whatever reason, like or not late game, but like mid game, if a guardian's still up, now you actually have more of the ability to like, you know, take down the guardian and like go a little bit deeper in on the push. So it's kind of interesting, more momentum stuff. But again, I think it's all about the idea of how do we manipulate the game so games end a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I think the increased wave interval is going to be one of those things. Like after 35 minutes, number one, a lot of games don't get to 35 minutes, right? So you won't always be feeling this change, but that's a pretty big deal. That's like 20-25% more troopers on the map at 35 minutes. So not only are people going to like spike the soul counts to crazy degrees a little bit earlier, because that's 20% more souls on the map, right? At 35 minutes, especially from the waves, which is one of the most consistent ways to get those souls. But then on top of that, like when you do push and you have a big stacked wave, it's going to be like an even bigger wave that crashes harder on towers and, you know, does a little bit more. So they've add some swinginess, but I think in a way that doesn't feel bad at all. Like it really feels deserved. I like the Guardian bounty increase too. It's a little bit more reward for actually clearing that tier 1 tower in the early game. Like if you crush your lane, you get that Guardian down. It's a pretty big advantage, like 50% more than it was worth before, which is quite nice.
Yeah, and then by the way, you actually feel that a lot in game right now. It's like, wait, where did I get all this money from? Like, where is it all from? It's like, well, you killed Guardians. That's where it's from. You get a little bit of a bump up on the walkers, and walkers themselves are going to go down a little bit easier. And I do like the part here too, where this is a little bit more gradual in the changes. It wasn't a massive ultra nerf, but one that was just, basically designed, a little bit of ease in pushing, but, not radically changing the game.
Yeah, I like the walker health rescaling to be like just more normal numbers. It's like more understandable. Like the first walker is half the HP of the third walker, right? I feel like that makes it a lot more intuitive. Like no one's gonna remember 9,350 health, and so I think that scaling change is just like a nice cleanup, I think, for the game. The armor decay is interesting. So the armor decay goes from plus 75 to minus 50, or what was that? Now it's from plus 65 to minus 65% from over 20 minutes to over 18 minutes. So it's a little bit faster, and the armor is basically worse, right? At all points. If I'm reading
the armor is
right.
worse at all points. Yeah, because it goes from negative 50 to negative 65. So it's like still 50%.
So the walkers die really fast after like the armor's max negative, right? Like that's very soloable. For most characters in the game, especially if you get late enough. So more chance to rat buildings down in the late game when you're pretty farmed. More bounty on the base guardians, 2,000 bounty on the shrine. So a lot of bounties for pushing, like across the entire patch, right? Tons and tons of bounties. So more soul incentive to push, even if you don't end the game right away on that push. As long as you just get back, spend your souls, right? You're gonna have a huge amount of cash in the bank. That next wave of pushing is, you've earned a really big advantage, not just strategically with the shrines, but just soul wise. You're gonna come back stronger for the next push after your initial siege in the base.
In general, the entire message is, guys, push. We will reward you for pushing. Please push to end the game. As Valve looks at the data, like Emissary and below, being like, wow, there's a lot of these games going like 45 minutes, guys. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, which I think this is actually a really good change. I think this is a smart change because honestly, in the high level, like pushing the base, what makes pushing the base really hard in the high level is not even like the economy. It's just the ability of a really strong team to like fight using the tools available to them in the base, like the zips being way over the enemy's head and being able to regen in the fountain, right? Like that's what ultimately makes the base so defensible. So instead of making it easier to push or just worse for the defenders, which I think would feel kind of bad and snowbally, you just get a bigger reward for doing something difficult, right? Like you're going to attempt to siege the base. Even if you don't win outright, you can still have some nice reward to come back into the next team fight with. Even if you lose a player or two on the push, it might still be worth it. Where before, maybe you were worried like, let's not siege until we can just end the game in one shot, which ends up pushing the game super late, like you're saying.
Yep. Of course, going down to other changes, mid-boss. By the way, a lot of people don't even realize like how big the mid-boss bounty is. It's one of the things where if you talk to Lightbringer, he will just die on the hill of like, why don't people value stealing the mid-boss kill? Like everyone goes for the rejuve, but if you actually snipe the killing blow in the mid-boss, it is a massive amount of souls. It was last patch. It is an even bigger amount now. And that's something that people don't think about here because all the attention is on the rejuve. But man, if you get killing blow on mid-boss, it is a huge bounty.
I think it's nice. Also, although sniping it just feels so hard because you can't damage it from outside the pit, right? So I think that's one thing that I would be interested to see change. Of like maybe if the enemy is doing mid-boss, you as the other team, you could like snipe it from out of the pit so that it's actually plausible. Because the reason you don't, I think, go for this last hit is like jumping into the pit while the enemy's doing mid-boss is like usually you don't want to do that. You want to sit there and like spam them and play out of range. But it does add more reward. So hey, even if you do get like, all of the rejuve stolen and the fight doesn't really go your way, at least there's a bigger reward kind of guaranteed for being the first team that's willing to take a gamble. But much more base HP, pretty significant, I think.
Yep.
The announcement threshold's a big deal too. For if you want to go for like a sneaky burst the mid boss down before they can react, then that's pretty meaningful in terms of the amount of time you have. Like even with the HP change, I think you have less HP to get through after the 50% threshold than you did before, pretty comfortably. So, and I don't know how much the debuff resistance. I guess it's sort of helps in some like scenarios that heroes that really rely on debuff, but it's more like it kind of makes sense that the mid boss would have some kind of debuff resist.
Yep. Also, look at the rejuve changes. Drop duration being lowered. I kind of like the part that I actually thought. I guess it could have stayed in the game, but arguably it was too snowbally because you only got in the situation when you had a full wipe. Is that you no longer have the tech of letting one rejuve charge sit there and thus giving you an even longer rejuve. I think probably the reason why it was taken out is that you look at it and you go, oh, it's risk reward. But really, all it was an even bigger snowball to a team that had fully wiped the other team.
Yeah, just a little, and also just sort of an unintuitive mechanic, making it, a bit awkward. I mean, I think if you want to do that now, you have to leave all 3 crystals, right? Which is pretty scary for a lot of people, right? Compared to just leaving the last one. But again, I think all of this favors kind of gambling mid bosses, which we already saw competitive teams going for a lot, right? Like the highest level teams were willing to see a advantaged coin flip and just being willing to like take that fight. Now I think that's only going to be more and more prevalent in close games, where before people maybe wouldn't have wanted the risk. It feels like this is more favoring teams that are willing to take that gamble on mid boss, which also, regardless how the fight goes, like attempting mid bosses is what progresses the game in a huge way. So even more changes that I think are going to accelerate the pace of the game.
Minimap change for the urn. I mean, good change overall. I mean, people are using mods like crazy. This is actually, I think people sometimes wonder, go like, why does Valve let people mod the game so much? Well, you don't know it, but you're actually the testing ground, where if people make a mod, Valve gets to evaluate and be like, do we want to allow this, or do we actually want to incorporate it rather than banning it? And I think they've taken a look at like the accessibility mods people have gone in terms of timers and, earn calculations, and they go, you know what, we can implement that into the game. That's absolutely fine. So that's just taking the implicit feedback from the community by looking at what mods people are using.
I wouldn't be surprised to see more timers get added into the base game, like things like earn and buff timers. I honestly think there's not really anything wrong with those being in the base game. Like, if you're good at the game and you play a lot, you know what, like 5 minutes is buffs, right? And 8 minutes is sinners. You just like know these things. And so I think it just makes the game more accessible in a way that doesn't take anything away from players. Like, I understand like camp timers. I'm sort of, that seems like a little too much, but I think like earn buff timers would seem reasonable to me to be in the base game too. So I wouldn't be shocked if those end up coming at some point.
Yeah. Also, this kind of goes to the idea of like the income in the game being increased because you're getting more from hidden guardians, you're getting more from creeps later in the game. You also now have additional neutral camps, which is going to increase the maximum amount of souls that a team can generate. I think part of this being added, though, is that you're starting to get to the point that it isn't going to be just like 1 or 2 people that are absorbing the entire jungle. Not you adding extra camps just makes it more likely that other parts of the team can get a bit of the jungle, and it's a little bit more open on top of just increasing overall income.
Yeah, and this is a very safe camp location, so it's a nice little comeback camp, I think, for this side of the map, which is typically the weaker side of the map. So I can show from the hidden king perspective. So you're coming down the lane, right, and the camp is over here in the right side. But so this is the lane that doesn't have a small camp on its side. So the enemy has their small camp there. They, in theory, have an advantage in this lane. It's pretty slight, but it exists. And so if you do, lose to that advantage, you end up giving up that tier 1. There's going to be more farm here for the player who ends up staying in this side lane and farming it up. So this is going to, I think a lot of people are going to, whether or not they start here in the lane, like if you're playing those safe farming carries and you just want to recover and farm up, playing this green on Hidden King and yellow on Archmother's side, I think those are going to be even better now for that recovery play.
It kind of
it's difficult.
It kind of makes it so from your perspective, if you're playing your M1 carry is going to be more incentivized to go to right lane. Basically, that's one thing that's consistent from side to side, right? It's always right lane. So
yeah, exactly. Nice little camp here. I mean, this space already felt maybe was a little underutilized, so it kind of feels like an interesting place for a camp. Although this also seems pretty unfinished. I'm sure there'll be some changes in theming coming to this area of the map. Can go back to the list for now and see what's next.
We got by the way, this is a change where, does this change make a huge difference right now? No, but the marginal changes, especially in a Valve game, always creep up on you, where it went from 824 now to 1030, and maybe next time around it's going to go from 1030 to like 1235 or something. So I think the idea here is that they're trying to strike the balance between lessening the frustration when you get CC'd a million times in a row, but also not making CC like bad or like to a significant degree. I think it's just a very fine line they're trying to balance on with this.
Yeah, and I think that's shown by the it's shown by the small, like how tiny the change is, right? It's just a few percent, a little 30% is like 6% at the max, which 6% of like most stuns in this game are like 2 seconds or something. Like a very long stun is that long. So it doesn't shock me. I think this is like reasonable. Diminishing move speed ramp a little bit higher now. So I guess there's a little bit more reward for going for like the hard movement speed stacking builds, which we can look at a little later, but like 7 lost the spirit scaling on movement speed. So I think they were worried about some of the edge cases there, but maybe, you know, this does buff some of these like high mobility heroes that really want to build into movement speed items. Maybe that have native things in their kit that provide them, like Warden. We can also take a look, by the way, at the 0-way veils around the new shrine.
And for those who are wondering what 0-way means, it means you cannot see through it on either side, is what it's saying. So, but you're both blocked inside and out. I think this is actually pretty interesting. It allows for like, I don't think I can shoot out through this. I just it's not interesting. But you know, I think this actually makes for a pretty interesting fighting area too. Like there might be more room for making plays now around the shrine fights, to where before I felt like you were kind of entirely constricted to like coming out up here and shooting down on them. And now there might be room for like, I don't know, a Victor or something to be playing in here and to be kind of more obnoxious than you really realize in terms of defense. I don't think this is really earth-shattering by any means, but it is an interesting change that, you know, could shift the balance at least a little bit in these scrappy fights. And I think this is honestly an attacker-favored change, right? That they now have a place that is like reasonably even from like an FPS perspective to fight, where generally when you're in the base, you're giving up a lot of positional advantage to the opponent. Also, you're not going to get blasted by the shrine underneath anymore.
Yeah,
like
exactly. So you can actually reasonably take a fight here and not just get chain cursed.
I think it helps. I mean, especially while on one hand, you look at some of the fights, it is cool to see a team come back. You know, some of the comebacks we saw in the base recently may have been a little bit too much. So doing a little bit extra to help attackers definitely helps out.
Move the mid lane bridge above the Hidden King base and there's more to the middle of the 2 edges. Honestly, I like literally reading this now. I'm like, what happened? So I guess it's this.
I'm not sure. I actually kind of glossed over that one myself.
I guess. I think it's this move. I couldn't have told you. Maybe it was like a little bit more back here or something. But yeah, I think that's a nothing burger. That's my best interpretation of the change, I guess. We'll have to see. Move the Hidden King base entrance more to the middle of the 2 edges. The base entrance. Oh. Okay. I can't even tell. Is it the Guardian base entrance or is it the Throne? All right, whatever. You know what? This change doesn't matter. Executive decision. We're moving on. The subsequent CD we talked about. Move speed. Melee abilities not doing conditional damage based on enemy stay. Close quarters, point blank, open rounds. That's cool. So now buying these items. Hell, this is like pretty big on someone like Viscus, who really wanted to build into melee damage. It's kind of a big deal for a lot of frontliners that want to be building melee items anyway, right? Like, you know, Billy and who's already going to be building things like point blank. And
yeah, it's kind of funny. Like Billy got nerfed in some ways this patch, but also when you look at the changes to items and you know, melee damage being, you know, sent from items to the abilities a little bit more effectively. Billy was one of the people that actually got a benefit there, and also, you know, clearly Calico, which we'll get to a bit later.
Item slot limit gone in Street Brawl. All right, all right. We're ready for the full 10 item builds or whatever in Street Brawl. They're going absolutely hog wild. Sure, why not? All right, let's look at items. So Golden Goose Egg is not shown here. So I will go to my stream and I'll show you guys. So this item I think is going to be super controversial, and I think a lot of people are going to basically are going to be ruining their games because of this item. So basically all the item does, it gives you some very terrible stats, 1 out of combat regen and 1 sprint speed, so pretty terrible for 800 souls, and it gives you minus 10% damage penalty, which is the same as buying Cursed Relic, but obviously Cursed Relic is an incredibly powerful tool in the late game. However, this Golden Goose Egg has long-term soul scaling, and so basically I think the trade-off of this item is if you're willing to buy a literal turd in the early game, potentially it could be worth a lot in the mid and the late game in terms of if you save up and store it. But my thought about this, I've seen people buying this on like cores and stuff. I think this is absolutely terrible to be buying on a core, because look, like, yeah, you get some souls from it, but you could just farm the jungle faster without the minus 10%, or you could buy an item that helps you farm the jungle, like, you know, Mystic Burst or whatever, that is meaningfully positive, and you're gonna get some souls. The permanent buffs are okay, they're something, but in the end, I think this is an item for like supports that really don't care about doing damage. So I'm thinking like Dynamo is the one I think is like the number one maybe buyer of this item, who he's down for the sprint speed, he's kind of down for just chilling, and then you sell this at some point and you get 3,000 souls and you buy Unstop and you go up to a team fight, right? Like, but I don't see this item really. I don't feel like this is a very big troll item to be buying on course. If you have any intention of fighting, maybe like Victor could just hard AFK in the jungle with this to be like even greedier, but you really are trolling a little bit in terms of your fighting power to have minus 10% damage and kind of 800 wasted souls.
Yeah, I mean, my two observations here is that even on supports, right, you look at how players like Saya are able to actually be surprisingly aggro on things like Page, and the damage does matter, and you're like, would Saya want to nerf his damage by 10%? Probably not. Also, the conspiracy theory is in me says it's actually a psyop, because someone's going to make the mental connection and be like, wait, this is only 3 charges of Trophy Collector, and if you go Trophy Collector, you could get up to a max of 16 stacks. Therefore, you really just want to go Trophy Collector.
Yeah,
like, it's like holding multiple eggs at once.
They should put the Trophy Collector, if they give permanent buffs to Trophy Collector somehow, then that might actually be a really good item. But I think the permanent buffs are kind of like what makes the item interesting. I think the item would be just absolute trash without them. But the idea of you getting like 8 to 10 permanent buffs, it's something. I mean, then again, now that I think about that, it's not that much. It's 2 full Sinners. It's a little bit, but this item I think is very suspect. I think this is an item that you know, it's better. Usually, if you're doing fine in the game, it's better to just get further ahead. The only thing that's interesting about this item, in terms of an economy standpoint, is it's technically economy value that doesn't affect your team's net worth. So it doesn't affect things like the where the urn's going to spawn or the comeback souls. So you could actually have a bigger lead than it seems, or you could be in quote unquote comeback territory, even though you're sitting on 3,000 souls or whatever that are just waiting inside the egg. So there's also something there, but I think for high level play, this is just not going to be about.
There's also another niche use, but again, for the focus on high level play, like it would be incredibly rare. Is that in theory you can buy it multiple times, right? So you can buy it, eat it, buy it, eat it. And get I played my first game of the patch GP, went to like 70 minutes for some reason, and people were like chain buying and selling it at the base for the buffs. But I think. Honestly, it's such an edge case. It's just a way to, like, if you literally slot locked, it's something to do with souls in Infernace, which in technically they didn't exist before, right? Technically, if you hit all 6K items or whatever, at some point there's nothing more you can buy. I don't know if I've ever actually seen that in a game, but now there's a way to turn souls into permanent buffs at a very inefficient ratio, but nonetheless. Into item changes, you know, some of these were, you know, pretty standard. I will say, high velocity losing 5% fire rate is a bigger nerf than given credit for. I mean,
8% weapon damage though. I mean, I don't know. It seems okay.
Yeah, but in the long term, like, you know, later in the game, like the 5% fire rate, you feel more. I mean, it's not the biggest deal in the world. You also get some velocity to
fire rate is a harder stat to get typically on most heroes. So on most heroes, I agree. I think though the velocity buff, I guess this is. I don't even know if this is a nerf or a buff. I think you're probably right. This is probably technically a nerf, but it's super, super marginal. Same for the extended magazines, like 2% weapon damage. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Long range, 4% more fall off. Doesn't matter. It's like, these are the item changes that like you won't, you know, it's impossible to look at one by one and know anything. It's the constellation of all these effects that will come together and be meaningful. Active reload, quality of life buff here. I think this is a good change, because maybe if you wanted to like get the proc for the movement speed, without shooting your gun to alert the enemies, that could be something. A little bit more spirit power, a little bit more weapon damage. So opening rounds, I think, was not bought very much. Same for Swift Striker recently. So both of these items getting some pretty nice buffs. I think Swift Striker in particular is going to get back into favor for especially characters like Wraith, that we'll talk about later. I think Vindicta. This is now a 2% fire rate. This item was already pretty statted well, and now I think it's quite a bit better. Something.
Split shot getting buffed too. I mean, the question is like, you have to incentivize people to build it. Where the
split shot is back, baby. I'm going back.
Yeah, I mean Graves, and then one of the biggest buyers of it, you know, way back in the past was Page, but people kind of realize, wait, we want build page a little bit more supportive.
That's a big buff, though. That cooldown is a hell of a big buff, especially if you're buying this to farm efficiently, which I think is what made it good on something like Graves. This is a really big buff because remember, this item gives a lot of bonus damage if you're hitting heroes with multiple shots. So it's pretty, I feel like this is a meaningfully buyable item on certain characters. Honestly, Graves feels like the number one, but that's one of the bigger changes so far. Maybe Celeste is something people are going to go back to buying because honestly it was a little bit crazy initially. Backstabber has been renamed to Stalker. Okay, I got to remember that one.
By the way, controversial rename. A lot of people are upset about this for whatever reason. They're like, why are you calling it Stalker?
Well, all right, because it's no longer about backstabbing. It's
I know exactly. I get it, but some people are just like, no, I just like
people are hating. We if we can survive Dispel Magic, survive as a community. All right, guys. I think this is a really good change because I feel like this item had some very bad interactions with like rolling and stuff where you like roll and you get backstabbered even if you're always looking at them. Because technically the roll like shows your back or something. So honestly, I think the aiming at somebody's back is a bad interaction. But now just being based on being right on top of somebody, I feel like this actually fits like the style of the item way better. But yeah, I actually think this is a good change. Relatively subtle, but I think it's a lot more consistent now, and the interaction's like less weird. Heavy melee bonus damage now works with heavy melee abilities. Did that not work before? What the hell? I thought
no, it didn't. So that's a Viscus buff. Like,
wow, that's why I've been playing Viscus, and it feels so good right now. Maybe that's why, because the heavy melee charge is actually cooking them with your punch scale.
Yeah, and to be clear, this is talking specifically about the heavy melee bonus. So only.
It's like Billy. Who else has a heavy melee?
I don't even know
ability.
I think Billy might just be melee.
Yeah, Billy's just melee. I think if he maxes
wait. Yeah,
I think
the
max bat turns it to heavy melee. So in which people do generally get pretty early. So I think this is pretty meaningful. You might actually buy this on Billy now. Yeah, it's pretty good. Spiritual Rebels, that's a huge buff. 4% extra lifesteal is really meaningful, right? Like, I mean, that's a big change. Like, the actual item Spirit Lifesteal gives 16% lifesteal. And it gives some bonus health and spirit power, so it gives other things. But this is like, from a pure lifesteal perspective, this is almost as good as the actual item Spirit Life. Plus, it has some shred on it. So I think this item might actually be a lot better for 7 and Infernace and any like gun hero that does a lot of spirit damage.
Yeah, I mean, it was half of the ability. The other half is removing spirit resist. But, basically half the ability got buffed by 50%.
And Lightbringer made a great point. It's global lifesteal, too. So not only is it better for you, but now it's better for your teammates, too. So this item is actually, this is a huge buff to this item, right? Since it's benefiting everyone, you're fighting multiple players. Still, I think this item is the best when it's bought on, like, the two characters I'm thinking of, 7 and Infernace, are, like, people who use their gun a lot that really want the shred. Maybe there's like a room for Yamato to buy an item like this, or Shiv even now to like think about working this into the build a little bit more. Just high spirit damage dealers who will use the gun enough to keep this procced. Pretty interesting stuff. And I assume this also goes to the upgraded version of the item, Spirit Rend, which could be interesting.
Yeah, usually it does. I'll double check here.
10 bonus health, absolutely groundbreaking, guys.
Yeah. Also, yes, it does apply. Like
this is such a Dota patch. Like, why is there 10 more? Like the item was bought like 2% less than they think it should be, and so they added 10 bonus health to it. Right.
It's the Ice Frog special of like, okay, we want to make
plus
you
one armor.
look at
Dark Seer, like plus 1 armor.
Reconsider this item, please. But also, if you don't reconsider it, it will be like the first marginal buff of like the next 6 or nerf. Like I was arguing actually with Lightbringer the other day about like the marginal nerf thing. It's like, okay, it's a marginal nerf until it's not. And like, take it from someone that, played a lot of Warden at one point, and you go, oh, it's 1.6 spirit scaling on last hand. It went down to 1.45. That's not bad. Oh, it's down to 1.35 now. Oh, it's down to like 1.2 or whatever the hell it's at. That's like, guys, these marginal nerfs eventually are not marginal, or buffs for that matter. Like, keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I think in Crippling was like a little underbought. Headshot, that is, so I assume this bonus passes through to that as well. 10 health is nothing. I'm moving on. Ballistic Enchantment, weapon damage per stack increased from 18 to 20. That's also why the Viscus feels so good. Range reduced from 30 to 25. Non-hero damage increased from 4 to 5. Okay, this item I think is very, very. I don't know why you use ZP. I think this is like one of the best items on the patch for any hero that has a skill which can like meaningfully benefits from the AoE and that they care about gun damage, this is a crazy, crazy item. You know, I think like, I don't even know. I don't think I would buy this on like Warden typically, but now honestly, I'm wondering maybe I should be buying that Warden, just like flasking everyone or whatever, getting 1 million damage. But like Seven's lightning power surge is crazy with this. Viscus punch is crazy with this because the AoE is insane and scales up all your damage. So I think this
plays a lot of Venator. It's also like one of the most core Venator items for a grenade.
Yeah, that makes total sense, right? Grenade, because then as they run around and touch other people with the grenade, it's like taking all this buff for you. That's pretty sick. Solo hero multiplier reduced from 3x to 2x, but they buff the base values. Interesting. What do you? I think this is a buff, ZP. I think more. I mean, you're going from what? Instead of 24 resist, you're going to 20 on a single target. And instead of 33, you're going to 28. So the single target is a little bit worse. But I think this is an item that like you need one of. Like I think this item in Heroic Aura, it's just like at least that's how in Dota, I think it's maybe sort of underbought for now, but people realize that like basically you need one person with all the aura items in the game because auras that affect everyone are extremely good. And making the aura work better now when you're just like, you don't even think about Hunter's Aura, you're just in a team fight and you're just adding fire rate reduction and bullet resist reduction on everybody. Like, I think this is a buff, actually, this item. I think meaningful.
I tend to agree. I mean, it makes it a little bit worse for getting jumped in the jungle if you have it, but those situations are a little bit rare, especially at the higher end anyways, or they come at the end of the fight where it's like win more and you're probably going to kill them regardless, right? Like, I think you're right. Also, in general, there's kind of a trend when you look at the hero changes of making Shred a little bit more available across the game. Like, way more things got Shred, and applying Shred is easier, and now you also have Hunter's Aura, where you're right, if the idea is like, hey, at least one person in our game should have an Aura item like this, you're now increasing the overall Shred from just having this item. So, yeah, it makes sense to me.
All right, weighted shots is a super interesting item now, I think. So it now builds from slowing bullets, and it has the slowing bullets passive. Yeah, so the item has, I think, a much more meaningful, valuable build-up of like slowing people down and catching them. You lost the movement resist, and it gives negative move speed. So, I mean, this is... And no more negative bullet velocity, at least, so that was pretty annoying. It's like, this item was like basically only buyable on hit scan heroes previously, so now it's not as egregious, but negative movement speed is a crazy stat to have on an item. That's like a really, really big deal, but it's, you know, better weapon damage, and having slowing bolts on the side, I think this makes this really interesting for some of these characters that want to just stand and deliver and be absolutely fearless. Then again, though, now that I see it, maybe losing the spirit resist is a pretty big burden as well. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to think about this item. This item feels completely different now than what it was before. I guess this is for characters who want to basically stand in the front line. Like, I'm thinking like Carry McGinnis or Carry Venator that kind of just wants to stand there and shoot their gun and is not really scared or is not planning to run away or escape by running away.
It also,
this one will be interesting.
I think it also makes slowing bullets a lot more, like slowing bullets is already getting picked up a lot on heroes like on Silver and others, but it also makes slowing bullets a little bit more attractive for other heroes because you actually have an upgrade path.
It's just weird to me because most of the characters buying slowing bullets do not want this item. At least the old slowing bullets, it was like you buy this on characters that want to have like a bigger and bigger movement advantage on their opponent. Like slowing bullets on Silver or Graves is like you catch people, you stay on top of them forever, they can't escape you. Or even like Wardens, you can trap people. But now a lot of those characters, because they themselves want movement speed, negative movement speed is an egregious stat to be putting on your character if you're a character that cares about moving around at all. So
it also feels kind of bad because you had a lot of builds that used to run weighted shots that would also get pretty early enduring speed. So it's like, all right, we got enduring speed, and now we're gonna break it down a little bit with weighted shots. So yeah, it is a trade-off.
I suspect this item will not be that good with the negative movement speed, but we'll have to see. Express shot. Oh, this is a big change. Wow. I didn't realize this. 2 ammo. So this is very good, right? On a lot of the characters that wanted to right click, like the express shot, like Viscus or whatever, it's not gonna eat your whole mag to use an express shot. No longer has healing reduction on blood tribute. Whoa, that's a crazy buff to blood tribute. That's a crazy, crazy buff. I mean, 40 to 50. I think this damage is virtually irrelevant, by the way. Laro Kashi. Thanks for the huge raid. Welcome. We're just doing some patch review. I think this is a huge buff to blood tribute. Like, this is crazy. 10 damage is like almost meaningless in the late game. By the time I don't think this item is an item that you really rush, But once you're like late game on a lot of characters, like you're like Wraith with Leech in the late game, the 10 damage per second is literally nothing. And now you can just sustain infinitely with this item because you're not reducing your heals. This item is, I think, way better now. I didn't even realize it had this change.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge buff to the item that arguably, I think if you really go into like how you could min-max in the game, you could make an argument that was underbought even in its old form. But now you look at, and you know, on some level, the dev intention has to be like, guys, this item is really good now. Please start building this item or we will question everyone's intellect at this point. I
mean, the heal reduction was a big deal, right? Because a lot of characters wanted to get healed, you know, at least some amount. And it was a big deal. That negative was pretty significant. This is, though, a game changer for a lot of like lifesteal heroes. And the buff it gives you is crazy, right? It gives you attack speed and status resist and spirit resist, right? Am I crazy?
No, it doesn't give, or no, it gives spirit resist as a baseline. It doesn't give it as part of the active.
Okay, it's not part of the active. But the active is fire rate and debuff resist and moves. This item is crazy now. The only thing bad is a minus 50 health drain. But if you're like late game, you have like 3,000 HP, man. Like I just don't think this matters, right? In the late game, I think you're just like never gonna, your HP is just not meaningfully dropping. You know, like let's see. I think the hero that bought this item the most of anyone was probably Wraith. So you're gonna have like, I don't know what the items are, man. I'm just gonna buy random stuff. Let's see what my HP is looking like. I'm gonna go Dispel Magic.
Not knowing the Wraith build is kind of like John in scrims yesterday, where John was just like, wait, what do I build? As everyone's like, wait, you don't play this hero? It's like, well, I do now.
I think you go Rapid on this. What else do I buy, man? I don't know. I'll just buy Boundless. This seems like kind of a not terrible build. All right.
Oh, increase your boon level too.
Oh, yeah.
You're at boon level 0. Like, put that up to like 25 or something.
I'll go 20. I mean, this is like I can just perma jungle with this, right? Like there's zero issue with perma jungling.
Well, especially with Wraith, now she has life steal, or rather, life restoring cards on top of it, like which we'll get into later. But good lord, the changes of the Wraith.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. I think this item is very, very good for cores now.
No one's catching me.
All right. Back to the list. Back to readings, EP.
Yeah. Also, chat says the community needs pros to buy items first before they feel they have permission to. Yeah, I mean that's actually gonna get more pronounced as the game gets deeper into its life cycle. You get bigger tournaments and everything else. People will be like, "Well, I didn't see a pro build it, so I'm not building that shit."
Spirit Rend cooldown reduced, and it maintains the buff to the Spirit Lifesteal that Spirit Tread gets. I think this is a nice little buff. I think to like the high fire rate heroes, you're going to proc those extra stacks of Spirit Rend pretty fast and get the shred up really high. I feel like the most of the value is in Spirit Shredder, but you probably buy Spirit Rend if you're that type of character anyway. Crushing Fist, just inheriting the buff of the heavy melee. Base fire rate increase from 8 to 10. Base Spirit is 10 to 15. Oh, this is a big buff, no?
It's a pretty big buff overall. I mean, you lose a little bit on the fire rate and a little bit on the conditional, but you get more. It's like you lose a little bit more of it, you know, sub 50, but you get more consistency out of the item, which is probably needed because Frenzy wasn't getting used in a lot of builds. Spiritual Overflow, I guess, just goes back to how it used to be. It was in the original Mirage buff patches, like, oh wow, Mirage got buffed and Spiritual Overflow, now perfect for Mirage, and now it's back to duration. So they basically reverted the rework it got a while back.
Better on 7. Seems kind of, I don't know. This is a cool change, honestly.
Yep.
10 spirit power is not bad for this item. I mean, this is like the greedy spirit carry late game item, and like gun plus spirit carry. 10's a good amount. Extra health getting buffed. Okay, nice. I think this item was already pretty okay to be value bought. Just like extra health in the early game, it just makes you that like 1 or 2 heavy melees tankier. Is pretty big deal. Fixed slow resistance interaction with dash slows. Okay. Restorative Locket got buff ranged. It's easier to proc. Max stamina regen to 4. Now always restores at least 1 stamina. This item might be pretty okay now. I feel like people were not really buying this much, and it might still be underbought, but you could see that item pretty good.
That's a fire. By the way, this is actually the biggest buff to this item that people have not realized because it would miss a lot.
And some would be headshots. So yeah, this is interesting. It's less RNG from it. Bullet damage returned reduced from 60 to 50. It's a nice change. I don't know how good it is in the end because you lost some of the raw stat, and I don't know how much it was headshotting before versus missing. Probably missing more than it was headshotting, frankly. So this probably is a buff. Interesting to see. I mean, it just feels like the way the item should have worked anyway. So now it's just going to be more consistent. I have to see how it plays out. Damage threshold increase and the cooldown reduced. That's actually, I think, a pretty big nerf to weapon shielding because you have to take 100 more damage. It's going to be less likely to actually proc. Although maybe it was too easy to poke out before. So I mean, the cooldown is pretty significant too. So it's really hard to say whether, like, how much this affects the item. I think this is a buy it.
It makes it better into the mid and late game and makes it probably a little bit worse in the early game as far as triggering. Because, like, once you get later into the game, someone breathing on you for 2 seconds is going to trigger it, right? So.
Man, all the like shreds are getting buffed and resistance getting nerfed. This, I mean, honestly, these armor items, the resilience items, were, I think, OP. Frankly, in the last patch, like way too many players were buying double armor. It feels like they were just such a high value item. They've been nerfed a few times now. I think this might be the low watermark though with all the shred buffs. I don't know if they can nerf these items anymore. In fairness, it does proc the low health threshold 10% more health, but that's a pretty small amount versus 7% armor at low health is, I think, a bigger deal. But it's interesting. I mean, I think this is, probably this is just a nerf across the board, but because what's the difference between 40 and 50% HP is basically 0.
Yeah. Also on the life strike, the funniest part about the math here is that this is just a straight up mega nerf to the item. And max boons is 35. So even at the very end of the game, you are weaker with life strike at end of game than you were at level 0 pre-patch.
This item though was giga OP for characters with like melee secure skills, like Drifter or something. It was just insane to like rush this item. I think this item is still very good to hard rush on characters with guaranteed or like Viscus, very likely melees. Still very, very good. Heal on melee hit percentage reduced from 50 to 30% plus 0.5 per boon. So well, hold on.
No, it's 17.5, so it'd go up to 47.5.
Okay, yeah, you're right. It is always in there. It is always in there. Majestic Leap buff. All right, I don't know about this, but sure. Maybe it was not being bought as much as before. It's something to be said. Souls permitted in... Oh, shit. Trophy.
Where we're doing it again. Like, this is the trophy collector cycle, because remember, trophy collector got like 4 of these buffs in a row until people were like, oh, it's actually pretty good. And then it got meta for one patch, and then it immediately got dumpstered again. So now it's back in the cycle of, guys, you should try this item out again. 3 whole souls a minute per stat.
3 souls a minute. It's like 60-minute game, guys. Guys, I have an extra 20 souls. Like, I'm ready.
But if it gets this buff like another time, and then you look at it max stacks, it's like, now it's...
If you had 16 stacks of Trophy Collector, now we're talking 48 souls a minute ZP, and now that's serious business. I think this item is probably already okay. I think this item scales inversely with your skill. Like, if you're in like the lowest skill level in Deadlock, just rush Trophy Collector every single game, no matter what. Just like people will feed, you will get assists if you're in the area, and you will get a max stack Trophy Collector. This item is too crazy. I think at highest levels, it's like the opportunity cost is very high for the item. Like, better to have 3,000 souls worth of damage. But I like that they buffed this item. I think it's fun.
Fortitude. By the way, people are wondering if the extra health change gave Fortitude extra HP. I don't think it did. I may be wrong, but you would usually note it in the
Fortitude gave more HP than extra health did already. It gave like plus 300 or something. So maybe it's just the extra health gives you a little bit more. This is a pretty big deal. Fortitude, it's been a while, but Fortitude was the best item in the game for a long time, right? And I don't think it's going to be remotely that good anymore, but 13 seconds felt egregiously punishing in terms of like how long it would take you to actually regen with this item. So now it's a little bit more reasonable to get the Fortitude procced. Dispel Magic cooldown buff, sure. I think this item was really terrible after the initial change, so it needed some love. And the CD is, I think, the perfect way to do it. A little bit more reliable in setting you up for your movement skill escapes. Spellbreaker, instant damage reduction, buff to Great Talon, and like Yamato, this item was a little bit crazy in the late game for countering spell nukes.
Kevlar change is kind of interesting as I'm looking at it, because I'm trying to think, who is that going to
hit? It's like Sinclair, man. That's like a Sinclair buff.
It only matters on heroes that have ultimates that you're using that would want to build the item to begin with, and then
I think
B,
Silver and Sinclair are like the biggest winners of this. I think Diviners is like an underbought item on Silver. I think it's very, very good in the late game. You have max ulti, your ulti lasts like forever.
Hang on, I forgot to look at like how long her CD is now. Her CD is
like
now at 50 seconds.
It is
50 seconds now. So yeah, it's like it would have been bigger last patch. Yeah.
Well, I mean, this still means you always have Diviners up.
Yeah, true.
But I still think this is a pretty big buff. The item wasn't bought very much, especially after characters like Seven and Warden a long time ago used to build this item. Now not so much. So inhibitor damage penalty reduced, weapon damage bonus increased. Sure, honestly, the damage penalty was a little bit crazy on inhib, especially with Ricochet. That was just a little bit too much. Cheat Death no longer reduces movement speed by. Okay, Cheat Death is a good item now. This item feels really good, and the movement speed is probably the worst stat on the reduction. Like heal reduction and damage reduction is one thing, but realistically, when you've had your Cheat Death proc, all you want to do is run away, right? So not having a movement speed reduction is a huge deal for you actually like getting out of dodge and surviving.
Also, who I've been seeing the item get built on a lot in conjunction with his new recent buffs is that people are building it on Doorman, where you have a door set up and it's just like, well, I'm just going to instant escape. There,
you're like, you can kill me. You can kill me. As you come too close, I'm going to kidnap you.
Yeah, and it's like, oh no, I'm going to die. Well, I'm taking the door. Goodbye. Right. Like Doorman actually has the best escape with Cheat Death right
My
now.
patch predictions EP is both Doorman and Dynamo are going to be meta heroes. That's my patch pred. I think Dynamo is going to rise up to claim his rightful place on the throne of good meta comp heroes. And I think Doorman going to do the same. Well, Doorman's been there before, but I think he's going to be back. We'll get to the hero changes in a bit. Yeah. Colossus, additional melee damage. Love it. This item, I think, is underbought or was underbought. So this is a good buff to the heroes that actually want to be like Giga frontlining. Although, wait, now that I say this, let me check. Is this on the active or is it on the base?
It's on the active. So you have to have Colossus active to get the bonus damage.
I was going to buy this on Viscus for the 30% damage. I don't think I'm going to be doing that anymore.
Well, no, it's going to telegraph it a little bit. It's like, that blob just got really, really big. Here come the punches. Well, I mean, it might be also good. His punches are way bigger now, too. So, yeah.
Viscus feels good this patch. But, all right. Siphon Bullets now steals 2.5% enemy max. That's a big buff, no? Like, so originally, or what it was before.
It was like 40. It was like 40
Yeah, it was
HP,
like 40 or 50. So 2.5% of... So what is it?
I'm doing 3,000 times 2.5 right now, or rather, not that, divided by. You know what I've been saying?
So I believe this is a buff above 1,600 health, if it was 40, or above 2,000 if it was 50. I think this is in general a buff, although this item is now worse to hard rush. But
it's better. I assume it's probably built in this way to make it just more of a tank shredding item, like in the later game.
Exactly, and I think that's realistically what you wanted this item for anyway, to make the tanks less tanky. And kind of sucks for the enemy if you've been like if somebody has a few siphon stacks saved on you from kills, right? Like it's like you have a freaking glass cannon on, like without the benefits of glass cannon. So I could see this item being relevant. Mystic regeneration, health. This is a nice buff to characters that were going to buy this anyway. I think there's some good buffs to like for whatever Geist or Mirage that want to be buying this item in the early game. Some more. It's like I think it's a more plausible casual buy now for heroes that might not necessarily go for the upgraded 3,000 item.
No.
Rusted Barrel buffed again. Okay, this item. I never buy this item, but I feel like it is good. I just am like too lazy to buy this item. I think that's probably most of the Deadlock community. I think this item is pretty sick. And I mean, 16 seconds, the duration on the item is 5 seconds. So this is like almost 1/3 uptime. That's a pretty big deal. I don't know. This is a nice little buff if you're a character that wants to take some like face trades. I could see this item being bought a little bit more often. 5 spear power on an Arcane Surge. All right, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that.
It's needed. I mean, Arcane Surge has just not been built as much. I don't know if it's going to get a ton of builds this patch. I mean, you can argue it for a few things, but I mean, it's helpful. It's been one of the lesser built items in the game for sure.
Slowing Hex got giga buffed. This item is crazy now. So the projectile is almost twice as fast, which you are not dodging this shit. 80 meters per second. Like the cast range on it has got to be like 20 meters, 30 meters or something. So this is like a quarter, a third of a second to hit you at max range. Good luck reacting to that unless you're like super, super ready for it. And it adds reduced cooldown and it adds heavier value. So that's really big for some of these like vertical escapists that would be like the heroes you most likely want to buy this against. So I feel like Slowing Hex is going to have a big moment in the patch, being a way better item, way more value for the early active. Suppressor getting a little buff. Okay, something. I think that basically doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, the answer though with Suppressor is I don't know if it really changes it too much from the idea that the people you really want to build it on are heroes that give, an effect that is continually ticking, right? Like, it's why it was a mainstay and probably still is a mainstay on heroes like Vindicta because you end with crows and it just continually reapplies, but it gives it a little bit more value if you're not in that category.
Spirit Sap getting some pretty nasty buffs. Minus 30 is a lot, but the cooldown being this low is also really good because this item gives Shred too, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, even if you're not going to buy Focus Lens, I feel like, again, I think there's a lot of buffs to a lot of actives. Healing reduction increased on K, damage spirit scaling increased on Silence Wave, less cooldown. So honestly, all the ganking actives have been buffed so far. Keep scrolling. What about knockdown? Gravity increased from plus 50 to plus 100% when the stun hits target. So you just fall fast. I mean, to be honest, I actually think in a way this is like a nerf to the item to knock down, because if you knock down somebody who is like in the skybox, they're still stunned the whole time they're falling, and then it just stuns them for longer. It was a stupid interaction. It was like you get stunned in the skybox on Vindicta, you're stunned for like 5 seconds. It's kind of crazy. So now it makes more sense that you get like kind of slammed to the ground much harder.
Yeah, it's kind of conditional where in some cases it'll feel like a buff, other cases it'll feel like a nerf. I tend to agree. Mostly it's going to be felt like a nerf in actuality. Silence Wave, by the way, 5 seconds cooldown reduction, actually pretty important. Like, I think Silence Wave was already pretty good, and it just gets even better in terms of time.
The spirit scaling damage, that's not bad. Like, you could easily be characters with like, 100 spirit power. That's what was it, extra 40 damage or something on that. It's not bad. It's a little something extra when you're trying to burst somebody down desperately, like trying to kill the Yamato or something before the silence ends. I could see this item coming back. Radiant Regeneration just inherits the bonuses, I believe, from the base, except, healing on ability cast boon scaling increased. It's nice. It's nice. It gives you an extra, like, 20 health or something in the mid-game.
Yep.
Tank Buster buffed. Okay, love to see it. More nuking.
I don't know why, though. Like, I feel like Tank Buster was already, like, super meta and, like, built a lot. I was like, okay, like, sure.
I'm not sure about this item, but whatever. Okay. Damage spirit scaling reduced. No longer hits sleeping enemies to avoid waking up. That's huge, actually, for Torment Pulse, because you just can't avoid. That's actually a really, really good change. So, you're not griefing your team by having this item with like Haze or whatever. I think in the end, though, it's probably more of a nerf. It is just the item's a damage item. It's a farming item. So yeah, I don't think in the end, I think you'd rather have the damage back.
Also, that is ridiculous to buff Disarming Hex. Like, again, maybe I'm a little bit biased to someone that generally would play more Mouse 1 than not, but Disarming Hex was already one of the most powerful items in the game. I know it was under bot, especially in lower MMRs, but turning that down to 16 seconds is wild. Like,
in fairness, they buffed every spirit active. I think these items are just criminally under bot for most players.
There's another reason. So. There are more sources of debuff removal in hero kits now, and maybe that's part of it. Like, for example, Dynamo gets it. Kelvin has another source of it. So that is a thing, but still, getting disarmed feels bad.
Magic Carpet duration increased. Oh my, wait, Puggers, the time of Magic Carpet is now, guys. I think this is a good buff. In the end, this item's like just not a serious item, but it could be, maybe someday. I don't know. E-Shift, cooldown buffed. Okay, E-Shift might be back. 10 seconds?
That's big.
Now we're talking, right? Because if you buy this item, you probably are a hero who also buys Mega CD, Transcendent Cooldown. So we could be talking about like a 27-second E-Shift. I feel like I'm kind of down.
Your math was pretty close on that. I just did a Transcendent Cooldown with the E-Shift to see what it is. It's at 26 right now. 26 is right on the verge that you could use it twice in a fight now.
Yeah, that's plausible, man. Like this item, I don't even think it was ever gone. Like, it's still very good on certain characters in the ultra late game, but now this is going to be like a must get on your pockets and your Minas and your Victors, like they're probably never skipping this item with that cooldown buff. Curse Relic damage penalty increase. This is a good nerf. This item was a little too good in the late game. Every single game, people were buying like at least one of these, maybe more in the late game. So now buying this on carry or core feels pretty bad. You really only maybe Haze buys this. Probably still does.
Jake,
it's insane.
You got to support Max. You got a Cursed Relic plus the egg from negative 20% total damage.
I don't do damage. I that's for my teammates. I farm.
Full
Vortex
support LARP is what you need to do in that situation.
Now has a unit target option where we vacuum enemies around that target. That's interesting. So if you unit target somebody, wait, we gotta try this bad boy out. Hold on, let me. All right. So
it just tracks. Like I don't think it can miss.
Where'd he go? Oh, is that too far? Let's see. Wait, how do I unit target?
You just aim at an enemy and hit the button on it again for Vortex Web.
Oh, I see. If I aim, I'm just holding my Q down right now, and I'm looking around with it. But then when I'm aiming on them,
yeah, you get the
unit target, and then that looks like it can't miss.
Yeah, I haven't like messed with it too much yet, but I'm trying to see on my own if I can get it to like break at line of sight. It just went through a wall for me, so I think if you actually get the initial cast, it will follow them to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, that's how slowing hex works, right? So it's probably just it's probably just making it so, okay, in some scenarios, you would have rather had the original slowing hex than a Vortex Web, and they've basically removed that scenario. Makes sense. That's a good quality of life change.
Yeah, it works for that, but also it works for setup where for whatever reason you're trying to get two people together. Now you know for a fact that you're going to get like, I mean, it was kind of the same anyways, but like, you know, you can kind of circle in on one person knowing that people are going to be brought to them.
This item was already good. I think it's now even better, right? Like this is a pretty sick item for ganking. I mean, this is the mother of all ganking, right? It's probably the best one. AoE ganking.
Actually, someone in chat had a good point. It also makes it way more viable against people that are flying. Like if you want to slow hex someone that was flying,
that was the scenario where you would have been like, you're like want to slow hex the Vindicta, where the regular slowing hex is like better than the Vortex Web, because you know it's just hard to actually hit people in the sky. Vortex Web.
Yep.
All right. Now we get into the big stuff, baby. Put on your reading glasses, strap in. We have to just breeze through this shit, or we're going to be here all day, ZP. So, okay. DPS reduced, range reduced is now circular rather than just in front of him. Okay. Range no longer increases with spirit power. Okay. Visual range effects fixed to show larger than default radius values. I see. So it doesn't, if you buff radius, it works. Lifesteal against heroes increased. Lifesteal against non-heroes increased. Okay. DPS spirit scaling increased. T1 slightly better. T3 now also includes radius. So honestly, I think this is a buff.
It's a buff to the survivability for sure. Like, because you lose a good amount of the DPS, baseline DPS, but you're getting more lifesteal, I believe.
Yeah, I think
as an overall lifesteal.
I think you're probably getting less on base, because that's like a 30% reduction on your DPS or something, or close to that, right?
Yeah.
So probably slightly worse. I think the range, it's interesting. Like it's better in the scenarios where you're like getting ganked the hell out of, but honestly, it's a little bit worse in this more common scenario of you just like running at somebody and chasing them, where you're going to look at them anyway. And so the fact that it's a circle was not that good if you're just going to run at people, but it does help if people are like swarming you. And in the late game, maybe if you're like biggest scaling into it, the lifesteal value is gonna be nice. So it's interesting. And it doesn't feel like a major change. I guess the biggest thing is just the circle, and then like the level 1 DPS like is going to be worse at just raw trading. In the end, too, also just a raw bullet nerf, right? Pretty significant one, losing pretty good amount of his bullet gun scaling,
which of course also hits him on everything melee.
Yeah, on melee, exactly. So this is no surprise getting some big nerfs here. So the duration reduced. Wow, is that enough for a heavy melee even with the extra?
I think no. If it's at 0.6, if it's at 0.65, yes. I think it needs to be 0.65 if your timing is perfect. Where, by the way, like, if your timing is not perfect, like 0.65 is not going to be enough. But yeah, that being said, if you just get level 2 in charge, it's.
I think that's good.
It is, but if you have any sort of ping related stuff, like, you're not going to hit it. It feels like it would normally be good, but it can be weird.
Yeah, I mean, any kind of debuff resist on the enemy, this is going to be problematic for you. So I think this is a pretty big change. It's going to make it way less. Also, it's worse for just your teammates. Even like late game, it's not even the heavy melee that really is what matters. You can still get the heavy melee off, right, with the charge, but late game, it's like you're stunning people for your team to just hard shoot them. So,
well, late game you'll have the level up in it too, because I think let me double check here. Looking at
yeah, it's just the second level. Well, the first level is like 0. The first level is like useless. Like this is, I can get a quick melee off, I think. Like 0.3 is a huge nerf, right? From what
right. But what it works out to is that you lose 0.3 on the base, but then you gain 0.35 back on the upgrade.
I see. So the upgrade is better than it was before, but the base is now worse. So
yes,
there's another nerf to his laning, which was already a little too good. So makes sense.
Exactly.
All right. Let's see what's well. So Inferno Resilience, T2 and T3 getting buffed. No one was ever skilling this skill, so it feels like it did need buffs. I don't even think this is a meaningful buff because I still don't think you can skill these because you really need the wall stun. You really need like the DPS radius increases on the first skill. The ulti is now even more important to buff. So this is an interesting patch house, but I still don't think I think this is like ultra late game. You're going to get this Infernal Resilience, but it's not meaningful in most games.
Now, whether it's a viable build or not, the funny thing about the seismic impact changes with the radius on tier 3 and the bigger overall radius, if you go in by Mystic expansion on Abrams, like the ult actually has a big AoE, which is also a recurring trend in this patch for many characters.
Yeah, a lot of characters now have the ulti having a bigger AoE, which makes sense. Like, this is nice. The longer stun duration makes more sense. The per hero hit thing was like, I feel like, honestly, no one really skilled seismic impact, but now I feel like maybe it's more plausible because you get that longer stun is a pretty nice deal, especially if you have like duration extender. People are going to be stunned for a freaking long time.
Can we show the tier 3 for that on screen real quick? Because like people are going to look at the circle and be like, wait, what the hell? Put an expansion.
I'll buy, I'll buy this, and then I think it's maybe plausible that I'd have a cultist on this hero. This is a little bit troll, but just for the fun.
Yeah.
Oh my, look at it.
Dude, would you like to hit the entire lane and then some?
Crazy. Look at this. Like, look how far away I am. Okay, that didn't hit.
You'd still be subject to elevation.
There's no way. At absolute max, I can still get to the guy and heavy melee him. Okay, this ulti full max is now like, honestly, this ulti was like unused before. I feel like realistically people just use this to escape most of the time.
Yeah, it was the escape ult. It was like seismic slam that is normally just Abrams needs to get out. Like,
but now man, like, oh my god, the mid, like, dude, good luck. Good luck contesting the mid boss. What the hell?
Also, you know, it's funny if you, again, I don't think you would want to necessarily go this hard in the spirit on Abrams, but if you go superior duration, that's a 2.8 second AoE stun.
That's the thing. I think people do. You do buy duration on Abrams. It benefits like everything.
I guess even still, yeah, you'd still would.
It benefits your shoulder pin. It benefits this.
Yeah.
I think that's almost a core item, right? I think greater expansion is probably like, this is a troll, right? Like, I don't think you're buying greater expansion usually, but you don't need it. I mean, look at this. That's huge. All right, that'll be fun to see, the unstop. I also think he's got this cool, like his unstop icon is different. I wonder if that icon is what regular unstoppable shows. Yeah, so it has a different icon than the regular unstoppable. Something unique for Abrams.
No, Doorman has the same icon now. I think it's like when the hero gives you unstoppable versus everything else.
So you can see whether it's an item or...
Yeah, it's like a hero ability.
Look, I'm really super unstoppable. All right. That's enough fun for now. That's enough fun for now. We gotta move. We gotta move. All right. My favorite change of the patch, well, it's coming up next. Apollo. fixed riposte not leaving the ground when started on the ground. Sure. So I mean, before I guess you had to jump before you did that for it to get it to go up. So it's a little bit easier to do like the riposte and dash away or dash up at somebody. No longer triggers from 2 per neutral damage. That's nice, honestly, especially for laning. I feel like now, like before, there's not even really a reason not to shoot at Apollo because he was just going to get that procced anyway if he's like fighting in the lane. So now you actually might be able to like mind game Apollo the same way you mind game a melee parry, but with everything, like just stop shooting him. You can guess when he's going to press riposte and kind of get him to waste the skill. So that feels more doable now, which I think is a cool change.
Oh, but the Bebop thing I need to make real clear here. I thought at first it meant you could cancel a hook after you hit someone. It is only canceling a hook that's not going to hit anything, or like canceling it before it hits someone. Once the grapple arm change actually hits someone, you cannot cancel it.
Yeah, that's, I think, a pretty big deal. But so T2 no longer increases Apollo's lunge speed. I think this is like, it makes sense. Honestly, Apollo is a little too good. This is even with the T2, it's still the same as normal. Let's see what else on this character. Ataliloson, base damage reduced, spirit scaling reduced. This shit did way too much damage. Reduce the radius, increase scaling. So this all was absurd, actually. It's just like, it's way too much nuking damage in this character. So I think Apollo is already like not the best, and now this is going to take him down another notch pretty meaningfully. Like these are all pretty meaningful nerfs. Bebop Cook can now be canceled. So let's see if I can show this. I couldn't even figure out how to do this before, ZP, if you know how.
You literally, it's only when it's in motion. That's it.
Oh, I can press it again and just.
Yes. You don't have to be locked in the entire way through, which if you had like a really long hook at the end of the game with items.
Realistically, you were buying like greater expansion and things like that in this hero. And you could get kind of trolled from a miss, right? Like,
yes.
I'm stunned for so long, so you could just be like, oh, I missed, I'm out. Whereas before, it's like an extra second of getting kind of controlled. Just a little quality of life buff for Bebop spammers out there. All right,
now we go
Billy. Radius reduced. T2 changed from increased radius to a +1 charge. And oh my, wait, what the buff? This is a crazy buff. That's a crazy buff. Getting an extra charge on this tier 2, and by the time you get tier 2, it's bigger than it was before, right?
Yeah, because it's +2 meter on the radius.
Yeah,
so I mean, it only hurts the radius at the very beginning of the game.
Which, I mean, this is a big buff to Billy. No, I have to see the other changes, but
some of this compensation for the fact that blasted got hit a bit.
But second charge is crazy because this item before Billy had no charges native on this skill. You had to buy rapid recharge, and like honestly, sometimes I don't even think you did. Like it's just not really an item you want so much on Billy. So now you're just gonna have 2 charges of this as like the base, assuming you're gonna max it out, which I think you generally will on this character, especially with the reduced charge time. Like I'm gonna have to turn off no cooldown to see the proper charge time. I mean, honestly, now I feel like you might want to buy rapid on this, because let's see what it looks like with rapid. I think the cooldown's gonna be really low. Like fighting, I go ram him, I press blasted, and I swing again. Like I could see this being pretty good with like a life strike.
Also, don't forget too, with the change being made to melee charge, he does more damage on Bastion than he did before.
So this looks kind of nasty to me, right? You have melee charge, you get extra damage. With the rapid recharge and maxed, your time between charges is 4.2, and life strike is 4 seconds. So you're almost perfectly efficient life striking, just spamming your one skill. So this is pretty crazy, right? I mean, I know life strike got nerfed a little bit, but to be honest, I think this is a big buff for Billy to like not be so reliant on sneaking quick melees where, you know, you're worried about getting parried. Now you might just be able to spam your first skill.
The one thing of note for Billy is that he did get hurt by the item changes of the resilience items getting hit a bit. So like anyone that was like always building resilience items and, you know, getting more tanky, like
yeah, that is true. They're more vulnerable to getting shredded down and stuff. I'd still think in the end though, for me, this is a big Billy buff. Like Bastion is going to be a way better skill. You have more consistent damage. Before, Billy was like so swingy on parries, right? Like you kill them all if you're getting your melees off, and if you get parried, you just die. And now I don't think you're going to have to risk the quick melee as much. So that's a cool change. Rising ramp, damage reduced. Sure. Spirit scaling increased. Sure. I don't think you're really buying Spirit on Billy. Cooldown reduced by 50% on impact. Okay, whoa. So if you actually hit people, instead of using it to escape, that's very big. So it's that you basically have the T1 native into your kit. And on impact, you're going to have extra weapon damage. Oh, I guess you lost that weapon damage from the tier 2, which is now plus 0.3 seconds charge duration. All right, let's see this.
Horns get zero respect in this city. It's all
right.
Ixie this, ram horns that.
Oh wait, this is kind of nice. Like, you can kind of go far with this. Like, let's see on like a meaningful place in the game. Like, I want to go for the urn. Like, also, I don't think you could do that before. Like,
well, also, I don't know. You know, I haven't kept up fully, but you know, baseline look at early scrims is that Billy continues to have like high draft priority. Like the overall changes. I
think Billy was one of the best heroes, and these seem like all buffs to me. I mean, there's some slight sort of power shifts, but feels like all buffs.
The only reason why you wouldn't first pick or like prioritize Billy as early in the draft as before is by virtue of the fact that like Calico and Wraith exist right now is kind of where it's at.
T3 gives you max health. I didn't even realize that. On impact, it deals max health of spirit damage. Okay. I mean, I don't think people will really max Rising Ram, to be honest, but you might be worth grabbing the second point, or at least, although then again, maybe it's just even better without a single point into it. Spirit scaling reduced on blasted, which spirit scaling currently scales the melee bonus health. Okay, that was a little insane before, so maybe that not getting as much bonus health from the meleeing. Active duration no longer slows down the decay when doing bullet damage. Active duration no longer slows down the decay when doing bullet damage. Melee still extends it though. I see.
So you can keep it going just by like shooting people.
And now you have to
could before. The biggest part here, though, is that especially given the early game, like the negative 14% fire rate or that not existing on it anymore means that Billy will be taking more damage.
And then if you max it, the spirit scaling to 1.2 could be pretty good. But so interesting changes. Still, like, doesn't feel like a big nerf. If anything, it's like some, side grades here and there. I guess is a nerf to blasted, but it's like a chain gang. Radius reduced from 13 to 12. Okay, that's nerf. Not major. No longer against the resist. Okay, that's a big deal. Shred being buffed, armor being nerfed. Cooldown increased. Big nerf. T1 change. Oh, wow. You can get freaking 40% bullet resist and spirit. That's big. Tier 2 change from more bullet resist to more cooldown. So when you level this, it gets way stronger than before, if I'm not mistaken. But without levels,
also,
it's worse.
Correct. But also the radius, it has the Abrams effect that we were looking at before. Like some Billies were already buying greater expansion, particularly for team fight. Now, I want you to go in game and just buy greater expansion on Billy and drop a chain gang.
All right, I'm setting it up. Setting up the OP combo.
Which, by the way, all these changes seem to be like big, like we want to improve team fighting.
Wait, this is crazy. Let's see how far it is. So if I'm...
Show me what you got.
It's a really, really big pull now.
Time to get up close and personal.
If you go into this build.
Yeah, that's pretty huge, man. Like, this is... Like, reasonably, this is like... No way anyone's going to dodge you. I could see this being very good. Okay, so Billy got buffed majorly, I think it's fair to say. Maybe not majorly, but these feel significant. Especially, let's see how much this hurts for it. God, that's big damage on the melee charge, man. All right.
I'll just say after looking at it, I may be wrong. I feel like Billy is probably the best frontliner after all the changes because, like,
the
other top tiers got nerfed. Like Shiv got nerfed, especially in regards to like killing blow up time. I have to double check to make sure I'm not missing something, but I'm pretty sure overall for Shiv, it's like not as good.
All right, let's keep going. Let's keep trucking. Calico. Bullets no
God.
longer have gravity. Additional pellet down the center. Quality of life changes. This shit does not matter. I don't even know those. It didn't already have those unless you spam Calico. I don't think anyone knew that. Gloom bombs. Change to the first grenade always lands in the middle. Quality of life. Projectile sticky radius increase. So a little bit easier to stick these. That's nice. Cast delay reduced. A little bit faster. So it's just going to feel much snappier. Tier 2 changed from 16.2 damage to plus 75 bonus damage versus barriers. Oh, interesting, right?
She was already, the scary part there, she was already one of the best heroes to dive a page, and now it's like even deeper on the
supports
hunt
are
page.
on notice, man. This character is taking your shields off. Benefits from, characters who would give shields to their ally to save them from Calico now is like way worse. Gloom Bomb just pops that. Or even something, I guess Diviners is not that realistic to worry about, but Leaping Slash, improved targeting of dash to end early if near enemy heroes. That's really good, because before, if you were like truly point blank on somebody, it was very hard to hit them with the Leaping Slash. So now that's like more reasonable that you're more likely to hit it there. And the vertical dash without jumping, quality of life shift is cool. Plus 300 souls on hero kill is super interesting.
Oh, it's even better than that, though. Like, the patch notes aren't entirely specific on it. It's if they die within 4 seconds of getting hit by Leaping Slash.
Yeah, so you don't even have to last them with it. Like, realistically, the cooldown on Leaping Slash is such that basically anybody you're trying to kill, you're going to be getting that 300 souls. So this is like, this is what Calico does, is like scale up with Spirit, nuke people down, get ahead of the game, and just start one-shotting everybody. I feel like that's pretty much is what it is. Well, the radius got slightly reduced, but honestly, most of the time you're targeting a single hero with this. I don't think the radius matters that much. And you do get a nice little buff on the max. But then again, I don't think you truly max this skill very often. But I think getting the tier 2 for the bonus souls early is going to be very attractive to Calico players.
The one funny thing, someone kind of inadvertently brought up in chat, is that the one way where the change is a nerf, even though in most cases it's a buff, is that if you do a get down Mr. President and get in between the Calico and the person she's chasing, you can eat the Leaping Slash and basically body block it.
That's true. I still think this is in the end going to be a positive change for Calico, but it adds some counterplay where you might be able to tank and like save the person she's going on by body blocking, which before didn't feel that realistic. Still think not super realistic, but hey, there'll be that edge case scenario. You can pull it off. Let's see what they change with Ava. Can no longer manipulate movement if meleeing while midair. Okay, I don't even know what that means. I'm going to move on. Now uses health bar modifier style for duration. Let's see what that means.
You'll see.
It's the icon to the left of the health bar. So instead of having the like bar in the middle of the screen, you just have the
yeah, this makes sense because it's such a long duration. Like, especially if you have a point in it, like having the text-based thing when this is on for minutes is not that good.
Just looks cleaner overall.
Cool change. Fixed camera not being centered around Ava. Melee attack delay reduced, so it's a little bit easier to do boxes. Melee attack cooldown increased, so it's a little harder to do boxes. Melee attack now goes the way you were looking. Sure. Starts at a minimum speed, increases to maximum speed. Okay. That's a bit of a nerf, because at least when you use this character, you use Ava to just hard escape, it's not going to be as good at like just burst speeding away for you. Now gradual recovers speed over time of taking damage, then being slowed for the entire duration. Oh, I didn't know it slowed you for the entire duration of taking damage. That's interesting. So more flexible, but not as good of like a hard escape tool. Then again, your ulti is really good for that anyway. Cooldown reduced by 15 seconds. That's massive. Duration reduced by 1 second. Doesn't really matter. But that cooldown change, huge buff. T1 duration, well, you just get it back on the T1. T2 changed from 45% speed and health regen. God, wait, this is crazy. T3
and the damage amp, which is the ridiculous part.
20% for 6 seconds. Oh my God. So I guess like, man, this is so interesting because it feels like there's so many points you want. I feel like you end up going, max ulti is so crazy because it refunds cooldowns, which is just insane. I feel like you still want a max ulti, but maybe you get a couple points in the slash, maxing Ava feels really good though, because that 20% damage amp, that's very good. And I'm so fast after I speed up, man. I'm like giga speed.
So we'll kind of get to it when we're fully, all through her abilities. But all you have to know right now is that on both like the high end level and probably your average pub game, if the off chance you haven't gone there, is that Calico is deleting people now between the item changes and the changes to her abilities. Like her burst it has never been at a higher state. Like she will delete, especially the backline. Like you're playing something like Vindicta, you're playing a page, she will eat you. Is basically where it's at right now.
Yeah, they're making this hero once again the backline assassin, and those Ava changes are going to be really interesting too. It's going to be powerful to like jump out of cat form.
Well, also in terms of insider trading, it's like, guys, what did Ido know? Ido Sig here is like he's like, I'm gonna be the Calico guy. When Calico is really bad for 2 weeks in a row on night shift, and now suddenly Calico is ultra S tier. It's like, guys, we need to have an investigation. What did Ido know, and when did Ido know it?
Yoshi is Ido's dad, confirmed. Rumors begin now. Return to Shadows now allows for some vertical flight movement during channel. It's a nice quality of life. It was sort of annoying. Sometimes you're on like the wrong vertical level with the skill and you get like blocked by a wall that you didn't want to be. So now it's a little bit more flexible. Channel boss, sure. T2 reduced. Oh no, 2.5 damage. What are we going to do? And okay, so the damage amp is removed from the ulti and put on Ava. Actually, this in the end is like not a bad change at all, because I think the biggest thing about this character is it just benefits from all the shred buffs and all like the instant one-shotting people is just way better now in general. So the playstyle is really buffed. But I mean, a lot of healing on the ulti. It's interesting. All right. Celeste. Gravity reduced yet more, but the air control and air acceleration are nerfed. So I think this is a net nerf in a pretty big way, but I think it's a really good nerf because the air control is really fun, but honestly, air excel is like a crazy stat. It lets you just like infinitely increase your movement speed, which is just out of control if you really know how to use it. The gravity being a little lower is like a nice compensatory buff. But also you could end up feeling like a little too floaty and a little bit easier to like shoot out of the air. So you're going to be like less insane strafing through the air and a little bit more of like verticality that kind of fits in the cast. So I think this is actually a really good nerf for Celeste. TBD whether it matters, and this character is not still permanently destroying the lobby, but I think this is actually the right kind of change to bring her movement back in line.
Barring another patch before the next night shift that nerfs Wraith and Calico, what I'll say is that Celeste got hit a little bit here, obviously, especially on the movement end, but she's still really good. She's still a high priority in draft. She won't be... do I think she's necessarily beating out Calico or Wraith in draft priority? Maybe not. So the odds are she'll get more play just by virtue of other things being a higher pick priority than Celeste, even though she's still really, really strong.
This character's just so fun to float around on, man. All right. Shining Wonder, bounce range reduced. That's nice, and the linger duration reduced too. So if now it feels way more plausible to like hold the orb 3.25 seconds. Okay, you might be able to actually get that off and do it in team fight, especially with the range reduced. So this ult was completely crazy before. It's still very good, I think, especially with the max shield just bouncing it on herself. But this ulti definitely need a nerf, and this is a good nerf. Doorman, gun now pierces through targets at 50% reduced damage. It's sort of like a lore buff, but like I don't think this is meaningful. I still
no. It is. This is specifically to go with new call bell bullshit. It is. Look at the call bell tier 3, right. The 22-second lifetime, and now the gun piercing through. It means you with one shot you go out of your way to go like hit your bells and set them up, and you could like burst someone down for very heavy damage. Is it something you're gonna see all the time? No, but is it like, does he have the ability to set up gimmick traps where you set up a door next to like 3-4 bells on the floor and then send someone through that door and blow up all the bells? Yes, you can actually do that now.
All right, testing. We're gonna go. Let's see how this works. Let's see how this works. All right, you want me selling? All right, so I'm gonna ult this guy.
Welcome to the Baron.
Oh, yeah, I guess you can't use it with,
I have no cooldown on. That's why I'm trolling. Okay, we're gonna try this again when he comes back. Heal the bots. Heal them up.
Well, put no death on because he's gonna explode no matter what. He's like a level 1 bot. Like he would explode from 2 bells, let alone.
Oh,
what?
Where'd he go? Okay, all right.
You're sending him directly to the Baroness now, apparently.
A gift from the Baroness.
Yeah, I think it may be a limit of 2 bells out of it, but it's still a lot.
Yeah, 2 bells in the ulti, but I could see this. Like, I wonder if I put it like. Okay, so it does show. There's not like a way to build like some crazy trap on people. just. I mean, what you could do though, plausibly, right, is you could go for this is like this is the play I'm imagining. You know, you could do your Celeste forever. You could do your kidnapper strat. So let's.
You rang? This should help. You're not welcome here.
All right. Bear with me. Oh my god, the radius.
You didn't level up your door.
I'll deal with the hooligan.
Obviously, I'm not very good at Doorman, but you see the idea, right?
Yeah, you can basically door people in the pre-set up bells that all explode for
25 seconds. I mean, 25 seconds is crazy.
Deal with the hooligan.
Yeah, and also it goes up to I think 32 with superior duration.
Yeah, which
One I was testing earlier.
you could plausibly get
Welcome.
all of these stacked and just like one hit somebody.
It's gonna happen at some point.
I mean,
like
this is without even duration buffs. I can 5 of them out with rapid recharge, and they're just up a long time. All right, that's gonna be. I mean, the kidnapper Doorman build. I don't know that that's what's gonna do it. Honestly, I think it's like the range on the door being insane. But
I will bridge a gap.
the other major things, like luggage cart is 20% bigger now, so you're way more likely to hit people, and the Baroness is. I think they looked at the data as like, damn, Doorman isn't that good at lower MMRs, so we're just going to buff Baroness or hotel guest to an obscene level, to where if you're not escaping, he's just going to continue to send you back into the hotel. This
is what I want people to see. All right, so this is my door.
Yeah.
My initial door is here. It's on my walker, so I'm gonna go kidnap somebody. Let's see where I can put my other door.
Come back if you need.
Oh my god. I can go from mid-walker to mid-walker. Crazy.
Got a bit of range on it.
That's wild. So you can kidnap people so freaking far with this. And Greater Expansion is a very normal item to be building on Doorman. So pretty interested to see the crazy kidnap plays. I think it's actually, I'm really happy they buffed this character because it's such a fun character to watch, and I hope it gets played. I think especially on like sort of a support initiator role, I feel like I could see a Doorman actually being a pretty valuable thing.
Just wait till you look at entirely at the hotel guest, because hotel guest is now a reset ability.
Yeah.
On top of doing it.
If you can, like, yeah, that's honestly probably insane. All right. Doorway now has a timer icon above the ability. It's low quality of life, little duration, little barrier duration, sure. And the doorway distance scales with spirit power. So that's the thing. Tier 3, when you're like gigamaxed on Doorman, you basically are going to cross the entire map with the door, like near enough, which is insane. But honestly, kind of cool. Luggage cart is now 20% larger, 20% wider hitbox as well. So it's better. That's probably scales even better, right? With the radius buffs that you're going to be buying. Tier 1 change, a little more damage. Sure. I don't think you really put points in the skill, honestly. So I'm not that worried about any of the stuff, but it's something. There's some little changes in there, a little bit more flexibility when you're like ultra late game statted. And hotel guest. All right. Cast range increased. That's a pretty big buff. From 6 to 7 meters is a big deal for this skill in particular, because you kind of just like run at people. They know what you're going to do and they're trying to get away. So having an extra meter on that, plus some range buffs, making it scale better. No longer goes on cooldown if the target dies during the cast.
So
Okay,
what that means specifically, that's if in the period of time where like he's actually casting the ability, but before they go into the Baroness. It does not mean if they die in the Baroness that you instantly get it back, which would be even
Illegal.
more ridiculous, but yeah.
Fixed enemies not always landed in the correct spot on return. Interesting. I don't know what that bug was, but always good to see them squash them. Now supports instant cast settings. Sure. Returning guest now has 100% time slow that decays to 0 over 1 second. Oh,
Returning
so
guest is what you get when you come out of the Baroness.
Exactly. So you're like giga slowed, basically. You can't like really do anything in that immediate period, right? When you come out. So it basically means Doorman's like gonna get his cart off on you after you come out. Like they're gonna everyone who's waiting for you to come out of the hotel is gonna hit their skills on you right away. And you're not really gonna be able to react to it with the time slow. Cost of stayed damage reduced. So, okay, if you do pass the parkour check, it's not as good, but failure to check out and damage, because the damage actually reduced pretty majorly on both parts of the ultimate. It's not as strong of a nuke as it was before, but it's a very strong setup tool, better than it was before, which is at a high level, the damage wasn't that realistic. It was more about, I think, the setup. Tier 1 change from more cast range reduced to -1 stamina. Oh, does that mean when you put someone in, they lose a stamina?
Yeah, they go down +1 stamina.
Ooh,
So now
that's nice.
So let's say, for example, like you're catching someone, right, and they've used like 1 dash, but they still have a stamina in reserve. You put them in the Baroness, they now have to navigate the Baroness with 0 stamina because it'll take
all
away
the 2-stam characters, like a lot of the characters, I don't even know if it's possible to really do this without movement items, right? To successfully complete the parkour.
You can if you're not movement debuffed in some way. Like there's a lot of movement tricks to get through, but you have to be really good at it. And that's what I'm saying is that I feel like the changes here, while they will have real impact at the highest levels, it's also going to be most absolutely felt at the lower levels of play, where Doorman, I think, had like really miserable win rate. And now it's just
because Doorman's so hard to play, right? He's so tricky, and there's so much high skill mechanics in him. So this is cool. And then honestly, that 1.5 second stun on failure to check out is brutal too. Like you are just going through it coming out of the hotel. But I think the T3 is probably the. Go ahead.
There's a reason for that. The reason for that is that it makes counterspell not as good, and like some of the other ways that you would basically immune the damage, where you'd be like, oh, I'm not going to check out, so I'm going to use like this ability to not take damage. Well, now even if you do that, when you leave, you're still going to get stunned. So it creates another penalty there that makes it less easily cheesable, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I think the T3 though is what everyone's going to be talking about. The fact that you're unstoppable while the hotel is occupied. So if you're like hoteling somebody and waiting for them to come out to like cart them back through your door, you're gonna get that unstop. Like that's and that could be like a 5-second unstop or something, right? Whether in the hotel. And the 10-second cooldown failure to check out that's crazy. Like I feel like there's gonna be a build on Doorman where you're like, you're like hitting them with a slowing hex or whatever, and immediately doormanning them, or like you're like 7, you like 7 stun somebody and then immediately doorman ult them. Like they're so screwed in there,
Oh yeah, people have already done, like people are already doing builds where you hit like slowing hex Arctic Blast right as you send them into the Baroness. And, like,
oh my god, that's brutal, right? So take their stam, slow them down, and then you're just cycling this ulti on them. This is pretty cool. I actually think this is a good change. These are like good buffs for Doorman. I do think now gun carry Doorman is like probably officially dead. There's like nothing that benefits it in this entire build other than the bullet penetration thing, which is about shooting the call bells. I don't think it does anything in a team fight. So it's cool changes. I think maybe support or initiator Doorman is going to see some play after this for sure. Drifter. I know Drifter got some really good quality of life changes. Let's see. Rend. Damage range reduced from 18 to 16. That's nice. This ability had crazy range before. Cooldown increased a little. Damage spirit scaling increased a little. You don't really buy too much spirit on this guy, so it doesn't matter that much. Bonus damage is now the melee range at close range. You only do melee damage at close range, and the spirit is the default. Bonus damage is now the melee range at close range. I see. So it doesn't hit the melee unless you're truly at close range. So now like the life strike abuse is not going to be as good.
No, but on the same note, with the changes they made, the items overall, things like close combat getting better. Like Drifter, the actual burst damage you can put out is higher now.
Yeah, T3 changed from bullet lifesteal for 4 seconds to silence his enemies for 2.3. Oh, that's pretty. I think that's a way better. I mean, it makes like carry Drifter worse, but I don't think that was a very serious build anyway. But now like the ganking aspect of this character is being like, I think, a lot better. A silence is a huge deal to have on a kit, like an additional silence that you just didn't have before, especially for somebody like Drifter who kind of wants to burst people down fast and disrupt them and make it so they can't get away. Stalker's Mark duration. T1 changed from a little bit more, instead of the bleed damage, it's more shred. It's interesting. Fire rate after ambush, now more duration and less cooldown. Enables 2 charges and 2-second duration to 2% bleed and 40% healing. I feel like this item is not good. This skill is just not that good to level, though. I feel like it's just good without any points into it. I'm not sure you're really going to level it. Maybe for the bullet resist, but I don't think so. This is the big changes, though. I think it's Blood Scent. Now grants Drifter the same amount of permanent bonus weapon damage when isolated hero dies nearby, whether Drifter gets the assist or the kill. This is huge. it was kind of dumb that like if you didn't get the last hit, you just don't get the stack. You had to trust your teammates to be good enough to like feed you the stack. So this is a really good quality of life change. It was a very weird mechanic before.
Also, that was it's just been a change across the board because like Vindicta has the same thing now too with Assassinate, where if they die within like a few seconds of getting hit by Assassinate, you still get the weapon damage. So there's a conscious design effort here of, okay, we don't want these abilities to be so reliant on get the.
It just makes you try to kill steal, where like maybe you shouldn't kill steal and you should just use your nuke for big damage on them.
Exactly.
Yeah, and play normally, right? So this is a good change. Permanent bonus weapon damage rather reduced by 1%. That's nice. I think in the end though, you're still going to be getting way more stacks in the average game, like from this particular change. I think most other than games that you're hyper stomping, this is going to be a pretty big buff. You can restore a bunch of health and stamina instead of the cooldown reset. I think this is better. Because it helps you just heal and get out, kind of.
It's probably better overall. I mean, there's a few instances where you'd rather have the cooldown, but I mean, generally speaking, as you get the kill, like it's going to take you long enough to get to the next person that you may have had it back up anyways, whatever you're waiting for. I mean, I guess it would impact like Eternal Night uptime, but
overall you get like multiple Eternal Nights. But I think that was a weird mechanic anyway, and so the heal is much more intelligible. It's like, oh shit, he got a heal, whatever. We can work that. All right, now makes the targets to be considered as isolated. That's huge. So you actually have a pretty reliable way to get stacks. If you just kill somebody who's Eternal Nighted, you're getting stacks, even in a competitive game where people are not actually alone. Sprint reduced, no longer has 7 spirit damage proc. Okay, makes sense. So it doesn't break like Majestic Leaps or whatever, which is good. Cooldown increased from 120 to 125. Duration reduced. T1. Changed from the spirit damage to plus 10 meter sprint. Wait, he says 10 meters sprint, 10 meters per second sprinting. Wait, what? Is that when it's on? Okay, it's only when it's on.
Right. So it's on, but it's also only your sprint speed. So as soon as you get into combat, you don't get the move speed.
Dude,
yeah, he's fast.
I'm a race car. Wait, this is illegal.
Yeah, it gives you real Bloodseeker vibes. Also, someone was asking in chat, what about Great Talent? Great Talent and Holiday got no changes, in case you're wondering. Like, they're just absent. They avoided the... Oh, and Venator, too. Venator didn't get any changes.
What else? What am I buying? Give me some realistic movement speed items, ZP. What else am I buying?
Okay, realistic movement speed.
Fortitude is maybe not realistic.
Actually, okay, Fortitude is realistic. Like, people are actually buying it again. I swear to God. So,
all right. You don't have to convince me hard. I want to see how fast I can go with the race car build.
What about Frenzy? I don't know if people would build Frenzy on it, but let's just say screw it. And Frenzy was the old race.
Let's have some fun. Let's see what the highest sprint speed we can get is. What else gives me sprint speed? Shadow Weave. Okay, this is a little bit. Wait, no. I'd buy Shadow Weave. Why not?
Oh my God.
I won't press the active. All right, that's my compromise. I won't press the active. I can't even buy the lightning scroll because my ulti doesn't deal damage anymore. I don't know if this worked. It's funny if it did. I think this is, I guess, like, what else gives me sprint speed? It's like a weird stat to be looking for.
Heroic Aura.
Oh, good point. Yeah, it gives me move speed. All right, we're doing some trolling with this, but let's see. No cooldown.
Also reduce your HP, half health multiple times.
Oh yeah. Good
for Frenzy.
All right, let's go. Oh my god, I'm a racing.
hit the aura. Active.
Oh wait, I'm not ready. All right, half health. All right. Dude, this is illegal. What is this? I'm like moving too fast to control.
Dude, this brings back memories of Warden circa 2024.
Yeah, wait, we need a test. The true test is to go across map. The true test is, can I go across map in the duration of the ulti?
Also, there's something people that really care about movement in the game are just like, well, this is just illegal. You're just holding mouse 1. You're not doing movement tricks.
I'm literally holding W. I think it's just faster than any movement trick. I don't think there's a reason to do a movement trick with this.
Someone out there's like, you're not supposed to do this in this way.
This is crazy work, man. When does the ulti visually end when it... Oh, I see. Maybe it's just...
Although, there's also the downside here is that, like, anyone that's this far away is also not in range to actually get hit by your ult by the time you get there.
Yeah, but I mean, this is like, I feel like this is kind of what you do a lot of times with Drifter is pop the ulti when you're not really into the fight yet. and then you like come to the fight. Like imagine the team is like fighting around mid. I mean, what's the range on this thing? Is it global? Oh no, 100 meters max range. I see.
Yeah, yeah.
But like 100 meters is huge, so I'm gonna, if I pop this and then I'm like, I'm in there, man. Like I will catch you know, with the shit. Like look at like the light of my eyes. It's like a race car. All right.
Now everyone in the game can feel
Drifter
true
might
speed.
be
It's
good.
like,
Drifter might be good, honestly. These are good changes for Drifter.
I feel like the comparison meme now where like you have the Celeste that's getting really angry over how well earned her movement is, and then you have Drifter just like, I hit all buttons and hold W.
W. I'm running into them. Like this is illegal, man. I'm like running into things. Wait, Drifter earn run? Thoughts on this?
It'd probably work. Oh wait, no, it caps your speed. The earn takes priority on capping your speed.
Oh, brutal. They don't want you to have fun. Come on, Valve. All right, let's move on. We're having too much fun. All right, I think this is a funny ass change though. 10 meters per second sprint is hilarious. Dynamo, bullet damage increase. Okay, gun Dynamo. I don't know if his back is a very marginal, but it would be funny. Cooldown increased, kinetic pulse, damage increased, range reduced. Range no longer increases with spirit scaling at all. Spirit scaling increased. T1 changed from moves pistol to fire +1 charge. Okay. Tier 2 changed from 30% bullet damage for 8 seconds to reduces enemy bullet resistance by 8. So some shred and some slow. So this is like they're basically making him a better support because he has stuff that is not just benefiting you individually as Dynamo. It's adding shred. And 18 shred's a lot for your allies.
The shred is a really, really big deal. And again, I think they went out of their way to add more sources of shred in this patch, or, you know, make shred a little bit more accessible. That is something I think is easy to underestimate, but definitely greatly raises Dynamo's value.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. Quantum no longer grants 26% fire rate, no longer reloads ammo. Base ability restores a stam. So it's just a better support tool. Better at saving people, but not as good at like doesn't give you like this weird gun amp that. So they kind of kill in gun Dynamo.
Well, thank God, because like okay, late game when you were gun and you didn't need the help or assistance of the ability, and you'd be on something like mid boss or tower, and a Dynamo would give you the enforced quantum entanglement. You're like, you are hurting my DPS by doing this, man. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, and then okay, so dispels non-ult debuffs is kind of cool. So it's quite a good save now. It was already a very good save. Now it's very, very good save. Now it's maybe one of the best saves in the game. And it's usable more
often, relative to before.
Yeah, so this is cool. Rejuvenating Aurora. Cooldown increase. The linger on allies is nice. They buffed all the movement on it. It's pretty good. So all good buffs. More sustain, more support, and more usable tool in the laning phase. Not just like you have to sit behind the freaking shop and heal up and just hide because you're so slow. Singularity no longer does max health as DPS as a base, but you get it from the tier 3 to the same amount. But the raw DPS is buffed, which I think is probably a pretty significant buff for the early game. Then again, it's like a 2 or 3 second ability, right? So it's not that much damage. The DPS spirit scaling is a little bit better. In the end, though, these are nice buffs, right? These are like nice quality of life. So I feel like this is like bringing Dynamo up into like the tier of legitimately usable supports.
It's a little bit more in the like. Is on the same level as the page right now? Maybe not. I don't know if he's going to be that high of a priority, but it is getting him closer to the ideal. And it's also, I think, a change in design where I think early Deadlock, a lot of heroes were more in the realm of generalists, right? And it wasn't necessarily like this is a support, this is a character that's supposed to do damage. Like everyone got a bit of everything. Whereas now I feel like there's a clear shift in design to the idea of these are support characters. You will play them as support, and we are now making the abilities a lot more in that line of thinking.
Yeah. All right, let's keep it trucking. Graves. Grasping Hands, more responsive, works better, okay, because it was a little bit weird to cast before when you were flipping the orientation of it. Immobilized duration reduced a little bit, cooldown reduced a little bit. A little bit more damage and a little bit more length. You're still never going to level this skill. I don't care what happens. This skill is not levelable until the end of the game. So the other skills are so important to level on Graves. So I don't know how much any of this matters. It's just a little bit tiny QOL buff at the end for Graves. Spirit per boon reduced from 1.1 to 0.5. So Haze getting nerfed pretty hard so far from the spirit change.
Yeah, specifically the any builds that especially where you could go a little bit hard even on the meme end to be like, okay, ultimate spirit haze, like why did that sleep dagger hit me for like 8 million damage? That is now gone.
Yeah, the scaling is not as good. Sleep move speed reduced. Okay, wake up delay no longer increases spirit scaling. That's a good change, honestly. The late game wake up delay was insane. You could shoot somebody for like half a second before they wake up. It's like basically a huge stun. Especially if you're just fighting while you're throwing them. You don't wait at all. You're just basically stunning them. Cooldown increased from 26 to 30, slight nerf. Sleep duration reduced, slight nerf. Instead of the stamina, you get a little bit of bullet shred on T1. T2 changed from 12-second cooldown and minus 60% stamina for 6 seconds to just better cooldown, which just kind of gets you back to what you had before cooldown-wise. So that's a pretty big nerf to the sleep dagger, and less instead of the shred, you just get a longer duration and a pretty nice slow on tier 3 though. The
disable there is actually pretty big for setting up kills. Like it makes Haze a little bit better on the pick end, with the idea being you are picking some of the aid of other people. Like it's probably overall worse for a solo pick situation, but if you're playing Haze as proximity pick, where you're like, okay, we've put Haze in a lineup instead of like a Paradox, a Holiday, or nowadays probably.
I feel like the way Haze is actually played competitively, these are pretty good changes though, right? Yeah. In terms of like that's the realistic way to play this hero. Smoke bomb cooldown increased. Duration, spirit scaling reduced, no longer has base sprint speed. So the ability is very nerfed as the base. This ability is not that good without points into it. So you really need that first point for the sprint speed. Tier 2 gives you charges. Interesting. So 2 charges is pretty good, especially on just a tier 2. So again, like you lose some lifesteal. Instead of the invincibility, you get a dispel and better lifesteal. So I don't know if you do tier 3, but like I feel like tier 2 is a pretty good value point, right? To get up to tier 2 and have some better movement speed, better sprinting. I could see
also, it wasn't something you saw a lot, at least at super high levels of play, but the possibility of the using smoke bomb, the like completely no sell something is now gone. The invincibility is out of there.
Yeah, but which frankly was a weird mechanic.
Yeah, but also, I mean, being able to dispel non-ult debuffs is actually like very reliable, very easy to use. So it's that
I still don't think you're going to level the tier 3 that much, if ever. Yeah. It's like might be your last thing you get in the entire game. But I think the tier 2 is going to be pretty good, honestly. Because 2 charges is like 1 invis to go in, 1 to go out, right? It's like kind of straightforward as a ganking tool, and you don't need to buy like rapid recharge or something crazy or get to the max level, which wasn't realistic before. All right, fixation. Reduced weapon damage per stack. Spirit scaling increased a little bit. Okay, I mean she has less spirit overall, but that's a lot of scaling increase from T1. Reduced from plus 50 spirit damage to plus 40. Okay. T3 increased weapon damage. Okay, so these are buffs to the raw scaling. They did nerf her actual spirit scaling, but if you get high net worth, I think you're going to be doing more DPS than before with this.
Yep.
Basically, once you have the tier 3, you revert the nerf of the base. So it's a little bit worse in like the raw laning poke phase, but a little bit better scaling if you end up building into spirit items, which I don't know that you will, but maybe it makes you kind of think about all the buffs to the spirit ganking items. Maybe you buy a lot of those on Haze and kind of go that direction and still get some meaningful damage from your spirit scaling. Bullet dance, fire rate bonus reduced. Base ability has evasion, is quite strong. Duration, spirit scaling buffed. Doesn't matter much. Bonus bullet damage reduced. Basically, it's more survivable and less crazy DPS.
But it's more DPS for extra targets is where you're going to, which again, I think kind of goes into the theme of the patch.
Oh, now also fires an additional target. That is true. This is because honestly, this ability was like unusable without ricochet if you were fighting like multiple people. But now if you're fighting like 2 people, this is crazy, right? This is like, if you have ricochet and there's 2 targets, this is going to go super, super crazy.
Yeah, which again, I think it syncs up well with the fact that like Abrams, Infernace, and like others have had
a lot of ultis became better.
Right. So this is kind of the idea of, okay, we're going to make team fighting ultis just better. And an ulti that was mostly used for, solo pickoffs now is like a little bit better for team fighting.
Yeah, or it makes like 1v2ing feel a lot more doable. Like, you go for your gank and then, or you're ganking 2 people instead of 1. And before is like, you maybe don't even want to bullet dance in that spot, but now you probably do. Cool changes. I think this is like thematically it makes sense. It doesn't really make sense that your bullet dance isn't really working on like 2 people, 3 people together, right? So this is, I think, a good change, especially if there's like creeps around soaking some of the damage. It's less of a big deal.
Also, I think it's fine to give bullet dance like that avenue of extra power, because as the game goes on, we're just getting more and more things added that can interrupt bullet dance. Like,
yeah,
you know, a good example would be back when Deadlock, you know, we were first playing it publicly back in 2024. Haze didn't have to worry about going in on someone and then getting like gut shot into a wall to have bullet dance instantly get interrupted, you know?
I do think though the late game Haze now with like unstoppable Haze is going to be some nasty work now. Like, this ulti is going to be really crazy, and with unstop, like legitimately you might just kill the entire team. This ability I think has a lot of potential, especially because I believe if you proc Merc Mag, it works on the ulti, so you can like proc Merc Mag and just team wipe them with Ricochet and unstoppable. We're talking about 60k soul Haze, but that does feel more scary than it did I think in the previous patch, where now you can kind of go for a more 1vx engagement Haze.
Sure.
All right, Infernace. Let's see. I heard Infernace got some big changes. Damage reduced on napalm doesn't matter. Damage spirit scaling increased, sure, it's like a wash. Amplified damage taken reduced, so a little bit of nerf, and the lifesteal is buff. So you're gonna get a shitload of lifesteal from Infernace if you buy like this and Spirit Shredder. You're cooking on the lifesteal. A little bit less raw damage from the napalm, which was kind of a broken skill for Infernace. Honestly, it was like problematic how much damage is done in the late game. Like, raw damage amp on everything is crazy. So I think this skill is still very good for like dueling and lifestealing, which makes sense. It's good for Infernace, but it's not as much like obscene late game burst, which is also good. Flame Dash Spirit Scaling increased, sure. T1 changed from the fire rate reduction to less cooldown. That's a big change, right? Cooldown. I feel like cooldown is what you want. This is now a way better farming skill. A little bit less DPS in the tier 2. Longer duration though with the tier 2.
It gives you the cooldown earlier, but you lose it on the top end because tier 3 isn't reducing cooldown anymore.
Oh, wow. Okay, wait. The time between charges being reduced on the tier 3 plus getting an extra charge on it. Rapid recharge dash is going to go crazy hard now. Because I believe you're going to have like, wait, let's test this out. This one is worth testing. So if I have, all right, let's see. So I'm going to flame dash. Oh wait, I have no cooldown on. That's why it's up.
And away we go.
It's a 10-second cooldown between dashes.
Yeah, I mean, and what happens if I get duration, which I probably would buy most games? I mean, this is pretty good. Like, it's up in a few more seconds, you know? Like, this could be kind of nice, man. I mean, you can't last forever because the actual cooldown is pretty long, but like, this seems pretty good to me. The other thing I want to demonstrate, which we'll see in the patch notes, by the way, but this 10-meter radius on the ulti is heinous. I mean, this is truly, they're cooking with this one.
They actually made him into the bomb.
There's a team fight. Oh, I'm coming in, guys. I'm coming in. The entire map. Look, it's
such a big bomb. Like,
this is so crazy. There's gonna be some ulti Infernace build here. There has to be. Wait, we have to test something. We have to test something. ZP. This is for science. We're bringing back the green Infernace build, or the funny troll Infernace build. So let's see. I gotta reset.
It's a 2.5 second stun, by the way, with duration and maxed out.
The king strengthen you.
And with this, let's see. 3.2 delay. 2.5 with duration extender. All right, check this out. The nuclear bomb team fight, ZP. What do you think?
Wait, you need a greater expansion. This is without greater expansion.
Yeah, I mean, the greater expansion that's illegal on it. Right? We need to just greater expansion alone, no other items. Wait, we could realistically, if we're gonna do this build, we're gonna have arcane surge. Oh my god! Wait, I hit the tier 1 with that. All right, that's gonna be funny. In the mid boss pit, that is gonna go so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, his mid boss contest is a little wild now.
Yeah, this is This is gonna be illegal. We're gonna. Oh my god, dude! Stealing mid boss is like it's the whole pit. It's literally the whole pit.
Guys, were you there that entire time that Infernace blew up the entire sewer?
Look at this. Look at this. With Arcane Surge, it's literally the entire pit to the fog walls. Like every single person in here is getting stunned. That goes wild. All right, all right. This is gonna be. I hope this is good because it's gonna be funny. Melee damage builds up afterburn. That's huge actually for laning. That's a really big deal because it means before in Infernace it was like really annoying. You like want to melee people, but then you like when you have like literally the first wave, you know, like you have afterburn, you get into a burger boxing situation, but meleeing doesn't. If you can't ignite them, it feels terrible. Or if you melee them while you're reloading or something, it's like this feels terrible. Their afterburn's ending. So this is a big deal. You're gonna be able to maintain afterburn. Like makes me think like I don't think you're gonna play melee Infernace, but I can see something here. Like this is a very good quality of life change.
Also, it works to keep the burn stacking after you've applied it. If you melee, also.
Oh, someone said lightning scroll. Wait, that's a fantastic idea. It's a fantastic idea. Wait, we gotta experiment with this. What is the how do I more duration with Kevlar? I'm obviously buying Kevlar with this build. So I believe, dude, my ulti, the stun duration is 2.3. So wait. All right, let's see. So he's concussive.
And then the lightning scroll goes on just right after.
Oh my god, it's a work of art. It's a work of art.
Burn it down.
Because the cooldown on this is not that bad. 100-second cooldown.
Wasn't it one of the recent Mortal Kombat games where Liu Kang became like the god of like fire and thunder at the same time? Like it's kind of what I'm giving me vibes of here. Just need a Liu Kang Infernace skin.
Like 75-second cooldown. This is a crazy team fight ulti. I don't think you're gonna actually do this build on Infernace, but I could see a build on Infernace where like you go diviners though, to be honest, and you just because like your duration is very good. On your hero in general, diviners. Well, I guess the buff doesn't really change anything on diviners. The cooldown speed buff, but legitimately running in with the ulti, you get this crazy 35 spirit power. You stun everyone, and you're super tanky as well. Like I feel like this could be a pretty like Infernace could be good. I don't know. Maybe it's. I think it'll take some time for people to figure out like the build that makes sense, but I feel like there is something here for people to experiment with for sure. If you like Infernace, I might be testing him out in this patch. Let's see actually how this. Yeah, so like meleeing somebody, they're gonna burn forever. That's pretty good. All right. Too much fun. I gotta hop off, play some Infernace soon. Cast now causes camera to move back a bit. Sure. Delay increased a little bit. Sure. Okay, we forgot the #1 problem with this skill though is you just counterspelled. So in the end, the moves are probably not going to work because we'll just buy count. Although at this radius, it's hitting the entire team, so they better all have freaking counters. Like
also at that point,
you kind of had to pick your targets.
Look, I mean, the game's also going to the point where burning everyone's counterspell is also viable because then if you have a Lash or a Rem or something on your team or vice versa, like you can't counterspell everything. So
yeah, cooldown increased, but if you have the T1. Or what is it? The T2 is what minus 65 seconds cooldown. That's crazy. So you kind of 65% explosion heal. I feel like you do kind of need points in this to make the ulti build viable at all because these are like 65-second cooldown is a freaking game-changing amount of cooldown. So I mean, I feel like they did a good job this patch now of making the decision about how to spend your points a lot more interesting on a lot of characters. Like a lot of characters. Like there really weren't that many viable builds about how to spend the points. There was like 1 or maybe 2 on most characters. There's a very obvious like where the points go. And I feel like overall this patch so far, I'm noticing a lot more characters with like, it doesn't seem easy to me to figure out where you put the points. Like max afterburn, giving an extended burn duration is huge. Like that burn is going to last forever.
Yeah.
Max
also,
afterburn, it's 6.9 seconds. And if I buy duration extender, it's 7.7 seconds burn. That is so ridiculous, right? Like that is like I actually one thing I'm curious about here is like let's say I go escalating, sell these. I'll buy duration extender and escalating. It's like sort of a plausible set of items. And I burn him. Let's see how wait, why did it end up?
So bear in mind that it's only adding to the max burn. You don't get the max burn right away. You have
don't
to
get the
build up
max?
to it.
I see. So you don't proc at max. You proc and then you can go higher.
Right, and what it's really incentivizing you is to use like to proc and then like hit him with flame dash, because flame dash brings up to like the true max right after if you test.
I'll leave nothing but ash.
Oh, you didn't proc.
No one outruns me.
So wait, when they're in the flame dash,
Wait, why is he not? What's going on there?
it's weird. Oh, I think the flame dash is only able to proc it up to the actual point where it procs the first time. It doesn't get it to max.
I thought so. Okay, when
I wonder if that's actually just a
earlier,
bug. That I feel like that feels like a bug, to be honest. Right? Because like, right when I proc, he gets to that about 1/3 of the afterburn, and then let me just get him to like full max afterburn now. So he's full max, and then
Wait, I just tested it and the flame dash brought him the max on mine. I was losing my mind.
I don't know. Maybe it's the no death.
No, I got no death on mine too, and it just goes to max.
Interesting.
Maybe it's just
maybe it's like the way I leveled things or reset the heroes or something, but interesting. So basically, what this means is it's not just like, oh, I just procced on him, but you kind of want to like use everything and keep proccing on him until they're full max.
right.
But
You get more of a benefit for continuing to hit people after the proc, basically.
So at 0.7 seconds escalating per proc and a 7 point, you're gonna proc 10 escalating stacks with a max burn. That's very crazy, right? Like that is escalating is going to be a crazy item on him now. That's guaranteed 10 stacks escalating unless they have like a debuff remover. So wow, I think you're really going to need a debuff remover against Infernace now. Like this is going to be problematic.
Hey, put some respect on the name. Dispel
Excuse me,
magic.
dispel magic, dispel magic. What is up with these? You seeing this?
Oh, the health bars?
Yeah. All right.
Wait,
I don't know.
what is up with that?
My game's trolling. It's only those creeps for some reason. All right. The testing realm's getting wild. I've been here too long. They're like scaling. This has been
Yeah. No, it's happening for me too because I've been in here for 153 minutes. Okay, that would.
All right. Let's keep trucking. We're getting through it. We're getting through it. All right. Ivy now has minus 10% gravity. Cool. So she's a natural flyer now. That's a big buff. Just straight gravity reduction is cool.
But also, her gun damage got hit pretty hard.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So you really cannot play carry gun IV, which, to be honest, I think it was a little silly that it was that good. So now it's more of a proper support. Entangling Thorns is a more natural name for that skill anyway. Recharge time reduced. So spamming them is going to be easier. Spirit scaling reduced. Doesn't seem that big. Tier 2 change from duration to +2 radius and increases spirit scaling. Okay. But it's still worse than it was before. The duration extender though on Entangling Thorns is pretty good. 2-second duration is pretty annoying on that. Tier 3 changed from more DPS and more radius to now entangles enemies that remain in it for at least 2 seconds. Ooh, wait a minute. All right, let's test out some Ivy. Let's see what this looks like. When you have
Actually,
max,
Tangle, because I haven't played.
I think that's like a root, right?
Yeah,
All right,
it says
I'm gonna show
immobilized in game. It's immobilize.
I'll do my part.
Yeah, you see the root pop up on it.
Yeah, it doesn't show the. It's interesting. It doesn't say immobilized on the hero though, which is I think that might be also a tiny bug because
Yeah,
Like,
I missed my chance to send them
you have this right for Graves, which I think is the same effect. I think they maybe just haven't added that in. All right, let's see what's next. So Ivy, Kudzu Bomb. Now you really do not want to play in the Entangling Thorns. Kudzu Connection. I see. So they kept Kudzu. It's not going to be annoying at all.
Although I will say cast-wise, like I don't think you can use the word kudzu for because you say kudzu, people are going to think you're talking about the thorns.
Yeah.
But connection, I would have preferred tether because everyone calls it tether. But connection, that is usable because no one on this earth called it Watcher's Covenant.
Yeah, let's be honest. The skill name didn't make any sense. All right, fire rate, spirit scaling reduced. Sure, bullet life, steal spirit scaling reduced from. You get some move speed on the T1. That's a nice little, like, link somebody for move speed is kind of cool. Tier 2 changed from move speed bonus. Oh, and it was on the tier 2 before. And now you need that tier 2 to get the stats back. Change some +1 tether. Ability is always active on tier. Wait.
Yep.
Wait. We're talking. That's a big deal, no? Like that's crazy.
It is literally permanently active. Yes.
But it's only 1 tether charge. But still, that could be pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Because
Boring after
like
all.
the default is it's like 1/3 or uptime is the default. Right? So when you go from 1/3 to 100% uptime, and the replicated healing is scaling with the boons. So if I'm
It also makes your Ivy glow for the rest of the game.
oh yeah. So wait, what happens if I do this friendly? Dude, this is wait, I can heal. Can you heal towers?
I don't think it actually.
Maybe I'm giving them fire rate. I mean, I guess I can choose who it's on, right? This is legitimately a crazy support tool, though, right? Because I'm giving them 26 fire rate, 29% bullet lifesteal.
You're also giving yourself, when it's leveled, like a permanent plus fire rate too.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
I'm thinking like as a support, this is kind of bonker. Because this means like in the late game, man, imagine you're with like Mirage or like literally any carry that has gun that wants bullet. Everyone wants bullet lifesteal and fire rate and replicated healing. Like this is a legitimately wild late game tool for supporting.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think that's going to be super fun. I like this change. This is going to be super fun to play support Ivy now and like get this online and like you're like pocketing the shit out of somebody and supporting them. This sounds super fun, honestly.
They think they're
Yeah, and
I'm
from what we
excited.
could look at in scrim data, like Ivy was getting picked like pretty much every game.
I think people will maybe won't rush max this because like the maxing Tangling Thorns is really good, but I think this is going to be legitimately very strong. All right, interesting. Seems very good. All right, ZP, you got to take it solo for 10 minutes while I go feed my dog. It's time for his dinner, and we're not going to be done with this for a long time.
All right, I'll keep going here.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, so Jake is off to feed the doggo, an important task. Go to stone form here. Let's see. Cooldown went up a little bit. Damage went down a little bit, at least by default. Cooldown for T1, you don't get cooldown there. You get the cooldown back in tier 2, and it's a bigger improvement on cooldown. So actually, once you're at tier 2, the cooldown is lower than it was before. Also, the max HP heal earlier on is kind of nice. Like, that's actually a buff laning-wise to an extent. I mean, it's debatable. Like, it's a little bit less used offensively, but you get more sustain out of it. T3, you get more of a stun, though, in the end game. So, again, I think it goes more to the idea of, like, hey, we're making this more supportive, and, yeah. And it does do more damage at the tier 3. So, that's the other theme of this patch, is that, generally speaking, if you bring stuff to tier 3, you get more benefit than you had before. So, yeah, it makes some of those decisions a little bit more difficult. But now we got to talk to Airdrop, where it's kind of interesting in that it is not as good as a rat ability. So, kinda in the realm where like Ivy's gun damage got nerfed. Previously you could play Ivy as more of a gun carry that would also push towers, and then you went to go kill Ivy, and it doesn't matter. She has airdrop. She's going to get away. It is now not the same ability as far as using it for escape. Like, you can still use it to escape if you get out for 3.5 seconds. Like, you need the break line of sight, though, and it's not as reliable as it doesn't matter what's hitting me. I'm just going to use airdrop and goodbye. Let's see. However, the cooldown stuff, you're going to have it up more often, or I'll double check as we get down here, at least more often by default. And on base speed, it is going to be quicker. So it's better for actually using it as a tool to move around the map. Also, the outgoing damage that you get here too, which again kind of goes to the idea is like, oh, you want to play with a Mirage, or you're playing with your carry. You're already giving them a ton of fire rate. You're giving them bullet lifesteal. Now you're gonna go into a fight with them, and as soon as you drop, they get 20% more damage. So yeah, the general idea here is that it is seemingly better at supporting, less good at solo Ivy shenanigans. But if we could scroll down to the full changes, because this is something I didn't look in full going here. T1 change room. Great. to again, more supportive on the getting the barrier earlier. In this case, T2 is more utility. And then tier 3 just gives you more scaling so your barrier gets stronger. Wait, increases damage scaling. Okay, then for the actual damage, not the raw 20% buff. So yeah, less of an escape, more of an engage. But now we go down to everyone's favorite in Kelvin, where, you know, it's kind of interesting because Kelvin got nerf after nerf after nerf after nerf, you know, repeatedly until finally he wasn't first pick, first ban anymore. But it kind of had bad consequences on Kelvin for his win rate and pubs. And dude, that was not 10 minutes. Like,
I moved quick. We fed the dog, fed the bunny. We're back in action.
We got through Ivy. We were just talking about how the Ivy's ult now like isn't an escape, but is, you know, better for engaging. And also, if you didn't see it yet, 20% more damage, period, to whoever you airdrop. So it's like, yeah. That part in particular.
So we grab an island, take flight with them. You could just self-cast it, though.
You can. But like if you take damage, you can't airdrop right now. There's a cooldown.
Oh, I see. Taking damage.
So it's not an escape. You can't do the thing before where like Ivy would rat a lane and then it didn't matter how much pressure would go on her. She would just airdrop and leave.
Yeah.
Right.
How long does it go on cooldown? That's the question.
3.5 seconds from point of last damage.
Okay. Okay.
So you could break line of sight and get like
you might be able to do it, but it's kind of like Majestic Leap. It like you kind of have to find a way to outplay to get it done. Because even the stone form isn't that long.
But yeah, we were just moving on the Kelvin as you got here, where I was just going through the history of Kelvin, where, you know, he got nerfed like 80 million times, and now he had the, you know, start getting buffed back up again.
Yeah. Now impacts on Ice Path. Okay, interesting. I didn't know it didn't before. Makes sense. Is you can, if somebody's on your Ice Path, you can snowball them. Base 2 charges, heals in the base ability. That's very good. Honestly, that seems like a good change. It was sort of the interesting thing about the ability anyway. No longer reduces stamina regen, so it's worse offensively, but better defensively, plus a second charge.
Oh no, it gets better. It gets the offense part back. It's
you get the damage back.
Freeze.
I see. Freezes stamina regen. Whoa. I wonder how long that freezes for.
Yeah, actually, I didn't look at that part.
I guess it's probably duration. For the duration of the slow. The slow duration is 4 seconds, so I would assume that's how long it freezes, which is a long. Right, that's a lot of stamina regen they're going to be missing.
And Kelvin is something that usually buy like, or a lot of builds would buy superior duration. So if you have superior duration on it, it's 5 seconds of no stam regen.
Yeah, that's kind of nasty. And then you can up the scaling. Wow, it like doubles the scaling. That's a lot. Okay, so it's interesting. They made it a better heal, a more reliable heal, but there's also a more interesting reason to use it on enemies too. To help catch. Seems cool. All right. Ice Path is now canceled on ability button press instead of space. That makes sense. It's harder to like accidentally cancel because you're trying to jump. Cooldown increased a little bit. Incline, decline speed increased. Okay. It's like a little bit better at going straight up. All right. What else? Tier 1 changed from +4 sprint to +2 move speed. Move speed's way better than sprint since it's more reliable. So it's less good at like crossing the map, but it's better at escaping.
Yep.
And bullet resist on Ice Path. That's very good. So this is pretty sick for escape tool for you on Kelvin. Tier 2 increased from
also the bullet resist I think applies to allies also, not just Kelvin in this case.
Oh, that makes sense.
Similar to the move speed.
Yeah, because it gives the move speed too. Okay, that's pretty cool. So now that like you could you know rescue beam someone up to your Ice Path and save them. All right, Arctic Beam, visual clarity on VFX improved. Oh, I see. I see.
It no longer locks you out of using your abilities while you're beaming. So like you can beam and then you grenade at the same time.
I can't frozen shelter while Arctic beaming, I think.
I think the beam just ran out.
Oh no, I can. Wait.
Yeah, you.
Oh, target yourself or a hero. Wait, you could target this on allies now? Okay.
No, they changed it. You cannot use it raw. You have to have a target. So one way or another, you're locking at least one person in for you. You cannot use it as a solo dome to just like solo self-heal anymore.
Come on!
Or wait,
You just self-cast.
I'm wrong then. I've read that.
So I mean, it doesn't. The self-cast is like the old usage, but that's a huge deal that you could, like, or if I do a friendly, I gotta remove bots.
How did I miss the alt cast?
How big is the range? Is tiny though.
Huh.
You have no
Yeah, I wonder if it's possible for me to get out of it. Probably not. I mean, all right, realistically, it's not that easy to do. The only thing, the big change this helps you is like, let's say you're on Kelvin and your teammate is running in front of you and they're like catching somebody or they're like trying to start a fight, and you're a step behind and you're like beaming. You could plausibly like dome the guy who's in front of you and like have it a little bit more forward.
Oh, because it wasn't something I tested prior. People are also saying that if you have ability range, that it also increases the target range. So if you grab
usually
expansion-
that's how it works, but the thing is, you still wouldn't be able to get out of it. But that is true. It's a good point. It makes it better to
You are in my dominion.
like you could catch people. Although, wait, am I stupid? Why is it?
My turn.
It's the center of between the two.
It feels like it's still the center is still on my hero, unless I'm crazy.
It's in between.
And where, pray tell, do you think you're going?
See the
I think the center
it's
is
all
actually the midpoint.
Yeah, the center of both heroes.
I see. That's sort of odd. I feel like you wouldn't expect it to work that way, you know? But sure. It's still more forward than it is just only having the option to self-cast, so it still has a little bit more flexibility on it. All right, let's do some more reading. Around the center of both heroes. Ah, I see. I wasn't. It's weird because, like, I see the tooltip in game doesn't specify how it works, but whatever. It also has a purge on max, which is pretty good. So like you can purge off some stuns and some control for some of the stuff that you would maybe have a hard time fighting inside the dome.
Then the big thing here, again, this is another trend that a lot of people have gotten over the course of this patch, is that you get another dispel for non-ults.
Yeah, more powerful. Like when you pop this, it's going to turn. I think they want popping ults to be like it's like meaningfully changes something instantly, you know, for most of these ults.
Now, were people saying patch reads so long a new patch came out? Surely not.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a new patch, but there's always more tweaks. There's always more tweaks. But you know what?
Yeah.
We just got to keep trucking. We got to keep trucking.
we gotta get through what we have.
We got to get through the meat of it. There's no way the tweaks will be as long as this. Fingers crossed. All right, Lady Geist, self-damage change from 30 plus 1.8 scaling to 30% of the damage. Okay. So it's a more self-damage? Generally?
Let me look.
Base is 90 plus 1.2 scaling. Radius reduced. Wow, that's a big nerf, that radius.
Well, yeah,
Before it
because
was very hard to dodge.
and for those wonders, like, wait, how is that a huge nerf? It is a big nerf because all your abilities, like greater expansion and everything else, like scale off the baseline. So anytime you like nerf the base, like the actual net effect is like way.
It's also the
bigger than you
radius,
realize.
right? So when you change like 2 meter radius, it's like reducing the overall area by a much bigger percent than you would realize.
It's only a super early game nerf in laning because tier 2 gives it back.
I see. So if you're going to max it, it's just as good as it was before, if not better. Because the base cooldown is lower than the tier 1. I assume that means cooldown is better. So maybe, okay, hold on. The bomb, it doesn't work self-damage, but if you're like Giga life stealing off it, it might be better. All right.
Yep.
Interesting. Life drain cooldown increased. It's a little bit worse than the laning. Spamming it. Break range reduced. Seems pretty marginal. Tier 1 DPS increased. Tier 2 duration increased. Tier 3 charge increase +1 to +2. Also increases spirit scaling. Okay, so a little bit more better like sustain at all phases of the game. Spirit Geist is in. Maybe. No changes to Malice. Soul Exchange, cast time reduced. Well, it's from 0.2 to 0.1, but that's a big deal on a skill that's all about like being at 1 HP when you cast it, right? So
I think a lot of the times that you would get counterspelled, like that 0.1 is probably the difference between getting counterspelled or just having it hit. Like you almost have to go, like your read has to be even more perfect, basically, to get it in.
Yeah. All right. And post cast hold time reduced. That's a big change, though. You're not stunned as long after the cast, so you can kind of get back to shooting and kill people. Tier 1 cooldown increased.
That's
wow,
big.
that's a
like that's
big
just a straight up buff
CD.
to uptime, on
and
it.
that's a lot of times. That's the build on guys is to get 1 value point in the ult. So now it's gonna be up a lot more. Tier 2 change from on cast, the 35% fire rate for 8 seconds to silences enemies. Okay, so they put the silence on the tier 2, and the tier 3 is 60 spirit power. 40 fire rate and 50 spirit. Wait, what the hell?
It's just like, Thanos mode. It is.
Yeah,
like if it's not bad enough that she brought you down to low HP and is now back to probably full. Now she's also like mega.
Dude, I'm about to
amped.
go in and swap somebody on full HP just to proc this. Like, how long is it? 8 seconds. Okay, it's not that long, but that's enough time, man. Like, that's kind of. I think that's really cool, actually. Like, that kind of fits the theming of the ability. Like, when you swap, you're about to go giga. I feel like this makes Geist an even better ultralight carry, though.
Yeah.
Like, this is very good. I still don't think you're going to take that point until a little bit later, but man, when you have that online, you are very, very scary. All right, Lash, increased sparkles. That's a crucial patch. That. Fixed ground strike against players brought down from midair, not doing damage. Okay, there's like some bugs. I'm sure this character is very buggy with all his weird interactions. Grapple, weapon damage increase. Sure, they're trying to make gun lash sort of a thing. I still don't think it's a thing. Plus 60 air control is a lot, though, and plus 1 stamina usage. That's kind of nice. I still don't think you're going to level grapple because whatever, it's like points and you want damage on lash, but could be sick when late game. Like, air controls look very good.
I wonder how long the duration is on the plus air control. Like, is it until you,
let's see,
like hit the ground, or
might be right.
6. I'm better than Bebop. Gonna work out well. Only one of us has an impossibly.
Wait, we gotta buy the stam to really see this.
Who's ready for a 2 a.m. metro ride?
Wait, this is kind of good. I still don't think you want to. I mean, it's like too.
I'm coming, baby.
It's too like many points to level for just something that's like basically quality of life, but I feel like I still have it. I think it's actually just until you touch the ground.
I think it's either until you touch the ground or 10 seconds. One of the two.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, 10 seconds is a long freaking time. I mean, you might, as Lash, you might actually be able to stay up long enough.
Also, I think Chaz, right, this mentions that, like, in super late game where you actually have everything leveled up, like, it does make finding your Lash angles, like, easier.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. I mean, this is going to be a very nice quality of life change for Lash in the ultra late. That's for sure. All right. Flog, cooldown increase, tiny. A little bit worse for laning sustain. Attack angle no longer increases spirit power. Okay, still a little bit harder to hit. Heal versus hero is reduced. That's also hurts your sustain. Tier 2 increased. The cooldown, it gets better at tier 2 than it was at. It's the base nerf. Or before these changes. Tier 2 now also reduces fire rate by 30. Tier 3 no longer reduces fire rate. Tier 3 damage reduced from plus 86 to plus 80. Tier 3 now increases attack by 40 and heal by 20. So let's see the max.
They're not gonna know what hit them. No one's outlasting me.
That's pretty big.
Do against the lad.
Yeah, I didn't play enough Lash pre-patch to like know if that's like less or more than it, but I mean the tier 3 is still hitting a pretty wide area.
Here comes the Lash.
All right. Interesting. I feel like these are mostly quality of life changes for Lash. I don't think these are really going to change much. Death Slam.
Well, yeah.
Fixed Death Slam camera sometimes being obstructed. What are they saying?
People are saying it's less, even with the tier 3 compared to the last patch.
It does feel, yeah, it does feel like a shorter range and just less angle. Like also because it was spirit scaling, right? So it's honestly Lash is a hero that bought like hella spirit. You get like capped out on spirit scaling. So probably anything that scaled with spirit was a little broken. Fixed Deathline camera sometimes being obstructed. Sure, bug fix. Throw distance no longer scales with spirit power. Okay, that was also good because Lash bought 1 million spirit power. Cooldown increased 5 seconds. T1 throw distance buffed a little bit, which could be nice. Like that probably is better at the point where you have like 1 point in your ulti. Tier 2 cooldown buffed. Okay, more. That's a big deal having more uptime on that ult. And tier 3 now also increases cast range by that's 10 meters cast range. That's horizontal? Because I know Lash ulti is very weird. It like has like a vertical and a horizontal cast radius.
Yeah,
wow, that seems big. So all right, we're gonna reset hero.
Let's go.
So that's like absolute max is there. And now with the maxed out.
I'm about to ruin your day.
Whoa, this is huge, no? Like that's a big buff.
I'm trying to think though is it actually? I feel like it may have been at that level pre-patch with like late game spirit. I might be wrong because again, Lash
because they didn't buff the cast range. They buffed the throw distance, right? Was what scaled before?
Oh yeah.
I'm also not a Lash player, but I don't think the cast range ever scaled.
You came to the right place.
Sorry, wait. I'm gonna see. Let's see on my cam. Let's say I go on a walker fight. Let's say I'm like, this is crazy.
Okay, yeah.
All right, I'm done playing with you.
This is like an entire walker fight. I mean, you can't like getting sometimes on that against Lash before you could just get far enough away.
Oh, you know why I was thinking it wasn't as much. People are like, what's it called? You can this is like without greater expansion or anything on it. Grab greater expansion.
Yeah. This is, I mean, dude, greater expansion. This is gonna be crazy. Dude, look at this. This is crazy.
Okay, yeah,
like, I'm not even in.
Way bigger.
Like you, this guy is gonna catch people with the ult, man. You really need counterspell. Also, not only is counterspell gonna be a bigger deal, but now, like, because the range is so huge, I think you're gonna be able to hold it for max duration and wait out counterspells more. And like, I think you need to stun, basically. I think that's like the only thing that you can really do now, like hiding from it. I feel like you can delay the counterspell. I think there's gonna be more mind games with like people waiting out counterspells now.
Yeah, which is probably a good thing, although, you know, to the Lash haters of the world to be like, no, that's bad. Like,
this is I mean, I'm kind of surprised they buffed Lash so much because I thought this hero was already pretty good.
One interesting thing, like the game isn't really at the point where this has become like, you know, stuff people have talked about, but I feel like the game hits release. If it released in the current state, Lash should probably be up there as like one of the top tier heroes recommended for climbing rank. Like, as opposed to like climbing the ranks as like a support, for example, would probably take longer than just abusing Lash, at least until like Ascendant, right? Before going to like what you actually want to play. Because people are just going to be like really bad about dealing with Lash's stuff.
All right, very interesting, very interesting. All right, what's next? That T3 death line is going to be wild. McGinnis, stamina speed bucket from 3 to 2. So that means you're faster, right?
I think so.
Let's see. Oh yeah, it feels better.
Does it pay a small fortune? Yes. How do I sleep at night?
Okay, yeah, Celeste is stand bucket 1. What was I saying? So yeah, if Celeste is stand bucket 1, then yeah, 3 to 2 would be an upgrade.
McGinnis was in the Chungus category. Now she's in the normie category. I'm here for that.
She went to the gym, you know, did a little bit of reps.
Bullet damage reduced. So gun McGinnis. I mean, a lot of characters got bullet damage reduced, and he's pretty small. So it does hurt your like level 1 trading kind of meaningfully by like 10%.
Actually, I think this is a bigger change than it looks like, purely because like it's per bullet and like
you shoot a lot of bullets.
Yeah, I think it's actually a very substantial nerf to gun McGinnis.
It's 0.04. Yeah, I think this. Overall, I think it's like Spirit McGinnis is the build now, but let's see the patch changes exactly why. So mini turret, 10 seconds long duration is a big deal. If you're gonna like leave turrets in a lane to have them keep a lane pushed out, 10 seconds is kind of a big deal. Based health and health growth reduced, so they're a little easier to clear though. Mini turrets initial fading resist value increase, so they're harder to burst right when you place them. They have 35% melee resist, so harder to break from like spam melees. Tracking angle and projectile speed significantly improved. That is good.
No,
Just, like, more
that is
consistency.
massive. Like that, you cannot underrate like what that change does for McGinnis. Is that the best way of looking at it? I was talking to a friend of mine that plays way too much McGinnis, and they're just talking about. I was like, oh, a holiday tried to jump over me. Pre-patch, the turrets are gonna miss like a lot on the holiday. Now they're just like direct anti-air, like everything hitting. Like the AI on the turrets.
Dude, McGinnis is the Celeste
absurd.
response. McGinnis is the Celeste counter. She just beam her out of the air with your turrets. All right. On the minimap now, flash/turn red when they're attacking. Oh, cool. T1 changed from turret supply slow to 10 meters attack range and 10 DPS. I think that's pretty good. The slow would be nice, but attack range and DPS range is big.
And you get the
Tier
range
2
earlier. You don't have to wait till T2 now.
So now it's just +2 charges on tier 2. Okay. So more charges. That's kind of nice, especially if you're gonna have rapid. You're gonna have a lot more charges. Tier 3 changed from more DPS and more lifetime to much faster fire rate and more lifetime. Okay, so these turrets are going to be kind of cooking when they're maxed, right? Like that's my sense of this. These turrets are going to be very, very strong when they're maxed, and there's going to be the biggest change here is the duration, right? They just have native like 50% more duration ish than they had before. So you're going to have an easier time like building 10 of these in mid boss. Like there's going to be, honestly, I'm sure you're going to be able to do something heinous. Like I just have to test this out just to know. Like this is a plausible items I could have on McGinnis, like rapid plus mega CD. And let's say I wanted to like do a mid. I'm just going to see how many these go. It's 2 seconds? Bro, like the mid boss is going to do some crazy work.
Also, again, if you're feeling particularly evil, I don't know if this is really the best use of it, although I guess, you know, from McGinnis, Barrage still isn't all that great. Refresher gives back all charges. Like, just to be clear.
Dude, what is this? ZP, what have they done?
I've seen someone's gonna walk into a mid boss pit one day and be like, oh shit. But I mean, what this does is that it makes McGinnis a little bit better about setting up no-go zones where, and also because the turret AI tracking is a lot better, you actually do have to respect the turrets and kill them or they will DPS you down.
So what was their health before? Because it looks like they have like basically no health, right?
They lost 40% of their HP.
Okay, but that's
I don't know what the exact value.
In the end, like, man, you could like lay traps for people and just have a bunch of turrets around a corner and like people would just die to it. Like,
also, chat's right. You didn't level up McGinnis. Like when she has boons, like the turrets.
oh, does the scale? Oh, my turret HP scales. I see. Yeah, but this is going to be heinous, man. You're probably going to be able to solo the mid boss. Actually, we got to test that. All right, let's go level up to. Let's go level 20.
By the way, you also get 2 turrets from wall at max rank.
If I max the wall.
If you max the wall, it also spawns 2 turrets.
All right. We gotta attempt a mid boss solo here just to see what happens. Boom. We're gonna build some silly items here. Refresher, rapid. Refresher's still in cooldown. Whatever. Okay.
Yeah, you'd have to.
And then
CD for a moment.
Okay, and then I'm gonna go heroic. All right. All right, I could lay the turrets in the pit before I aggro the mid boss. Wait, this is devious. This is actually devious work right now. I don't even have the levels on, but I don't even care. Like,
this is pretty funny. All right, fuck it, just go in. Surely this is. Attack my pretties!
we need some levels.
Did they really increase the Fairfax funding? I will say, I don't know if the early refresher is that realistic on this.
Early refresher is a little suspect.
Yeah, you know, just to throw that out there. So it's not entirely on the solo mid boss level, but you get a little bit of help. And
All right, you know what? I feel like it's not like you're actually ever gonna solo mid boss, but this hero could be serious business now. Like this hero could be pretty good. The spirit scaling feels pretty good on her.
also, we didn't go to it. I think it's more overall. The heal I think works out to be more. I might be wrong on this. Like you lose 5% on the tier 3, but now you actually get spirit scaling on the heal.
But you don't scale radius and duration, which honestly made this ability silly. It was like covering the entire team fight. But you are. Where's the regen now scales with spirit power 0.3? Yeah, so I think, dude, I think full spirit McGinnis is going to be very good with all these changes. I've even seen it in pubs. Like ult McGinnis is like kind of crazy. Like I think it actually is good. Like no kappa, very good hero maybe. Spectral wall that is mid cast will now fire when you're interrupted rather than continue to expand outward. Interesting. Segments can now be destroyed with 2 heavy melee hits. That's cool.
Oh, actually, someone has a good point that the mid boss test was not a good one.
Oh, because it's scaled like 1,000,000 from this.
Yeah, because it's 166 minutes into the game.
All right. I'm gonna restart. Let's see.
Yeah, we didn't consider this in the calculations.
That's true. Wait, by the way, if that's the case, then I was annihilating mid. If I was killing like a late game mid boss,
you're killing like the Eldritch God mid boss.
Yeah, like the never before seen mid boss. All right, I'm gonna not buy refresher. Refresher is too troll. I'm just gonna buy. I'm gonna buy heroic, and I'm gonna say that's it. I'm gonna be 12,000 souls. I'm gonna be very very reasonable with it. I'm just gonna put like I don't know. I'll put like spirit life still on, just to have a little something invested. And then I want to be, let's say I'm going to be level 10.
Oh yeah. Holy a trap.
Let's just say I only have max turret, and that's it. Let's see, the base mid boss. So the first step is to lay a bunch of turrets in there. Because I don't want the enemy to know that I'm doing mid until it's too late for them.
Setting up a turret. Gotta get as many of these up as I can. Putting down a turret.
I think heavy meleeing might be better. Okay, this is like not really working, honestly. I mean, it's sort of working. Like, the thing about mid boss is since it has like the shield or whatever, it's really hard to solo. But realistically, if I had a little bit of help here, I feel like this would be very doable.
It's definitely would go down super quick as a duo.
Yeah, like one other person with me, right? That I'm doing all the shield DPS, and I am eventually gonna kill it like that, right? Maybe not. I wouldn't sustain through it, but
wait. In terms of breaking the shield, do it one more time, but use your ult on it. I don't know if that makes any difference in this case, but
that's true. It might be a little more DPS. I mean, bottom line, I think we should move on, but
yeah,
I think
we still
have
so many
I don't know if you're soloing it, but you could do it, man. Like for sure, you have some very good DPS on something like mid boss with a full turret stack. All right, spectral wall. I think it's like a nerf on wall that you can heavy melee. That's a pretty big deal. You can like melee your way out of it. But
so
in the end,
what I think the reasoning was for that was purely that it was too overpowered for lower MMRs. Like, so at high MMRs, like people have a lot of movement options to like get away from wall. But like you drop a wall on someone and they're down and initiate, they're just like, what is going on? I am dead.
I will say before, if you trap somebody like in a building or something, like they are in jail, you know, like you could put somebody in like a little tiny corner where they just, they like can't do anything. They are full boxed, fucking Fortnite.
Yeah.
But they took away the stun. So that's interesting. All right, heavy barrage, duration reduced, minimum range reduced a little bit, so you can hit people a little closer. T1 tooltip updated clarified also reduces dash distance. Okay, T1 move slow reduced from 40 to 30. T2 dash slow increased from 20 to 30. So movement and dash slow a little bit nerfed, which realistically you were going to be dashing as soon as the McGinnis started ulting you. T1 slow duration reduced from 2 to 0.5 or 1.5. T2 cooldown reduction increased a little bit better. T2 now also increases duration. Okay, so this buffs your duration back up to better than it was before tier 2. Tier 3 damage increased from +1 to +25. Wait. And the spirit scaling is better? Wait. So at the base is 41. Then it's like doubling the damage without
Also,
that's a couple spirit items.
It got a radius increase on top of it, so it's another thing where if you have, like, if you did go expansion, which, isn't the worst on the heal, it also makes Barrage like a much bigger...
Okay, wait. You're kidding me, right? What the hell is this?
Grab expansion on it real quick before...
Okay.
I see someone appreciates fine craftsmanship.
Dude. Wait. This DPS is insane. Let's see full duration. No, this is illegal. Dude, it's 7,200 and AoE damage? I mean, I get it. Full durationing somebody is not that realistic, but it's not that crazy.
Also, we glossed over it, but Chad is right. Like the fact that Wall doesn't stun at max rank and instead gets the turrets, like that is a big deal in the sense that like McGinnis used to be able to interrupt like a lot of things.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I do think you're not gonna level Wall. To be honest, I don't even think you're gonna level heal. I think it's like an ult build. I feel like ult McGinnis plus some turrets mixed in is gonna be compy. But the ulti, I'm sorry, but this is a heinous amount of damage. 1,000 DPS, that was like 2-3 seconds? Like, you're honestly probably doing like, what is it? Okay, so 87 damage per rocket, 6 rockets per second. So this is like almost 500 DPS. This is more than 500 DPS. That's a lot of fucking DPS, no?
It's quite a bit.
Like, that's crazy. And in an AoE too, like if the enemy's grouped up, all right, I think this might be good, man. I'm here for it. The long downtrodden McGinnis enjoyers are going to be back.
Well, it's also funny it's on Barrage, which was often derided as like the worst ult in the game, like gets a bunch of buffs. It's like, wait a second.
Imagine you have a bunch of spirit on you, like Boundless Spirit or something, or like Lightning Scroll is going to cook on McGinnis. It's actually going to be crazy. Because you can hit like their entire team plausibly with Lightning Scroll. All right. I'm ready for McGinnis though. I think it's a cool hero to be at least playable. Stamina cooldown increased. So is that her global stamina regeneration is now worse?
I believe so.
Honestly, I didn't even know heroes had unique stats on that. Like how long the stamina regen took. So that's a pretty big nerf to a character that loves movement.
The theme of her changes from looking through is that her early game got hit, but she gets a lot of it back when things are fully skilled up, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, this character, though, had a crazy snowballing potential. So, like, in fairness, I think that's a really big nerf to her. 'Cause she was all about snowballing the game, annihilating the lane, and then just, like, keep crushing you. So, if she, like, her losing early game power is a big deal, specifically for Mina. Of other characters that maybe get it back with the points, I think they're less worried about it. But Mina having to get a little bit more souls to have those active is like, if she's not a dominant laner, I think this character will feel pretty weak. Like, you really want to be ahead, more so than most cores.
Like, the funny thing here is things like Rake, right? Like, Rake is way longer of a cooldown, but is actually less of a cooldown after you get the upgrade now.
I do think the Sanguine having a third bat is pretty crazy. Like, the third proc of it is pretty cool. Like, that's going to be a monster escape. Although the range is reduced, so
no, the range it feels really, really bad. Like on the change that they have here is that you almost want to get a expansion even on Mina.
Because they took away the tier 1 range buff, so you don't even have getting fire rate and bullets is honestly kind of terrible on Mina, because usually when you were using Sanguine, it was like, I guess you could re-engage, but mostly you were going to like kite back, substantially. And I don't think getting fire rate and bullets is that good.
Jake, you got to go in game as Mina right now and then just feel how bad Sanguine feels to use like at base, like the base 9 meters.
God, I look good today.
It does not feel good.
Oh, you're like, this is really tiny. But like, you cannot buy like range on this character. There's no way. Like it doesn't benefit like anything reasonable.
Yeah, I know that's the problem. Is that like, but her ability, like the thing that it really fucks her up on is that your ability to go from like anywhere on street level to instantly get on a rooftop with only this level of range is actually like heavily compromised.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let me see where I can go. Dude, the stamina feels terrible. Look at that. It's so slow.
Because you think about the average Mina escape route, right? Is that it's not just the distance, but the fact that the distance would get you to a rooftop and the other person's like, okay, well, fuck it. I can't get up there like with ease.
Moving.
You're not getting to the roof like very
You have to go like
easily.
straight up. Like whereas before you could be like, oh, I'm gonna be here and I'm gonna like, I'm gonna
Yeah, you
go,
can't
like,
do it like from a diagonal the way you could before.
Ooh, maybe, but you're really milking it. Before it was like it's just the flexibility, right? Like that's what made it so good. Now you really need to be like thinking about your direction, and I think you're right. That's a huge nerf, and the fact that she doesn't get any of the cast range back, this is not going to be nearly the escape it once was. Even with the third recast, I actually think it probably is still worse.
To be clear, though, like she is still getting valued in pro scrims right now. Like people still think her overall kit is good, even with like the nerfed early game and nerfed escape.
Yeah. I mean, that's good, though. That shows that the nerfs are warranted. She was, I think, pretty solidly OP before.
She got a lot of power back in the late game, which is kind of interesting because her late game was still like felt pretty good. Granted, she got like really overfarmed from the snowball, but
yeah, it's a weird hero because I feel like maybe it was like they brought her back in line where she has good scaling now, but is less of a early game dominator menace kind of deal. All right, let's see. Could just skip the rest of Mina. Nox Nostra, anything huge here? A little more damage, sure. Pretty marginal. So they kind of buffed the ult a little bit back. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, in general, the theme to all the changes for me is just like, a little bit better late game. Like she got a lot back in the late game aside from Sanguine, but her early game is worse.
Mirage has some wild buffs or some changes. I don't know if they're buffs because he got a raw bullet scaling reduction, so he's a little bit less of a god in the late game. No longer limited durations to use each one. Functions as a normal charged ability. Okay. Collision and model size increased a bit. Base charges from 4 to 2. Okay, let's see what the changes are. A little bit more health steal on the T1. That's kind of a lot. 50 max health steal is a lot. And then you get +2 charges on tier 2. And you get a raw damage amp instead of just bullet shred. So Fire Scarab kind of scales better with his spirit damage in the late game.
And you also get the damage amp from the beginning too. It's a 10% damage amp base, go up to 20%.
Yeah, wow, okay. This is pretty good, man. No longer has a reduced effect against non-heroes. I think you're going to heal a lot then. This ability is going to be a pretty... I feel like Mirage might be pretty alright laner now, because that's going to let you like heal a ton from creeps and enemies in the lane. Tornado renamed to Dust Devil. We're still going to call it Tornado, though. Come on, let's be honest.
I was going to say, that is the worst rename. Like, the
Although
page
Dust Devil's
renames are really
cool
good.
Name. Dust Devil is a cool name. I will say. I will. You know what? I'll commit to learning Dust Devil. I think it is kind of a snappy name. It's kind of stylish.
Yeah, well, it is sayable, but also it's like it's a tornado. Like God damn it.
Slows
it's less good at CC, but like the upgrade is like
the crazy thing is the max, right? When you can have the extra recast, that is crazy. Like, so you get the fact that tier 3, right? You can second tornado. So I think that's legitimately very good. I mean, again, I don't think you're going to be rushing max tornado, but I do think you might go for it, like second, plausibly.
Also, someone mentioned like the true meme, which would be Echo Shard, like Dust.
Yeah, no, I played against Zergy today, and he built Echo Shard with this rush max. It was kind of funny. Like most of his damage came from the tornado that game, which was kind of unbelievable. I mean, they were losing; they had a really hard game, so I don't know if that was TBD whether it's good. I do think though, late game, it's a very big deal to have a second tornado. It means you can be a lot more like dynamic in the fights. I feel like right now, Mirage, or before rather, I should say, Mirage needed to be like just fucking AFKing in the back as a turret, and like you really could not step up because once that tornado's gone, now you're like they're gonna jump on you and go for you, right? But now I feel like you can maybe play up, be like shoot them. Oh, you're a tornado, shoot them. Oh, I'm gonna tornado again, and I'm out. You know, like I feel like that it's gonna be a lot more fun to play Mirage. Though. I think it's like a really cool change in that way. Hopefully he's not too broken, but especially since the lift duration has been reduced to 0.4, so it's not as good of a ridiculous like lockdown tool as it used to be. But when it's fully stacked and you have two charges of it, it's gonna be pretty. Jin's Mark cooldown increase. That's gonna be a big DPS reduction though, because that cooldown, that number is a huge deal for Mirage's DPS, because its ability to stack it up multiplicatively is what does most of his damage. Reveal duration increase, sure. Tooltip change, whatever. Little slow.
I mean, the damage, I think the damage increase is substantial on the tier 2.
Yeah, that's nice because it multiplies, right? Times 2, times 4, times 8.
Also, you get a lot of the cooldown back.
Oh, T3 now stuns at max stacks. Okay.
Yeah, also the cooldown part from the beginning, it's more of an early game change because you lose 0.4 at the early game and then you gain 0.25 back. So it is only a 0.15 loss at the very end. Yeah.
Still, the stun is a big deal though. The stun is a pretty big deal. Like stuns are in general very strong, especially like Ricochet Mirage. You didn't have enough debuffs on you guys in the late game. How about a stun to just really add and sell the whole package? Traveler cooldown can be cast while on the zip line. Okay, sure, why not? No longer channels, has a 3-second delay before teleporting. Take his damage, interrupts the ability, and puts it on cooldown. Oh, that's goated. You cannot just like TP out of a crazy split push on Mirage.
He did get something really good though in exchange. Like he went full Nature's Prophet, and that now he can just go anywhere.
That's actually how it should be though. Honestly, I think that's how it should be. The only thing that's weird about this though is, does that mean you like can't teleport into the sewers if somebody's in the sewers? I would assume so.
I assume it goes like highest point available for the most part.
That's what my thought would be. All right, we got to. This is actually testable. Quick test.
Yeah, I guess so. Before you can target. Hang on. What if you target like an ally?
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put a bot in the sewer and see if I can TP to them. So wait, I need somewhere where the above ground is the place I'm allowed to be. So I'll put it. It's friendly, okay. And then I see. So if let's see. I targeted the Infernace on the minimap. Am I gonna go to him? Nope, I'm not. I'm gonna go above his head but not even on the roof, on the regular ground. So it's a little weird. What happens if I'm farther? What if I just go like over here? I just clicked over in this left side jungle. Man, you got to be a precise clicker on the minimap, man. Like you need to really know the map to go on this one.
But yeah, I mean, it opens up a lot more opportunities. Like you could be way sneakier at like using Traveler for a gank. Although it's kind of funny because, you think about it. You use Traveler to sub for a gank. If the other team is just looking at HP bars, which they should be, it does kind of have a big tell of all of a sudden seeing like, wait, Mirage, like Traveler just went on cooldown. Like where the fuck did he go?
I see. So it just completely removed the thing where you're TPing to an ally. Like, wait, what the hell? Okay, how does this even work, man? Last time I TP'd on the second floor. And this time I TP'd.
Time for a change of environs.
Okay, this shit is alright. I don't know how this works. I feel like this is like a recurring problem is like the minimaps issues with verticality, and now it's especially real on Mirage. So maybe they'll address the broader.
Also, there's the important thing is that if you really want to show dominance against the other team by instantly killing yourself, you can teleport directly into the enemy fountain.
I'm attacking. I'm going in, boys. Wait, can I? How? It's like the very
the
top
fountain is
of
like
the
far.
minimap.
You have to hit like the very top of the minimap.
Oh shit! I'm in. Oh my god, that's crazy. Actually, you can just
as he's just like Inshallah. He's like, where the fuck are you taking me? Like, what?
I don't
didn't wish for this.
In Dota, people like when people are like feeding like account selling, they'll go Nature's Prophet and TP enemy fountain, and now you can do that on this guy. But luckily, it's a 2-minute cooldown. Luckily, it's a 2-minute cooldown.
We finally enabled the greatest Dota tech inside the block.
you can sell your account for
oh my fucking god.
Little win trade. Okay.
Oh
cool,
yeah, people
cool.
like good point is that like, well, I don't think Mirage is like suited for the way Viper is. Proxy Mirage just dropped.
Oh my god.
Teleport
TD into your base, start freaking clearing your minions.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's heinous. That actually could work, man. All right, Mo and Krill, Scorn, damage reduced from 56 to 50. Some Mo and Krill nerfs, all right. Well, less radius.
It's a true buff in actuality because of the
Spirit
scaling.
scaling. Oh my god! Wait, so they're gonna make Mo and Krill actually have some scaling on him because he kind of doesn't have any of that, right? Or before.
Tank Buster's a real item on him now.
Oh yeah, you could hit that, man. You could hit. That's big, right? Because I feel like Mo would want to have a Tank Buster. He needs that extra damage, especially on high HP targets that he's initiating on. And then wait, that means does the Scorn heal you with Tank Buster? It might, man. It might. All right, we're not testing that. We're not testing that. We're going too deep. We're going too deep to test that. Yeah. My better instincts are taking over now that we're in like hour 4 of this patch review.
Yeah.
All right. Burrow, now lets you enter the tunnels. That is a funny meme. I don't know how much you're going to really be doing that because if you get stuck in the tunnels, you have to wait for Burrow to come out, which is kind of a funny troll, but I don't know. Maybe if you have movement speed and the Burrow's leveled, you go like all the way through the tunnel. I could see it. Cooldown increase. It is funny. I saw when you get stuck in the tunnels, you're just perma crouched on Mo. You like can't uncrouch. You're like too fat to be in the tunnels.
I'm gonna be honest. You don't want to use Burrow to go into the tunnels until your Burrow is level 3, unless you actually just like being forcibly jailed in the tunnels.
Yeah, it's definitely some trolling to go in there early. So you can plus 68 spin DPS, plus 2 radius. Some more radius, some more Burrow time. Oh, you get Burrow time on tier 2. And then tier 3 is Giga move speed buffed. Oh, wow. Okay, these are some nice buffs on tier 3. That's more move speed. You're going to be running on tier 3. Sandblast, cooldown, reduce, more disarms. Less duration, though. Less of a broken disarm. It was a little bit, honestly, like the Echo Shard disarm was a little crazy on carries. Range reduced. That's a big change. Before you could kind of spam that across the map. T1, nope, you get the range back. Kappa, I lied. Get a little bit more damage. Tier 2 is from less cooldown to now it slows move speed, so it like helps you catch people. Okay, that's actually kind of nice, and you don't need to max it for the slow. Maxing it gives you less cooldown and more duration, so your duration is going to be very long actually. Then again, only 3.5 instead of 3 that it was before. So okay, combo cooldown increased to 150. Hold on,
it gets better.
Okay,
it gets better though. Like the damage is like combo is a legitimate like solo kill tool now.
60 is not that much DPS though, right? 35 is like basically 0. 60 is not that much better.
So I don't. Something about the duration and like the mechanics are going into it is that people are saying that like Mo was doing a large amount of damage in combo and like just killing people. I don't. This is one of those things where like
I guess because the Scorn does more damage, right? So you can scorn them like at least once, or maybe like you get like a second Scorn off during the combo. So I could see it. Maybe you have Torment Pulse or something. Tier 2 changed from 0.7 seconds duration to 60 DPS. Okay, so that's maybe where the DPS is coming, because now it's 120 DPS. Now we're kind of cooking on combo DPS. What's the spirit scaling in combo DPS? It is 1.2. I'm not gonna lie, I really feel like you really need to max this ability. Right? Because it has duration and cooldown are like the most important stats on the ability, and they're on tier 3. So I feel like Mo, if you're playing like combo Mo, like you're not like playing to snowball or carry the game, you're just like actually playing to set up kills. I feel like you really need to max ulti for that to be good. So because combo's not going to be that good in the early game anymore until you.
It's what people are doing right now though. They are maxing combo, and like combo, the combination of the Scorn buff and combo damage that. If you run into Mo solo, it's not like oh shit, Mo's gonna hold me down and a friend's gonna kill me. It's like, no, Mo is the actual problem in that instance. Like Mo will just kill you.
Yeah, you're gonna do some pretty real damage. Plus the duration is better right after the changes, because you're getting. Before it was you're getting you still have the same 0.7 it was on the tier 2. So the duration is basically the same as it was in full patch, but now you just have a lot more damage, which does matter. Often when you're comboing somebody, usually Mo's there first, and the next guy is like a couple seconds late and just tries to deal with damage they can. So it's actually kind of nice that Mo himself is going to deal a little bit more reliable DPS. All right, Paige. Bookworm. Conjure Drag Arena to Bookworm. We love this. We're big fans. Fixed initial location, not starting where you click it. Okay, a little bit bug fix. Cooldown increased. Sure. T1 changed from -5 second cooldown to +2 tail duration and 1 meter's width. That's kind of cool. Longer duration and width are pretty nice on this scale for like clearing waves. You can get your cooldown back on the tier 2 and 10 meters travel range. That's going to go very far. This is going to be a pretty big area of effect, especially if you get radius, which I think you might on page. I think you probably do buy the greater radius on page.
Oh yeah, you do just for 3 if nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. Your ult is, I mean, in general, I think you're a good radius buyer. Tier 3 also grants +1 charge. Okay, wow. These are big buffs, I think, to page. Plot armor. See.
Also, an incredibly big name upgrade. Like the biggest name upgrade I think I've ever seen, because no one was ever calling that shit defend and fight. Like that is the most
defend and fight. It's just Page's shield. Plot armor is like something you could actually say.
No offense to this game, but like defend and fight, I took one look at that, and that was like the most Marvel Rivals-esque name I have ever seen. Like in this game, it was just like, no, I'm not saying that. It's like
defend and fight was not good, but plot armor is very good. That's funny.
No, it brought me back to the Rivals. It was like you do your first Rivals cast and you say Fate of both worlds like multiple times in a battle, and you're like, I'm never doing that again.
Send help. Tier 3 now also increases. Oh, see, I mean, Reddit is killing it, man. Reddit is killing it. Actually being useful to the competitive scene. Shout out Kira the Cupcake. So plot armor got nerfed a little bit, but the buff then in the name is going to make up for that. This is a very marginal nerf. Captivating Read. Height area no longer increases with range bonuses. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Cooldown increased. Immobilized duration reduced. Tier 1, the cooldown, you have to get the tier 1 to make it kind of the same as it was before. Tier 2 immobilized. Okay, once again. So you just need points in it to be as good as it was before. But tier 3 adds a radius back into it, which is the 1 meter radius deceptive, right? That could be not bad, especially if it's scaling with other things. Like, it could be pretty good, honestly, now that I think about it. All right, Rallying Charge. Tier 2 now also reduces cooldowns by 30 seconds. Sure. Tier 3 now increases max amp from 100 to 150. Okay, sure. So I don't think really long ranging this skill is like at all viable, but sure.
No, but I mean, it continues to add on to it. So like one day, like you're gonna have a game where someone's not paying attention, like at a competitive level, and a page does a cross map all day, just like
the problem is it makes a
just
very loud global sound. So it's like not that realistic. You miss it. That's the thing.
But it makes it fuck up at some point.
It does make. I think healing somebody or saving somebody is more plausible. That is what I actually could do. They're desperately trying to chase a kill, and then the rallying charge ends up getting value from across the map. All right, Paradox. Hopefully some nerfs. Paradox. Radius reduced nerf. Okay, radius increases by +1 meter per pulse, so it gets bigger faster. Amp per stack reduced.
Worth mentioning while I'm here. This is one that got majorly touched in the mini update.
Oh,
yeah, this got hit in the mini update. We'll get back to touch the mini update.
Paradox. Let's get Paradox for now. Good call.
Okay.
Good call. We'll hit up the mini update before we close this one out. Pocket. Projectile speed increased. Let you use stamina during barrage. That's cool. Let you use flying cloak during the ability. Wow. Okay, that's a lot of flexibility. You're going to be able to get barrage stacks off much more easily. More damage per projectile. Better cooldown. This is like a hella buffs on this thing, man. Like many buffs on this skill. Okay. Flying cloak, cooldown reduced. That's a very big buff, unless it loses that in the.
Wait, what?
In the other buffs.
I zoomed this in, or rather on my end. I was like, wait, why are we so?
Duration increased from 3.4 to 3.8. Travels slower, same total distance. Okay, it's interesting. It has like more time flexibility, so it makes juking better, but it's not as fast if you're just like hard escaping with it. Tier 1 changed from 14-second cooldown to +70 damage.
So it's a longer cooldown overall, actually, if you
because there's
tier 1.
Oh, okay, you need tier 3 for the cooldown.
Yeah.
And they got rid of the weird weapon damage thing. Oh, I guess no, they didn't. They put it on tier 2.
You do get cloak up a lot though, relative to before at tier 3.
And plus 1.6 seconds travel time. That's pretty good, right? Tier 3 is good. I mean, because the 14-second CD is what you really want on Pocket of all things. Like, that means it's what, a 12-second cooldown when you have tier 3 base that can be reduced further. You're spamming a lot of these things. Enchantress Satchel, spirit scaling increase, more damage on Satchel, sure. Okay. Tier 3 also reduces movement speed, sure. So you got a slow now. Tier 3 fire rate slow increased. Tier 3 escape duration increased. Holy shit, plus 1.5. Wait. How freaking long are you in this thing? Wait, we have to see this. We have to see how long Pocket is in this freaking satchel.
It's a while, as it turns out. Also, Cloak at max rank. Jake, Cloak at max rank with superior cooldown is a very short cooldown. Like, actually, I think it depends on when you leave your cloak, but if you go max rank cloak, I want to say it's like 6 seconds.
There goes one good-looking son of a bitch. Time to be clever.
Like the animation bugs. I'm in here so long, they didn't animate the satchel for that duration. Like,
actually, it's even better. So if you do a max cloak, like max duration cloak with cooldown, it's back up within 5 seconds. So it's actually way better at initiation.
Dude, wait. No. This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is like truly cross map now.
Getting ready to teleport.
I'm in the satchel. I'm chilling. My satchel's bugging out, and I'm here. I mean, honestly, these are kind of cool changes. I'm just curious. I don't really know how they're going to play. I'm not like a Pocket player, but I think these look funny. The funniest thing is just the satchel bugging out. Like, my camera is doing this. Like, I don't have any control over my camera zooming in and the satchel falling over. So I'm sure that's just an oversight because they didn't realize how long the duration can be when you're full maxed. All right. What's next? What did they do to Affliction? No longer does some current damage.
Well,
got better?
arguably.
Okay, DPS buffed. It doesn't do a current health damage though, which, to be fair, is a lot. Like usually, it was really good to use it on full HP players. 12% current health is like better than a tank buster, right? And that was just what it did. Spirit Sealing increased, but the DPS is very good. Cooldown increased a little bit, although it ends up going down with the tier 1. Tier 2 no longer reduces healing. Increases radius. Tier 3 no longer increases radius. Tier 3 now prevents all healing on target. Holy shit, that's crazy. Okay, wait a minute. This is a crazy hero. 100% heal reduction is bonkers. So, like, you really, really need Diviners now, or Divine Barrier, right?
Yeah,
like,
the only thing that deals with it is Divine Barrier. That's it.
You really, really need this. Like if you don't, you are in serious trouble. Or like Viscus Cube or whatever. Zero healing is
with it either, because like.
Does Cube not purge ultimate buffs anymore?
No, it's been that way for a while actually.
I can't remember. I don't max the skill. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's dangerous and I feel safer already.
All right. Let's see what's next. Rem. Trooper base healing change from 10 per second to 8 per second. Okay, the troopers were like Thanos troopers. That's good. Trooper healing, spirit scaling increase. Never mind. They're still going to be Thanos troopers. You just need more souls to scale it. Sleep move speed reduced. That's like I think that affects all the other sleeps too. Like Haze, I saw the same stat.
Yeah.
Sleep duration decreased. Radius decreased. Tier 2 change from unstoppable and damage resist while channeling to more duration and radius. Tier 3 now gets 50% damage. These are big nerfs, actually, right?
Also, I believe it got tested. If you have knockdown, if you instant knockdown Rem as he activates nap time, it goes off before the nap time does, is what I was told.
Okay. It's just longer channel. I feel like you already could before, no?
No, he was unstoppable. Like,
Yeah, you mean without the unstop, yeah.
Yeah. So now that he doesn't have the unstoppable, like, in theory, you have more ways of interrupting him. Or
it's kind of a shame. I think Rem wasn't too broken, honestly, with counterspell being so good and countering nap time, but maybe it was broken in lower ranks, honestly. I bet this hero just like crazy macro domination in low ranks, just eating the sinners, pushing the waves. I bet that was just like crushing in low ranks. Nap time, people not counterspelling, so maybe it needed to happen. But yeah, losing unstop is a crazy nerf on this hero because you really need that. Like, you were a major target. Although then again, you can cast this thing through walls, so maybe it's sort of reasonable that you don't have unstoppable.
I think that's exactly the point. Is that like this change happening is going to encourage people to like wall bang people with Rem like way more frequently.
Yeah. All right, 7. My sweet 7 move speed no longer scales with spirit power. Sad. You do actually have a meaningful sprint speed though, which before you basically didn't. You were all about running faster with move speed, but it did make the late game spirit carry 7 like giga move speed was pretty fun. No longer that good. Slows down less versus non-heroes. I think this helps you jungle a little bit better with the Lightning Ball. Fix now doing damage. Another ball is already hitting a target. Don't think that scenario really happens like very often, but sure. Tier 2 now increases lifetime. That's a big deal for farming speed, I will say. Increasing the lifetime on like large camps is a big deal at the early game. Static charge, damage reduced, cast range reduced. No longer scales caster and spirit power. Sure, so it's a little bit less powerful and flexible. Cooldown change, whatever. Tier 2 now increases the cast range. Okay, so the tier 2 gives a pretty good range back. You're actually going to have quite a good range on that tier 2. And a little bit more damage on the tier 3, which I feel like this was already a good skill to level. Now it's pretty competitive to level. Cooldown increase a little bit on power surge. Duration no longer scales with spirit power. Max ups increased to 4. Okay, so it's a little bit better. I don't know. It's hard to say. T1 increase, so you get the cooldown back with T1. They moved the shred to tier 3. That's a pretty big deal. The shred was like very, very potent on this guy, and it was really good to have it early. So now, okay, you're not going to get it that early. But the duration on tier 3, it might be 100% uptime. I think it probably is 100% uptime on tier 3 if you have like some kind of items for it, like some duration item. 12-second duration is a lot of freaking duration. Which is honestly kind of makes sense for 7. Like late game carry, it was weird when the skill was down. You pretty much could get to 100% uptime, but you needed to do a bigger item investment. Now you don't. Base movement in the storm cloud, that's fun. Honestly, that's fun. We needed that change.
Just a little bit, but yeah.
It sucked to like be truly immobile in the storm cloud. So now at least when you do it in like the laning stage of fighting, you can like get around a corner or something. It's not the end of the world. Tier 1 bullet resist. So base bullet resist was taken away, but if you have tier 1, you get it back. Okay. These are like good quality of life buffs for 7. I don't think they really moved the needle that much, but I don't think they didn't nerf him that hard, which I think shows Valve is like paying a lot of attention to the pro scene. Because as far as I know, 7 is like extremely broken statistically, like top win rate hero. But
he has one of the I think he is the highest win rate, or is like top 3 at a minute. Like his win rate in pubs is like very, very different from the level of pro use you would expect him to have from his pub win rate.
Yeah. So I think it's kind of cool. It means they're paying attention to like competitive play. They're not just like purely balancing on pub win rates, because 7 would have been nerfed off pure win rate, and then like he's already unplayable in competitive play. So this is cool. Maybe like this kind. I don't know if 7's going to be good after this. Probably not. But maybe like this direction of like subtle reworks can get him there, where without like, just destroying him because he's too strong in pubs, and he'll just be like a never ever hero in competitive play. Losing the movement speed scaling on Spirit is a big deal, though. I think that's like a bigger nerf than it would seem. All right, Shiv. Oh my God, Shiv's stamina reduced and movement speed reduced. That is a brutal nerf for Shiv. 2 stam on Shiv. That is tragedy.
Oh, I think they just realized like, hey, you can have the shotgun to have all the high-end movement tech, but we're gonna remove.
Now you have to do the movement tech. Actually, I think that's basically what this is. You really need to do the movement tech, which honestly, it's probably good. The movement tech is fun and interesting and unique, but that's a heavy goddamn nerf. More bullet damage growth though. So hold on, maybe some value gun buys on Shiv. No longer has impact damage on serrated knives. Bleed DPS per knife. Okay, more bleed DPS. The spirit scaling is better, but no impact damage. I don't know if that matters. The impact damage isn't that big of a deal. Whereas the bleed, when you like giga stack it, is quite good. T1 change.
Yeah, if you stack multiple knives, I think you come out like significantly ahead with the change, but
yeah, and T2. So with these T1, T2s, it gets better once you have tier 2. You're gonna have a lot of charges, you're gonna have a lot of duration. No more impact damage on tier 3. Okay, wait, the knives build, it might be kind of good, right? Like, it's hard to say, but you're going to do a lot more raw DPS. I don't think the impact damage really matters in, like, the late game on Shiv, but the tick DPS is what you actually care about. So you're, like, decaying them, you put, like, 4 or 5 knives on them, they're going to be ticking really hard.
Yeah, I think the net difference here is that, like, getting multiple knife stacks actually sucks a lot more for the opponent, because of how the nature of it scaling up. Like the impact obviously isn't scaling up, but the dot is.
Yeah, but I feel like the dot was what really mattered when you were like stacking 5 or 6 knives on somebody. It was like, man, the dot is going to tick them so hard now, especially you decaying them. Like they're going to be bleeding out in a big way. All right, slice and dice, 1 second cooldown. It's kind of painful because this is like a movement and farming skill. Reduce the damage, pretty bad to 15 damage. It's a lot. Spirit resistance. Reduces spirit resistance. Multiple instances stack. Oh my. Okay, wait, that's interesting. So now he has shred on slice and dice. And if you're getting it maxed out and spamming it a bunch of times, you're going to like giga shred people. That's kind of cool. And it kind of like lore wise kind of fits like theming. The T1 is buffed cooldown wise. Okay. Tier 2 change from impact damage to more spirit resistance to.
One interesting thing, by the way, chat.
This is better. No, this is a lot better once you get points in it. What are you going to say, DB?
I was going to say, people are mentioning one thing is that on the knives is that technically Shiv is also a lot more vulnerable, not only to dispel magic as an item, but you have all the different like abilities now of ways of like clearing
all the
debuffs that didn't exist.
That's true.
So like you can get a big knife stack, but if they have a Dynamo on the team, Dynamo is just going to clear it, right? So some of those things are
Kelvin.
kind of a problem for the knife stacking. Like straight up, by the way, I guess technically it doesn't get to level 3, but you probably don't want to be like, it's funny that this is an interaction now, but you probably don't want to be Shiv against Dynamo like on the map if you can help it, just because of like how it's going to fuck over your knife stacking if you even get it.
Yeah, I think already that was not a bad matchup for Dynamo, right? Because he has the way to dodge the ulti and is no longer unit targeted. You jump in the direction forward with some small control. Oh, wait a minute. Interesting. Wait.
It is both a nerf and a buff conditionally, depending on what you're trying to use it for.
To be honest, I think that's probably... It's probably mostly a nerf, I think.
I would agree. But if you're about to die as Shiv, you now have the ability to use a slice and dice and then use a killing blow after to like get more distance.
This is where it ends.
Yeah, just a like hard escape. But you have one less stamina, ZT. Oh, single tier for Shiv.
People asking how's that buff? It's a buff only in the sense that it can be used as a conditional movement ability now. It is overall a nerf.
But yeah, for the most part, you don't want to be doing that for your 100-second get a kill. But the biggest thing, I think the reason this is a huge nerf is like on a lot of heroes, you were using this execute when you're like freaking like they're hard running away from you, and then you just you're just spamming 4 as hard as you can, and now you have to be kind of a lot more conservative with it, right? You have to like actually
also
be thinking about it as a skill shot now,
the alert extent. Like it had an alert before, right? When people are low.
Yeah, I assume it will, right?
That'd be funny if it like doesn't have the alert anymore. No, you still have the alert.
Yeah.
It's over.
He just doesn't because I have no death on, but
They asked for
I want to see like how the range is on this bad boy. Okay, so I wouldn't have hit that. It's like,
time to pull out.
yeah, so like I feel like you're gonna be way more likely to just miss,
And also that was only like one part of the change. The other change is that 100% uptime reset is no longer a thing.
Time to die.
Oh yeah. You recast for 20 seconds. Okay, so it's not just like you literally solo kill one guy and you go on and kill the other guy later. You have to hit the next one in 20 seconds.
It's about the uptime. So like right now, if Shiv gets a kill like in a side lane, he just keeps the killing blow, or rather pre-patch, he would just keep the killing blow up. Now you have enforced downtime of killing blow no matter what. It is not a 100% uptime alt after he hits level 3.
Honestly, I think the biggest thing is you're gonna get body blocked a lot. Like, I can't go past this guy. Okay, now I can. But like, man, it would be very easy to hit the wrong guy with killing blow. So 2 stam plus all this stuff, I don't know. Shiv is gonna be a little suspect, I think. Maybe he needed it, but this
feels like the ultimate like test a little bit on the Valve and be like, okay, motherfuckers, pick him in comp now. Like, Shiv's just sitting here with like multiple body wounds.
I mean, he's been the best hero in the game for probably the longest of any of the heroes in the top tier. So I think this is fair. It does increase the enemy threshold, which is actually pretty good. Or I guess you lose the threshold. Just the damage amp. Oh my god. So okay, so these are some just brutal nerfs, man. Overall, pretty painful. Well, Shiv, you know what? You had your day in the sun. Time to go rest in the shade.
Well,
Silver.
hypothetically, like I've seen the
never
death
know.
of Shiv like
But this one looks
prophesized
pretty
like
bad.
so many times. No, I agree.
Then
This
again,
should be it, but it's like literally,
the
it's like 1 week
daggers
later. It's like
and-
somehow Shiv returned and he's back.
Like the slice and dice and the serrated knives, like I almost feel like it's gonna be good still, you know, like just because they did some cool buffs, like the shred on slice and dice. This is 14% shred, right? And if I'm hitting like 2 people, I think I could get like 3 stacks on them. Think I can get.
No one stops me.
Okay, unfortunately, it doesn't show how many stacks I have. There's no way to tell that I'm doing the spirit resist to them. But I'm pretty sure this is like, I mean, this is kind of plausible that you would be able to get Giga Shred on somebody with year 2 with it maxed. Like, so I could see Shiv still being a pretty adept like tank buster kind of a frontliner. But for sure, the ulti is less egregious. That maybe is the most broken part of the hero. All right, Silver, Mauling Leap. Damage scaling reduced. Okay, this hero's super broken before. So, Tail Whack. Fixed Tail Whack being considered a movement ability. Oh, interesting. I guess it's blocked by Slowing Axe or something. I didn't know that. Disarm duration reduced. Slow duration increased. And now it buffs both of them with the max Tail Whip. Okay. Lycan Curse. This is a big nerf, right? The 15-second CD nerf. Pretty big deals. There's a more there was like, it felt like no downtime on this ulti. Honestly, it really felt very, very hard to punish. Now there's a little bit more room for that, even though it's still pretty high uptime compared to most ultis. Base health bonus reduced. No longer grants. Oh, no longer gives resists. Pretty huge.
That's big, particularly in combination with the resist
shred
nerfs to items and all the shred in the game.
She felt like basically unkillable in the wolf form unless she was like giga underfarmed. So can't read that.
Oh, that's
Okay,
that's the update where she got a little bit of her stuff back, where she got more health back in Lycan Curse, and the move. Basically, the move nerf is only 1 meter per second now, rather than 2, because she got another.
Honestly, it's good that they did this because looking at these patch notes, I'm like, holy crap, this hero's like kind of dead. Like she used to be super tanky and Lycan Curse, but you kind of need to be tanky if you're going to be diving into the enemy.
Here's the funny part.
Squad.
You would think that, and then Melee Creeps was like scrimming with it, and Ido was playing Silver and was still looking really good, even at like post nerfs before the hotfix.
Yeah, so I think we can say that I think Silver's still going to be worse than before. Like maybe she won't be like Giga first picked, but I think she's still going to absolutely get played. Like
I would actually argue she might be Giga first picked by virtue of the fact that you now have like frontliners. I mean, nerfed. Like Abrams
who the hell knows about pick priority anymore?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I guess the problem is like if it was the old patch of frontliners being priority.
Yeah.
I would say it would be because Abrams got nerfed and Shiv got nerfed, right? However, the counterfactual here is that Calico exists, Wraith exists, and there's other things to consider for first pick. So
yeah. All right, Victor. We're getting down towards the end of the alphabet, ZP. We're getting there.
We've almost done it.
Bullet damage increased. Okay, just a little bit. Starch charge pain battery. That's a nice little start the lane off a little bit stronger with an opening nuke. Range increase. That's a big range increase on pain battery. That's kind of a big deal. Before, Victor felt like the king of small rooms and then like really bad outside. And that range buff is a really big deal for mitigating the whole can't fight in the open spaces kind of a deal. Especially because pain battery is like your most important damage in the late game. Reduce randomness and projectile pass. Cool. More bolts, more consistency. Sure. Tier 2 increased from plus 36 to plus 50. I assume that means damage. Tier 3 now also increases spirit scan by 0.6. Wait, these are big buffs. Is Victor back? This is his most important skill. These are big buffs to like his damage, sustain, range. Everything about this skill is better virtually. Longer cooldown on jumpstart though. Move speed reduced on jumpstart. Spirit scaling reduced. Tier 1 increased. A little bit more move speed. It gets a little bit better than before, but only once you have tier 1. Tier 2 also reduces cooldown by 8, which again, a little bit better than before, but worse at the base, better at 2 points. Tier 3 now also provides +1 charge. That's a pretty big change, but it no longer reduces cooldown.
Yeah, I don't remember what the tier 3 cooldown was.
I don't
there.
remember what it was either. I mean, no one's really playing Victor. So it's interesting. I do think having an extra charge is a big deal on Jumpstart because I feel like Victor's a character who like kind of spams every single thing in his kit while he's like fighting, and having one more charge of Jumpstart is just that like extra like layer over the top, especially as a debuff remover, you know, could be pretty good. All right. What else has changed with Victor? I know there's some ult changes on him. Aura of Suffering, max DPS a little faster. Cool. 10 seconds felt a little bit egregious. Radius increase. That's a big buff on Radius. Toggle cooldown reduced. Min DPS reduced. But sure, who cares about min DPS? Max DPS. Okay, max DPS. So this is less broken ability in general. But it has the range is, I think, worth it. I think you would give up these DPS to just have like this range feel like you actually can hit people.
Yeah, the radius increase is massive.
Yeah, like I mean, 10 is a lot. That's like, you know, plus when you're getting scaling items, like you buy Cult Sack and you might even buy Greater Expansion on Victor now. I feel like it's pretty good. There's a lot of, you're kind of benefiting on 3 of your 4 skills on it. It's pretty good. Tier 2 and 3 max DPS reduced. So overall, the DPS is pretty massively reduced on the skill, but it's much bigger radius, which was Victor's issue before. I feel like you weren't really like, oh, I'm not dealing enough damage before. It was like, I just can't get on people. I can't connect to them, and I can't zone enough of the team fight unless we're in a small room. And I feel like that they're kind of aiming at that with this patch. All right. Shocking Reanimation. Radius reduced. Sure. Rebirth health reduced. Okay. Tier 1 changed from radius and damage to the while on cooldown thing. All right. The while on cooldown thing is actually a very good, I think, in early game, because it means it's just like a farming tool. So you just go fight, use your ulti, and then you have spare damage and some fire rate to farm with for the next like 2 minutes because your ulti is a million-year cooldown. So I think this is actually a very big buff, honestly. Generally, the radius and the damage is not realistic. You just weren't hitting people with it unless they were like already stunned or something inside your ulti, which they're probably
also,
dead.
Realistically, like that shouldn't have been like a big selling point of the ability anyways. It's more of a, hey, don't jump on me in melee range as soon as I get up. Like that's basically what's supposed to be, and not like more gimmicky.
Yeah,
like I actually want.
I mean, it's zoned them away further before, but to be honest, a lot of times, like I just think it's a much better order for the power to have that farming efficiency stuff in the early game when your ult's on cooldown the most. I think it's very good. Rebirth health basically brings it back to 100%. Sure, a tier 2. And then tier 3 gives a much bigger radius. And the cooldown buff on tier 3 is also very big, right? So now, let's see. Dude, I think Victor's good, man. This is a lot of buffs to put on here.
Now that I'm thinking, look at the tier 3. Hang on. Again, this has been the most recurring theme of like all these abilities just getting way bigger AoEs overall. Like, what happens if you grab Mystic Expansion and die?
All right, we have to test it. Oh my god, it's pretty big, huh? 100-second cooldown. That's a huge deal. Like that is not much with Transcendent cooldown, which I think you probably will be buying on this hero. 100 seconds is, it used to be, it was what, just 50 seconds more than this, right? It was going to be,
I think so. I think it was always around like 3 minutes.
I don't think there was any CDR on it before. So, wow, okay. So Victor, I feel like Victor's back, man. The aura, pretty nice, pretty respectable aura.
Victor getting ready to destroy lower level pubs, probably.
Yeah, I think Victor might be back, man. I think Victor might be back in a big way. Kind of curious to play a little. All right.
Oh, the Vindicta changes, I'm like stealth more hype on than I think people may give it initial credit for. Especially, I just want to skip here to the number one thing, the crow change. Like you need to go in and test the new Vindicta crow. It is stupid. Like that ability got like vastly better.
Yeah, I've seen this. I played against this already, but I was like, I could tell it was changed, but I didn't. Is that just like the base now?
It is just a ultra fast shotgun crow that is.
Wait, okay, so it's before this ability was like legitimately really hard to hit at like long range. It was like you really had to wait for the enemy to kind of like, you know, make a mistake or something. Does this still have the crazy range? I'm like, the range is still huge.
It's crazy range, and and when it's fully leveled up, it's 14% shred.
Like, wait, is it infinite range? Okay,
it's pretty big.
Yeah, so this is, and that's big because with this kind of range, it doesn't have the thing where it like bounces anymore. But honestly,
It doesn't need the bounce when it hits a gigantic area.
dude, like that's what I mean. Like late game, dude, you're gonna debuff everyone. You know, you're gonna.
Just the beginning. I make my own opportunities.
And again, it's 14%
Good.
shred for both
Yeah.
spirit and bullet. Like it is
More shred. Okay, man. Things are gonna die in the late game. Like I think the world of being like a hyper tank might kind of be over with all the shred changes and.
Well, yeah, because the game has added like a massive amount of shred, and at the same time, it's reduced the ability to get resistances on, especially from things like spirit resilience and bullet resilience.
Yeah. All right. Interesting. Well, let's see what else they changed. No longer unscopes while using items. You get the 4-second buffer on impact for bonus credit. Love that. While scope now plays a sound for you when it's fully charged. Cool. Weapon damage bonus increase. So this is like, I think in theory, Vin can be like a legit scaling carry now. I think that's what they're sort of playing towards, which makes sense with the nature of Assassinate giving gun damage. Like, if you're not going to play carry, it doesn't really make sense. So I think this hero could be pretty threatening, like a kind of like a snowball, blow the game out of control kind of carry.
If you go back up, the other important thing is that Flight got turbo buffed. Like particularly the fact that you can now counterspell.
You can parry. Oh, that's a huge deal. Yeah, because before you couldn't counterspell stuff, so it's really annoying. And you get 50% item cast range. Wow. Spirit damage scaling reduced. So a little bit less damage on it, but I think these quality of life buffs matter quite a bit, especially like you said, the counterspell one. More duration. Well, it's sort of just T2 fixes the nerf. Tier 3 spirit damage per bullet. Reduced. Tier 3 increases scaling though. Also refreshes duration on hero kill. Oh my god. Okay, that's a big change, right? Because your hero's all about getting finished kills. So you're gonna get that a lot.
Although that being said, like in a higher level pub to competitive context, like what Vindicta is even getting through one flight cycle without getting a fucking anvil dropped on her head, let alone like a refresh.
Well, that's what I mean. But now it's like after you flight, refreshes duration. I guess it doesn't let you get a new. Okay,
no, yeah, it doesn't give you a new one. It just refreshes duration. It's like you're not hitting maximum duration half the time, anyways, because
that's
like
fair.
You're
running or you're using it and canceling it, and yeah, makes sense. Bigger leash duration or bigger leash radius rather for the maxed stake, which is pretty good. More catching, more tethering. I mean, longer duration on the tether as well, but only when you max it. Okay, interesting. All right,
yeah, Viscus also he got some hotfix nerfs.
Yeah, we'll check out the hotfix in a sec. The splatter bounces once feels really good in lane. It feels like you can do a lot more damage now in lane, bouncing, hitting somebody. You could hit people twice. You could hit like two guys instead of one, or just more reliably hit your first shot. So the splatter feels a lot better in lane again. Slight cooldown buff, which is nice. The scaling is a little worse, in fairness, but you just need this skill for lane anyway, right? I love the ground effect. Adding the slide distance is like just funny. I don't know if I've really even intentionally used that, but it's interesting.
You know what it reminds me of, by the way? Like the new splatter, when you look at it, reminds me of, I think it was like the bio gun in UT a little bit.
This will slow them down. Hello. Attacking. Launching goo. Expelling goo.
So I don't know
just
how much
gone
this
full
matters, but it's
Nickelodeon.
funny. Yeah, it's getting slimed. But I mean, I will say, like when lane, man, like you're going to fight people and you can, do one of these to hit somebody twice. That's a big deal, right? It's like plus 50% more damage because the second bounce only does 50% damage, but still, it's very good, very very strong laning tool to just have a free buff. Million bounces on tier 3, some better cooldowns. The tier 1s are better. Like every point is better, basically. Cube removes the chance for canceling, which makes sense. And better spirit scaling on the healing. So you're going to heal a pretty significant amount with some spirit. And tier 3, an even bigger cooldown buff. So wow. So the cooldown is 17 at base on tier 3. And you usually will buy the Transcendent CD. So yeah, it's a 12-second cooldown on a 4-second duration. Although I don't think the duration starts until after duration. This thing ends. Wait, let's see. Oh, it does. So the downtime is pretty low, man, on cube. The downtime is like, it's like up 1/3 of the time. That's kind of wild.
Maximum cube. Effectively.
All right, we need to test the true maximum cube. Magic carpet, obviously a very realistic buy.
Oh my god.
What else gives me ability duration?
Wait, are you just trying to see if you could perma-cube?
No, I mean, that would be too funny. I don't think that works at all, but... I mean, wait, no, it's... This gives duration, right? Doesn't it? Oh, wait, no. Virtual.
Well, go
It
search.
does.
If you hit search, you can find it that way.
What is it? This?
You have to type in ability duration.
Wait, I can search the items?
Yes.
I didn't even know that. How do I do it?
Duration. So, okay, you click in the
Oh, I see,
magnifying glass again. Yeah. And that will bring up everything with
Changes
duration.
barrier. And then, so this, I need to spawn an enemy. Now we're really getting into it, man. Now we're getting a very realistic scenario here to test.
Oh, God.
Okay, look how long. I'm like almost 50% uptime, I think. Okay. Highly realistic scenario, obviously.
But wait. If you had E-shift, you could then like E-shift out of the cube into another cube.
That's, now you're talking, ZT. Now you're absolutely talking. And then if I get the legendary prismatic shard, I'll really be immortal. All right. What's next? Goo Ball. Okay, this is the big buff of the hero, is that you can just use abilities and items in the tier 0 Goo Ball, which is crazy. That means this ult is way better than it was before. You can actually use it while you're fighting now and still get a lot of your skills off. It does lose a lot of, instead of the resist being 60%, which basically made you unkillable, now it's 35. So you have to be a little bit more respectful. The tier 1 also doesn't give you duration anymore, but it gives you cooldown. So it feels like all of the things, like the kit fits together much more cohesively now. It's a lot more like tempo, early game, use all your skills, get kills, reset, do it again. And the ulti before just didn't fit as well into that. It was like more of like a big team fight skill you're going to use, and then it's on cooldown a long time. It lasts a little bit less long, but it feels like a much more meaningful skirmishing skill. So I think this is a really cool change for Viscus, and I think it's super fun. The character feels way
Also,
better
they
than
got rid
before.
of it. I actually kind of wish they didn't, because I don't think it was overpowered. I mean, even on a comp level, like how many times we've seen people do it, but you can no longer do earn and Goo Ball anymore.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like that was just a bug. Like to be honest, like it was weird. I mean, it wasn't even that good because you could still melee it, but I agree. I don't think it was healthy for the game. Bullet growth reduced, which is kind of, I feel like almost all the meta carries have had their bullet reduction. Weapon damage
Also,
reduction reduced. Go ahead.
Talking with people behind the scenes, and also, I mean, I had one very meme game on it where I was just like messing around, but I don't think this is a good Warden patch. Like, even though you look at it, it's like,
No,
oh, you
I
got
don't
some
think
cool like abilities. Losing the bullet scaling is bad, and like, while Cage, the changes to Cage are interesting, I don't think it makes up for what he lost, or like honestly what he was lacking to begin with.
I feel like
prior to
if
this.
Warden's good this patch, it's going to be a different build. I don't think he's going to be like a hard carry anymore with these changes. So a little bit, I mean, if you max the flask, it gives a little bit more CD or rather, yeah, a little bit better CD and a little bit bigger radius, but it has less, the weapon reduction. I guess the weapon reduction is better once you have the flask tier 2. It's going to go up to 45 from 30 now. All right. Oh, wait. So hold on. The Alp Flask is not, I don't think it's bad. Although not, the radius on tier 2 was very nice. To have that in like the laning stage was super nice. The top end potential is a little bit bigger though. Duration reduced on willpower. That kind of sucks. This ability is, you know, the movement speed was a huge part of it. A little bit less cooldown, but doesn't really make up for it. Barrier scales with spirit power in the base ability. Interesting. Wait, dude, Spirit Warden might be back. I like DP. Spirit Warden could be making a return.
Maybe.
I'm
I mean,
hoping so hard,
that,
but
the problem is that like, yes, you're getting more on the shield. You're still not getting a ton on the shield, and then your late game shield is worse now, like pretty significantly.
Yeah.
Like even though yes, you get the debuff resistance, you're not getting like 1000 HP shields anymore either.
Yeah, I mean, the duration is a big deal, right? I guess you get the duration back from tier 2, but you really need the points in it, which before you kind of would greed and not. Tier 3 changed from the... So you still get the improved scaling. It is a little worse, tier 3 right before, but you get 40% debuff resistance, which is kind of cool, but if it... I don't know if it... I mean, it probably doesn't work when the barrier goes away, so that seems like a weird stat. I don't know. I agree. I think in the end, 2-second duration on the early levels is a big deal. Binding Word, these are the biggest changes, I think, from Warden. The cast range reduced. Pretty big. Cast range reduction, actually. I don't know how much you really were casting this in max range, but could hurt.
Oh, he gets it back and more is like the good part at the very least.
Cooldown reduction, or cooldown rather decrease. A little bit more often can spam them. T1 changed from immobilized duration to the extra damage on trap people. And that stat just feels so terrible, like the extra bullet damage on trap people. I feel like if somebody's trapped, you don't really need any extra damage on them, but sure, why not? Tier 2 changed from minus 19-second cooldown to more duration and more cast range. Does that mean that's not the leash range? That's just the cast range.
That is the cast range. So basically, he can, if he goes things like expansion, he can throw the cage on you from like halfway across the map. It's a very long range to start the cast.
And tier 3, this is where the money is. Minus 18-second cooldown and silences enemies until they escape or are trapped. So that is very potent, right? Like, although there's a lot more debuff removers in the patch, which are pretty hard counters to Binding Word, a relatively reliable long duration silence is a pretty big deal. You do need a max Binding Word, which I don't think anyone was doing before, so would be a totally different build. But like potential long duration silence is super interesting. All right, let's see Last Stand. Channeling bullet and spirit resist increased from 30 to 60. Does that mean like literally when you're channeling it? Okay,
yes.
Sure.
Yeah, so by default, basically.
He's harder to like, he's better at like turning around a fight after you get stunned and the stun's over and then you pop ult. You can tank a little harder. Keep going. All right. Radius reduced from 13 to 12. I think this is, that sucks, right? I guess you get the radius back in tier 1, but it is nerfed on the base. Tier 3 no longer grants the bullet and spirit resist. Wait.
So the resist on channeling is 20% lower overall because it was a max of 80 before. And now
is that channeling is that last the whole duration? The base is now 60? Hold on.
It is,
or is it just while you're channeling it?
It's only while channeling. So it went from 30 pre-patch to 60 now, but there's no upgrade to 80 on the channeling.
Wait, I think this resist is on the whole time.
No, it is only while channeling.
You sure it doesn't?
If it was on the whole time, Last Stand would not be a joke ult.
I think it is.
Nope.
I think when they say channeling, they mean like the ult's like...
No, it is actually only while doing... Because it's... Last Stand has two parts. It's a channel, and then it's the buff.
Okay.
Like, you don't have the resist...
Oh, you're right. While channeling Last Stand, that's it. While channeling, you have some more bullet and spirit resist. So, you have unstoppable channeling and +3 duration. Sure. I'm not sure how good the unstoppable channeling is. I guess it's okay.
I mean, it's helpful. You have more stuns in the game. You don't have to worry about, like, Venator, like, just bogging you even harder than he does as a hero by being like, oh, you want to use your ult that's terrible relative to your Domini? No, I'm going to gut shot you. Like,
all right, we need to test, as we've been doing the whole time, the funny, silly troll of how big your radius can be. I think that if Warden's going to be good, it's like going to be some wonky Spirit Warden. Let's see. Dude, look at that. Look how big that is. Dude, that's huge.
Large alchemical flask is the thing.
You have no place to go.
Okay. Dude, look at that. He's not getting out of this. Look at that prison.
One way or another.
I could see some value here. Honestly, I feel like
I think the problem is like, especially when taking into account that like his bullet actual damage got worse, I still can't think of a time that you would want to pick Warden over Venator, given the like choice of the two. Obviously, like Venator's not always going to be available; he's going to get banned out.
Yeah, I was thinking
But-
more like the old Spirit Warden build. There could be something, but I agree. I don't think it'll be as good as like the current gun Warden that is just like a very stock standard meta hero. And if that's not good, I do think the hero is going to lose some favor for sure. All right.
Like I don't know. I'll be surprised if, like, truthfully, he may go unpicked on the next night shift, because even with the Silence Cage, I just think the part where Warden suffers right now is that his 2 arguably got worse, given the fact that you usually maxed it before and now you wouldn't max it. Like, you'd have to max Cage over his 2. And even if you max the 2, like, you're not getting that much value.
Maxing the Cage feels so bad because it's like doesn't help you farm at all. It doesn't really help you deal damage. It's like a support build, which I don't know. Support Warden, maybe it's cooking a little too hard.
Yeah, I just think like you would pick other heroes over Warden if given the chance. So like to me, I don't know. I think something needs to change on Last Stand. I think that's the number one thing that like goes to me is that making Unstoppable is not enough. Like Last Stand is just not a threatening ultimate in where the game is at right now.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know. I just think if Last Stand became viable again, then I think the calculus on Warden changes. But right now, I think he's definitely in the lower end.
All right, Wraith. I think Wraith is one of the biggest changes in the patch. God help us. So cards have specific suits. Kind of bothers me. Aren't suits not spelled? Does suits have an E?
No,
Card suit?
I'm pretty sure that as UIT.
That is wrong.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Oh no,
That's
sorry,
like sweets.
not how they're spelling there. I wasn't looking at what you were looking at. Yeah, it's just suit, like, but there's no ES though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think they had a little typo, little sweets. Wraiths and her sweets. But so what if I do no cooldown? Oh no, I don't. It doesn't.
So the key thing about the Wraith change with the card trick is that you can stack the deck with the card you want before team fights, because the card you throw is the last one that was generated. So if you're going for max damage, right, you would want to get as many spades and jokers as possible, and then you throw away the ones elsewhere. Or if you want to stay, you would like keep hearts and jokers.
Yeah, how realistic is that though? I feel like you're still just spamming this shit, right? Am I crazy?
I mean, it depends. Like if you're farming, like depending on your farm, like you definitely can like stack 4 cards that you want and then just use the final card. Also, you're getting some shit roll.
Yeah, I'm losing to the creeps. All right, let's get like a late game build on and see what this looks like.
Just up your survivability by at least 30%.
Buy one of those. Buy one of those.
They're gonna squirm in the air.
We could buy some health. Let's buy blood tribute. Seems like a good item to buy. What else am I buying? I don't know. One of these.
Keep your blood on the inside.
I wonder if you buy recharging rush to get more cards up. Probably not. The cooldown's a little too long. All right, that's good enough. And then I'm gonna level up.
You earned the king's favor.
All right. We got a heart. We got a diamond. We got a spade.
You pulled a Joker at first there, and Joker gives you like all the effects in one card, and you can stack up all Jokers in theory, or just RNG them. I don't think there's actually an RNG bias, because when I was messing around, at one point I pulled like 4 Jokers in a row, which should be like mathematically incredibly improbable.
Yeah, so
it's any
it's
form
real
of like style
random
bias. Yeah, I think it is actual true random.
Dude, can I roll a goddamn Joker?
It's a 1 in 9 chance per card. Spades are good rolls though.
Okay.
Also,
so it's like,
that's a Joker right there.
so you're
like,
right.
in
So
theory-
so I just
okay.
keep re-rolling until I hit 4 Jokers. Or I'm not gonna go back to the first diamond, but okay. So now this should do. It should heal, bullet and spirit resist reduction, bonus damage, and movement slow.
Yeah, it does everything.
Okay, that
And,
seems
and
good.
it bounces on top of it, by the way.
That seems pretty good. Okay, so I see the vision. It's like you're farming up and you're playing the gambling mini game of trying to get all the Jokers. Oh, wait. Okay.
What the fuck? Hello?
I'm high rolling. I'm a Wraith player. All right, don't
What
ask
are
me
the
questions.
1-9 3 times in a row? So run the odds. What the fuck? I guess it happened to me too earlier, but.
All right. Now we're gonna do a large camp.
Dude, so what happens when someone wins like the Deadlock equivalent in the International someday because the Wraith like last moment goes to jungle and just pulls 4 jokers out of her ass?
Yeah. Oh my god. Wait, this is cool though. I think it's a really unique, interesting mechanic that is gonna add like some cool, interesting flair to the hero, and also it's a buff because I think the hero kind of did some buffs.
Yeah, worth noting.
Oh yeah, people are
1 in 5.
yeah, it's 1 in 5 in max rank. That's true for the Joker, but still, I mean.
Yeah, still, it's cool though. I mean, I think this is going to be, it's weird that it might steal it or it doesn't have anywhere on the tooltip what the actual percent is, but I believe you if it's 20%. But still interesting. I think it adds a fun little dimension, little slot machine gambling to Wraith, which is like a cool little lore buff. All right, let's keep going. Project Mind. No longer, okay, they just fixed the weird bug where you would like looks like you're TPing, but actually you're stunned. Full auto no longer affects allies. Typically, okay, sure. Duration longer scales with spirit power. Cooldown reduced. Base ability deals. Okay, so you have a little bit of spirit damage per bullet at the base. A little bit better CD with the prep buff. Instead of the spirit damage per bullet, which you already have base 2, you get more fire rate, more duration. And instead of unlimited ammo. Oh my god. So okay, wait a minute. I was wondering how I had unlimited ammo before, but
yeah, you just get to keep blasting.
Okay, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool, man. Unlimited ammo. They have like the infinite rounds.
Thematically, it goes with the name of the ability too.
And then the biggest change is the ulti, right? Or maybe not the biggest. There's so many big changes on her.
I think competitive play, probably the ulti, because like it actually changes. I think Wraith right now is in the same spot that Gun Holiday was, whereas that you have a character that is feasibly your M1 carry that also has playmaking ability, which generally speaking makes you overpowered as fuck in Deadlock. Like, a few times I've seen people with all this, like it is a brutal combination.
Rather than reading, I'm just going to show this. I think it's like it's sort of unintuitive to understand what it does until you just see it. So basically,
locking him down.
Hit and then
I can
lift it.
I also think this is going to be a lot harder to counterspell than it was before.
Yes, the window of the counterspell is way less than it was before.
Like before, if you were running backward, you had like many seconds to get it.
Hold it.
But
also, the other thing about telekinesis is that you are fucked after you land. Like, your movement is just completely screwed. Like, yes, unlike before, you can actually fight back, but you can't use any stamina or any movement items or abilities post telekinesis.
Yeah, I think the biggest change though is no silences. So, you know, you could still like press your skills to live if you're a hero with escape skills. That'll be like what you use to get out. But basically, it's like a much more powerful, it makes more sense as a carry to have like a raw displacement and damage and slow. The silence and the disarm are more like supporting tools. And if you're a Giga Farm carry who like you cannot 1v1 anyway, because I'm just so huge on Wraith, then honestly, the disarm doesn't matter. You were never going to try and shoot back at me anyway. So overall, I think it's going to be a much more fun ability, a much more skill expressive ability, and one that is actually useful at the high level instead of one that was kind of crap.
Yeah, I mean, my general take is that the design upgrade on Wraith is incredible. Like, it's just really, really good game design. Is she overtuned right now? Absolutely. Like, she's
but she needs it. She's unplayed for a long time.
Yeah.
It's it's time for her chance.
Right.
Also, I'm kind of down to see what crazy stuff people can do.
And she did just technically get nerfed in the hotfix. It's probably not enough just yet, but you're right. I mean, it's her time in the sun, and she was getting power crept for quite a while. So all in all, good to have Wraith back.
It's basically just all the cards a little bit worse, rather.
Yeah,
sure, and a little bit worse duration on the debuff. Okay, yeah, it's no big deal. I mean, I don't think that really changes the patch. It's just maybe she was a little too crazy. They probably saw her win rate spike like wild.
As we've gone past the Vs, by the way, it's worth noting that Venator just got no changes in the patch. Like, Venator was one of the heroes along with like Holiday and GT that just completely untouched.
Yeah, I mean, I think all these changes. I mean, I feel like they're bringing a lot of heroes that were like older heroes back into line with maybe some of the new casts. So being held down no longer automatically fires it. Oh, interesting. So can you perma hold slash? All right, we gotta test this. Wait, what does it change? Being held down no longer permanently fires it? Is it just like I hold the button?
Well, I just held the button and
I can't tell what's different. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, let's go with patch note again. I mean, what is different? It used to auto fire with level 1. It used to recast it. Oh, I see. So you used to be able to like, if you just kept holding 1, it would auto cast, which I never did, so I wouldn't know, but I see. So just a QL preventing you from accident firing early. Makes sense. I have even played a lot of Yamato and I didn't realize that. You can now cast parry directly while channeling Power Slash to fire the Power Slash and parry. Oh.
yeah. So
Wow,
I mean,
wait,
people.
that's instant. Badass. It's like you feel like a freaking samurai doing this.
Not only does it look cool, it also like shores up a weakness where there was a period of time where people were like, "Oh, Power Slash, free melee." It is not free.
Yeah, because you had to shoot it and then parry, but now you can. Boom. That's kind of cool, actually. I'm a big fan of that change. All right, Yum. Base ability now has 60% bullet resist while channeling. Love that. Cooldown increased. Okay, don't love that. Slight nerf. Let's see if she gets it back in the points, the way most of the heroes have been getting their nerfs back in the points. Slash length reduced, a little bit less range. That's kind of a big deal. The range matters a lot on this ability. T1 changed from, so you got rid of the bullet resist, but you add the slow. Okay, so there's like a core slow in the skill. Instead of needing it for tier 2, it's tier 1. And it's just -4 cooldown, which makes it a little, once you have tier 2, it's a little bit less cooldown than it was initially. Interesting. Tier 3 now also grants 8 meters range. Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa.
Bigger snipes.
Dude, they've gone crazy. All right, the item of the patch is greater expansion. This is pretty huge.
I mean, it's got
Wait, I
fitting
can
in a
hit
patch
this.
where like
Kidding me.
Vindicta may be better. It's just like, okay, we got our anti-Vindicta character.
Okay, dude, this is like in an open area. Like, what are you gonna do about this, man? You can do the, what is it called? You gotta do the zip bug. You're gonna be like a freaking tactical nuke on people, man.
Oh yeah, it's also funny. The next note was the rename, which almost makes me wonder, like, is Shadow Transformation going to get reworked someday? Because now every single Yamato ability ends in slash. Flying Strike, it got changed to Flying Slash.
Crimson Slash, Power Slash, Flying Slash. All right.
So clearly, at some point, she's going to get an ultimate rework, and it's going to be Shadow Slash. It's going to be like
Now,
the final ability.
the fact that it's light melee damage is cool too. So it has like a melee proc. So it has like guaranteed melee proc for like the Spirit Strike.
Yep.
A little bit better slow, but the cooldown's massively nerfed. So you're gonna need to put some points on it to get those cooldowns. And gain 40 spirit for 6 seconds on tier 2. Whoa, okay. Can grapple ally heroes and a 6 weapon damage for 10 seconds. Can grapple ally heroes. Becomes charged and grants 2 charges, 3 seconds between charge. Okay, man. That's pretty cool. A lot of quality of life buffs for Yamato, which I think she kind of needed. Crimson Slash cooldown increased by 1 second. Fire rate reduction increased from 18 to 30. Wow. So those are things that you would get before, like on upgrades, but on hit plus 30% melee damage, 4 seconds. Wow. Interesting. They want melee Yamato to be a thing. I'm down for it. T3 increased from 9-second cooldown to 10-second. Also increased spirit scaling on tier 3. Okay. I mean, this spirit scaling matters a lot, I think, when you're like full build on Yamato. Shadow transformation, cooldown increased. Bullet and spirit resist reduced. Okay. Plus 5 weapon damage. Okay. Tier 2 also reduces cooldown by 25. So it kind of brings it back, makes it better than before. Tier 3 increase from 20 bullet and spirit res to 30. Okay, so basically it's a little worse, but if you put the points into it, it's as good as it was before, if not a little tiny bit better.
Yeah, I mean, the final end is like 60% resist, which, by the way, in a patch where everyone else's resist options got like kind of hit pretty hard, 60 res all is pretty impactful.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, actually, I don't know how this works, but immunity to negative status effects, does that mean you can't be shredded? Or is shred a negative status effect?
Yes.
So that's pretty big deal, right? With all the shred in the game, 60% unshreddable resist is like kind of unique. Kind of interesting.
It probably makes Yamato during ult the tankiest character in the game.
Yeah, like you might actually be, and your damage is going to be I mean, it's never been bad, but now it maybe is even better with some of this range and consistency and the scaling on Crimson Slash. All right, this could be a Yamato patch too. Dude, this is going to be fun, man. A lot of heroes that I think needed some love are getting it. All right, let's see. We're at Paradox, but has Paradox changed?
Significantly, actually.
Okay. Oh my God, that means we're almost done, ZP. Holy shit, we're in the fucking lab over here. All right. Pulse grenade spirit scaling reduced. Okay. Time wall slow duration increased. Sure.
Wait, it went to the on screen. It's on the hotfix things and not the Paradox.
Yeah. Oh, I guess we could look at the base.
We gotta look at Paradox first. Yeah, because like,
is there any major changes? A little bit bigger radius as it scales up. The amp per stack.
Time wall is the biggest changes for the most part.
No longer damages enemies going through it. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't deal damage anymore. Increases allied bullet speeds. That's kind of funny. I don't know if that matters, but it's kind of funny. Adds 30% weapon damage to allied bullet damage. Huh. And affects carbine. Interesting. I don't know how much you really shoot through the wall, to be honest. I feel like usually you swap and then build the wall, but whatever. Kind of interesting. If you're like in like the certain scenarios where like time walling and like shooting from behind the time wall, it's actually a big deal. T1 increased from 2 meters width to +3. So this is going to be a wide window. Tier 2 changed from 9% max health damage to 2.5 second duration, 30% weapon damage. Wait, so you're going to do you do plus 60% weapon damage shooting through the Paradox wall Tier 2?
Correct.
Wait, that's kind of crazy, right? On like a legit gun carry late game. Imagine they're doing mid boss and you like time wall to shoot at the mid boss and you're just absolutely beaming.
Basically, time wall turned from an offensive thing that you want to actively like rotate enemies through as part of like a bigger combo into more of a team support thing. Like it leaned into the part like wall was already one of the best defensive abilities in the game in the sense that like you really didn't want to fight into and around wall. And now, like, it's buffing your allies. It's still, like, not something people can shoot through.
But they took away her reliable silence off the kit, right?
Correct.
Which is a huge deal. But a second charge, like, building rapid recharge, I mean, there's probably some funny time wall builds now that are going to be pretty good. In the end, though, I think it's probably a nerf to Paradox because Paradox is just best in the business at, like, I, like, carbine swap. I just use, like, every single skill on one player and kill them. They're just dead, and the fight begins and I'm up a kill and I'm still like a pretty good hero with low cooldowns. So I think the swap, now you have like a little bit more variety in the kit. You're not just like the turbo I assassinate one guy character and instead you have, oh, I'll swap this guy in and then I'll like time wall my ally. I'll do this and that.
Well, wait till you look at the swap change in terms of...
We'll see. We'll see. So cooldown increase on Kinetic Carbine. This is like a nothing burger. Base damage scale increase a little bit more damage. Sure. You can't hold the charge. You need tier 3 to hold the charge as long. Okay. Cooldown increased. Pretty big. No longer has a spirit lifesteal. Okay. Damage change from 115 to 10% current health. Interesting. So it's a really good initiating tool, actually. 10% current health could be a lot of damage in the late game. Since you usually use it on somebody to start the fight. Then again, it's bad at finishing players. Tier 1 changed from -15 cooldown to +200 barrier. So you just get some barrier on it. I guess that makes sense since you're swapping yourself into danger. You kind of need a barrier. Tier 2 changed from 81 damage to 13 meters cast range and 35. Well, that's a lot of cast range, right? That's a monster cast range on swap. It's pretty hard to hit at long range, though. Swaps additional enemies in a 7-meter radius. And wait. We gotta see
Right,
this.
so you have multi-swap now, basically.
Okay, wait,
if
that
people
could
are
be
close
interesting.
together. Wait, which, by the way, in some cases is a like nerf, but which is a nerf you can decide to pick up or not. But it's probably better more often than not.
Yeah, I think for the most part it's better, right? Because you can just like you could swap like because usually when you do this, you would immediately follow up with like other skills.
Not so fast, buddy. I'll catch them.
Wait, can I not? Oh, I can't do anything. I used to be able to like melee in the swap, but I don't think you can do that anymore. I can still time wall.
Swapping now. Repositioning.
Okay, I think time wall is the only thing I can do while I'm swapping.
Where are you going? Ready for them.
I can still do it. I just have to do it before the swap connects. Once it connects, I cannot do anything. Like you used to be able to melee people while you were like passing by them.
Yeah, they got rid of that. But yeah, I mean,
that is gone.
the playmaking ability though for this is like kind of wild. It reminds me of remember when Holiday was on Hero Labs and Holiday had the multi lasso? Like they've brought it back. It's just it's gone to Paradox, and Paradox got multi swap.
Like this is going to be a really, really good tool for base defense now. Is what I'm thinking, right? Because now you could swap. Like they're like trying to hit your shrines or your guardians, and you're like swapping them all in like deep. You know, like imagine you swap a bunch of people like into a dangerous area.
Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. You're playing Doorman on the team with Paradox. Doorman sets up like 4 bells, and the Paradox
Yeah, you
swaps
swap
people into the bells.
The techies' minds. Oh no, we need to put techies in this game.
I mean, what I'm saying sounds a little far-fetched, but that also is like close enough that you probably could actually pull that off if the other team was not paying close attention.
Oh, someone just said for mid-boss contest too. That's a good point, actually. You swap everyone out of the mid-boss while they're trying to last hit.
Yeah,
that's pretty sick.
Well,
All right, is there
also
any
the other thing too, again, it's an item you might grab just because it works really well with Pulse Grenade. Did you throw down Pulse Grenade yet, by the way? Like, it sounds way cooler now.
Yeah, it has a great audio sound. It has like a clock sound to it.
And it expands out, like, every time.
I think it did before, but it wasn't as noticeable, but now it's pretty significant. All right, as is our custom here on the night shift.
He was about to get his legs broken.
Buy a couple funny items.
Yeah, what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to go in my own game, I'm like testing, and I'm going to put a bunch of enemy heroes into the pit and just see like how many get swapped with greater expansion.
Wait, this is crazy. It gets huge. I saw Paradox in my game doing Echo Shard build, and I understand why now.
Explosives planted.
I still don't think it's that good, but it's a pretty giant radius to zone away and some pretty meaningful damage for them. All right. I'm here for that, Paradox.
Oh god, it swaps everyone out of the pit, man.
Oh boy.
If you have greater expansion swap, it actually just yeets everyone out of the pit. Like I just
because the multi-target radius gets buffed by that too. Oh my goodness.
Yes, so like I just put 5 pages around the like mid boss, like all around, and like the swap just brings out everyone.
That's powerful. Like, what happens if I'm? Can I do some crazy stuff? Can I like? Wait, I need stamina.
You might want to put on no death.
You'll be the last one standing.
Oh yeah. Actually, I kind of want them to die. Would then go back to where I had them before. Die, Infernace.
I'm just getting started.
Like, oh my god, they are not getting to that last hit, dude.
Oh god, yeah, that angle is actually stupid.
You do have to hit one person, but I feel like now it's going to be more viable to do some like crazy. So this is cool. You're like more team fight potential, more interesting, unique tools, like in keeping with the theme of like big AOE ultis that can swing a whole fight.
Also, what does this in chat say? Paradox is top tier now. Like, if Paradox is top tier after this, like what has Paradox not been top tier?
Yeah, it's pretty good hero. All right, is that it? Is that all for the new hotfix patch? Are we finally coming to a conclusion here, ZP?
I think so. I mean,
Doorman.
The only other thing is golden egg.
Golden Goose got buffed. Okay. Golden Egg Goose. Okay, I don't think that's what it's called. That's
Was
fine.
it called that before?
No, it's Golden Goose Egg.
Golden
but-
Goose Egg. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just whatever. Funny typo. Souls per minute increased from 75 to 90. That's big because it also scales. You get more buffs from it. This item was a troll item, I swear, before. I feel like maybe it still is, but it's one of those things, man. Like you might start buffing that stat, and then at some point it actually becomes good. But I think that's going to be it, ZP. I mean, I think we fucking got through it, man. That was a massive slog, but
the best part is you warned me at the head. So I was like, hey, man, let's try to get through this quickly and not have it be a 2 hour affair.
It's just impossible. It's impossible.
It ends up being a 4.5 hour affair. But yeah, good to go through all of it. Honestly, we both like read through quite a bit of it before off stream, but I feel like there's something extra about the retention about just like going through it the way we did. Also for those who
I think that's
joined
true.
us,
We actually think about what it means. I feel like I just jumped into playing and read like the heroes I was going to play, and then just screw it. Let's see what else happens. But it's cool reading it all. I think it gives me a better understanding, and yeah, I think it'll be good to see. Thanks so much everyone for tuning in and joining us for this emergency patch chat here on the night shift.